Alrighty, and we are live, and you guys are unmuted now. Hello, come on, come. Oh, nothing but love, nothing but respect. You know what we do, what we don't, what we is, and what we is here today, bringing you guys and girls the grandiose One Piece top 50 stream. I got with me at the moment, ready and rearing to go, Eggs for Bareki and Kuma. In case you're new to this channel, I'm New World Supernova. And we also have a few other guests that will be hopping on hopefully later on. They just might be running a little late, but that's okay because the last few years, this has ran pretty long. Hasn't it? Has it not, guys?
Last time I think we hit 7 hours.
Yeah, it was around that. You've repressed the memories already, Eggs.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, there's plenty to talk about, and believe me, there is plenty to talk about. Although, okay, I've already voiced this, right? But the rules are for this stream, ladies and gentlemen. It's the top 50 strongest One Piece characters currently alive as of 2024. The rules are they have to be a named character and they have to be alive. If a character is in an precarious situation where we don't know if they're alive or dead, we aren't technically adding them to the list. We're giving them a caveat spot. If someone does have them added to the list, though, that's alright. It's just, unless they confirm dead with Oda's writing, it's a bit hard to say whether or not someone's dead or alive, right? There's a little bit of common sense with it. We'll talk through all of our people and points as we go through. I've got my list up from last year as well as a visual indicator, which is interesting because I'll be able to see how significantly off I was last year or how close I was last year to this year's list. And from last year, actually, today as of recording, it is the 9th of March. Last year, we actually uploaded this the 4th of March. I didn't realize we have done this 1 year and almost 1 week to the day. So we've actually kept the schedule pretty on point, surprisingly. I didn't realize that until I was looking for the stream earlier, but hey, here we go. Also,
we procrastinated yesterday.
Also, I have to give myself a pat on the back because I'm an arrogant piece of crap like that. And I also have to give Eggs a pat on the back because for the last few years, we have done something mad. We've included Dory and Broggy in our top 50. This year, although we haven't had the chance to talk about it much coming into the new year, I do have to say, thanks to some recent chapters, we are fucking vindicated in a lot of ways. So, Eggs, give yourself a little round of applause. A little condescending clap. Broken clock is right twice a day. You know what I mean? That being said, say hello, guys. I've been just rambling over the top of yous.
Hello.
Hello.
We'll also have Young Glitter and maybe Hood Rants hopping in later, which should be all the more fun while talking about our lists. I'll be keeping an eye out for any communication from those lovely people as they hop in or decide to hop out. The good thing is about the top 50 lists and the setup we have for it is it's kind of like old school classic Lego Star Wars, right? You've got the option to drop in and drop out. You know what I mean? So I do like it for that aspect of it. That being said, I'm gonna put myself on blast here and do something pretty blasphemous. I'm gonna come in with my number 50. This year's number 50. Okay, to put it in perspective, last year's number 50 for me was Jack the Drought. Right? So, none of these characters are weak. It's just people don't understand how many good characters there are in One Piece. You know what I mean?
One Piece literally has over 100 combatants, so definitely, man. You can be strong, but you can definitely be not in the top rank of the litter.
Which is why it pains me to say this. There are some people higher up on this list that I think this character can defeat. But this is also limited by the fact that I think there is a few too many caveats for this character at the moment for me to put them any higher. But there was no way in hell that I'm not including them on the list. Coming in at number 50 this year, I have everyone's favorite underage character, Jewelry Bonnie. I almost didn't have her on the list because I forgot about her, and then I was like, "Wait, no, we've had plenty of feats from her." Look, I'm not gonna lie. Egghead's been amazing. The body feats were great earlier in the arc. I'm a little more preoccupied with other people at the moment, though, in the arc.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like,
That's fair.
we had 3 months of her being held in a chokehold, right? I kind of forgot what she
Yeah.
could do until last minute, and then I was like, looking at my list, and I'm like, 50.
I mean, Bonnie didn't even really knew that much, despite having that big oomph. So
I mean,
yeah, I agree with you. We
being
found out that she's afraid of bugs.
being 12 years old and making it onto the top 50 list, so far, technically speaking, has the highest potential out of any character. All I'm saying.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
All right. Anyone want to give their top 50? Eggs, you're up first. Who is your number 50?
My number 50 is Kaku.
Ooh!
I know you forgot him, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
Ooh, okay.
Really, I put Kaku higher.
I
So I didn't see him on your first list that you sent me, Jade.
he was hidden in there. Who I've got over him though might spark some arguments, but he was in there.
Okay.
Okay, number 50, Kaku. Kuma, who is your number 50?
Okay, just a reference for my list, right? Now, I actually had to write out like I kind of put brackets more so like I found out who was going to be my top 50 or sorry, my 50 spot, my 30 spot and my 10 spot before I actually started going down my
Ooh,
I have yeah, it can often be like mismatched and swapped around, but actually honest to God, for my top 50, I actually have the Straw Hat Fanatic Bartolomeo. Now, because the reason why I put him as a threshold there is because in terms of defense and stamina and everything like that, nobody's getting technically past him because not even Odin could actually break his barrier. The only problem is that Bartolomeo, in terms of offensive output, really can't compare with anybody higher on my list.
Alright, this might sound weird, right? I want to give Barto props. Barto and Cavendish, mind you. My
Yeah,
only
honestly.
problem is for those two characters, Barto specifically, Barto is the Straw Hat's version of Sugar. Either super effective or completely ineffective.
I know that's why I'm at him at my like the very bottom because like, he's like the perfect guy who you'd want as a second hand, but not as a main fighter. Like if you have him on the battlefield as terms of support, he's going to wreck stuff.
Okay.
But if he's set up in a 1v1, nah, he's probably not gonna make it that far.
Okay, no, okay, I rock with Barto because again, it's like his offense is his defense. So he's got like in the right situation, he's got like unchallenged offense, but it's very situational. Okay, so Young has just put in the chat. He's about to join the voice chat in a little bit, but he's got Brooke and Frankie at number 50.
Really?
Ooh,
Okay,
what
okay.
happened then?
Interesting.
Do you know what's funny about
I
that?
remember my hot Brooke take last stream.
The funniest thing about that is to me is I had Frankie at 49 last year, one above Jack. But my problem is this year he just didn't make the list.
Really?
Yeah.
I want to ask if I want to know if Robin is above or below them.
Oh
Putting
shit!
Brooke and Frankie together, interesting.
Ooh, I forgot Robin.
I don't have Robin on my
Enough
list.
to
I
make the
actually
list.
left her out.
Hang on. I'm just doing a quick scan.
I didn't forget about her, but I didn't include her.
Oh, there's maybe one person on the list she beats, maybe not. Maybe one or two people. Right at the bottom. Look, she can come back for one of my honorable mentions. Alright. Eggs. You said your number 50 was Kaku. Everyone's favorite giraffe boy. Now, I love Kaku. Kaku's great. Not really. He's kind of annoying. He speaks in that old man drivel stuff. I want to see more of him. But what surprised me is you had him at 50. I had him at 49. We have we have some similarities there. I like that because it's weird. I feel like me and you always have the flip of a coin decision. Whenever one of us goes heads, the other goes tails, right? and it's like split down the middle on every like. Oh, it's genuinely on everything, right? You zig, I zag. It's like you're the Shanks stan, I'm the Mihawk stan. It just keeps going that way. Like you like Barto, I like Cavendish. Oh, well, I mean, I like both of them, but you know what I mean? It's like that constant like. Whenever one of us goes one way, the other is almost guaranteed to go the other way. Like I'm pretty sure I liked Dory more. You liked Broggy more.
Give it this way:
Honestly-
you guys are very much alike, but too different to be the same.
Yeah.
I actually put a lot of thought into Dory versus Broggy the other day.
Oh, gee.
And like I've come to the conclusion that I just judge them based on their weapons,
Mm-hmm.
and a sword is objectively a better weapon for a giant to wield than an axe.
So
you
you've-
don't need the force amplification given by an axe if you're that big and strong anyway.
So you've come over to Dory's side?
Yeah, I think so.
They both have shields.
That's a little win. That's a little win, baby. Here's hoping they've actually got a named weapon now. Well, I mean, they had named weapons. So, like, what I mean is, like, here's hoping they actually got a good craftsman to make them, like, a good signature weapon that's, like, better than what they had. Like, could you imagine these guys walking
Well-
around with, like a graded sword?
To be fair, these guys' weapons lasted well over 50 years of fighting.
Yeah. Yeah, that is true. Non-stop fighting, mind you.
Yep, every day.
Speaking of
That's not the definition of paying for your buck and getting more out of it. I don't know.
eggs. Eggs,
Oh, yeah, I'm
eggs,
ready.
eggs. 49.
I'm ready to trigger some people.
Who you
My
got at
number
49?
49 on my list is Kid. I tried really hard to
Okay.
kick him off the list.
Intentionally, damn. I'm not gonna lie, my kid's like way higher up, but I hate that I have him
Mine as
higher
well.
up. Like the only problem, like, dude, is it weird to say I wish I had the courage to put him lower down? Like,
No, because-
I
Again, Oda, like in
The thing
terms of
is, every
representing
single year
Kid
has been
and
that.
what he was supposed to bring to the table, I definitely agree. Like Kid has dropped a few spots on my list.
look, hear me out, right? Kid, he's like Hermes in Futurama. Technically, all right. It's
Yeah.
it's
Like-
like okay.
It's like he should be stronger, but he isn't.
Okay, put it this way, right?
Every single year we've talked about Kid, and it's always been he's shown to be so strong, but his feats just do not show him being strong at all.
No,
And it's
they
like
don't.
constant.
That's
Every
the
single year
problem.
it's happened, and we always like rank him, and every year I feel like we say
He's
I
way
don't
too high.
really think he deserves this spot, but he's kind of being shown to be in this
Okay.
spot.
Look, you'll see later on, like this year, I wasn't as brave as you to put him that low, to be honest, right? And mind you, I think there's a lot of people that he does beat on technicality. I'm personally expecting this man to come back with furious opposition, and I'm when he comes back into the story, like if he doesn't have like advanced armor or advanced conquerors or an advanced observation, right? Next time, he's gone. He's out of here. You know what I mean?
I mean,
Or-
we said that before Wano started.
Or mind you, Hokaku's sovereignty. Like that combination attack from Dorian Broggy, if this man can pull that off on his own, with like magnetic sword in each arm, just like spinning them around. If he doesn't pull up something like that very soon, I'm kind of over him. Right? And like, mind you, that's assuming he's alive, quote unquote. Like, he's not one of the people that I was like, oh, I assume he's dead because I assume he's alive. But like, I didn't even think about this for a second. The last time we saw him, he was drowning.
Yeah,
But
but knowing him, he probably got saved, honestly.
I mean, I expect him to. I expect him to come back in the story. But look, you'll see when I name drop Kid. It got to like a very certain stage where he's like showing relativity to these people, but I put everyone on that relative level above him because I'm just like, I've seen better feats from them.
Yep,
Right?
fair enough.
I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. But that being said, Kuma, who is your number 49?
I put down Gecko Moria.
Ooh.
Now,
Ooh.
the reason why I put him here is because, honest to God, I genuinely thought like after Gecko Moria lost, the next reappearance that we would have seen him was that he would be like completely unmotivated and everything like that. But I honestly think that like he's gotten a lot of his fire back, especially since Absalom got captured. Granted, he did take an L against Blackbeard, but I mean, again, this guy is walked up to the plaza, no problem. And probably, I don't know, would have made it quite farther. Like, and again, post time skip, Gecko Moria still has quite a few feats. Like, he took
A slash
essentially
from
like
Shuri?
a flurry of punches from a 500 Shadow Luffy, and he was able to get up. Like, that's pretty impressive in terms of endurance.
Alright. This is
He's actually a pretty smart combatant. It's just that his genuine skill in terms of like hand-to-hand combat have gotten down so low that it's actually more of a crutch
This
in
is
terms of like having his devil fruit power now.
this is actually perfect to me. Do you know why?
How come?
My number 48 is also Moria.
Yes.
Right? My reasoning behind this as well, like what he showcased pre-time skip was actually ridiculous. And there are so
Yes,
many
I
people
know.
that he would actually I don't mean this ironically at all. Moria versus Jack should be like a mid to low diff for Moria.
Honestly, like, can you imagine Jack trying to take down like if Moria just turned into like a thousand shadows Asgard and just started stomping down on Jack? Do you think
mean,
Jack is getting back up from that?
I'm thinking of it from the perspective, like, a lot of people forget, like, he can swap any body part with his shadow, but he can also control the shape of his shadow. So you remember that gecko attack that he does to impale Oz Jr.?
Yeah.
What is to stop him coming up to fight someone? Someone going to attack him, they slash at him or something, or they punch him. He swaps that part of his body out with his shadow, and then he just goes gecko stab and pierces through you. Right? And mind you, if this man now has Haki, observation Haki, no, like, screw armament. If this man just has observation Haki, the way that ability is going to skyrocket in utility is actually kind of ridiculous. Especially since at the moment that I'm looking at him now, I don't know about you guys. We haven't really talked about this much, but cross guild's a thing. The warlords are coming back with post time skip upgrades and actually getting like a significant like. We show these characters a little too early. Let's give them something to catch them back up into the end game.
Definitely.
The fact that like Boa and Croc have close to 2 billion berry bounties. Mihawk has a 3.5 billion berry bounty, which I always expected him to be like in those echelons. And then we've got like people like Kuma at the moment being able to like the fact that Kuma, even as a robot, can use Haki.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy actually.
So it's kind of like I've said it for the longest that these warlords dominated like the second and third division commander range, but like they probably edged out second and third commanders a little bit. I stand by that, and especially if at the moment they're getting a little bit more love and a little bit more power ups and stuff like that, it's kind of like, well, shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, definitely. I agree with you. Like, people, I think what a lot of the fan base doesn't like is the fact that the arc that Moria was introduced in can't really be considered like a top arc as a whole, right?
Yeah.
Like, again, I just personally love Thriller Bark, but I can definitely see it from like a story perspective and plot perspective that everything that happened in Thriller Bark didn't really need to happen in order for us to get from there to Sabaody Archipelago. So most people tend to gloss over it. Granted, there are definitely a lot of like good like foreshadowing, especially with Kaido, especially with like Captain John and everything like that. But yeah, more in terms of like being an engaging villain, he wasn't really a villain, and I think that's what a lot of people were expecting, because that's how a lot of Oda had been writing out his recent arcs.
I think
But I viewed Moria as more so a different archetype, as he was more so of a rival than a genuine like just antagonist, because he wasn't deliberately going after the Straw Hats. He was just happened to be a hurdle that they had to get over, and that's the problem. Because now most people look at Moria as simply a hurdle, not really a character that was going to be all that like elaborated and everything like that afterwards.
weirdly enough, I see Moria as a cautionary tale and as a lesson to Luffy, because it comes right off the back of Water 7 and his lobby, where the crew was in turmoil, they didn't have proper direction, Luffy hadn't been a proper captain up until that point, they were having disarray among the ranks, And then we finally get to see a captain that's been in the New World and active in the New World and lost everyone. I love how it mirrors like what would have happened to Luffy had they not had the time skip, in a sense. But more than that, I like that post time skip, that same lesson is shown in reverse with Blackbeard. Luffy, like, the point of Moria pre-time skip to Luffy was, like, if you lose your crew because you're going into this too early, this is what's going to happen. You're going to be fucked up. It's gonna suck. You're going to lose everyone. You're going to lose your mind. You ain't going to be you anymore. You're going to be broken. Where Moria with Blackbeard was... Blackbeard didn't even see Moria. Blackbeard's crew completely handled him. Which was, like, in a sense, it was one of those things where it was, like... Moria was, like... Where Moria inadvertently pissed off the Straw Hats and dragged them into his territory, to the Blackbeard Pirates, they took his crew member, causing him to get active and go after them, only to turn around and, like, because the crew completely dealt with him and, like, messed him up, they potentially lost one of their biggest allies. Right? Had Moria not had Absalom die, Moria may have actually joined them in some capacity. And Moria would have been, like, one of the most useful members for them. But instead, they came off as the aggressor, screwed them over, and it's like, it's shown as a win for Teach, but I think down the line, it's actually going to come back around, and because he doesn't have Perona or... either Perona, Mihawk, or Moria as an ally, because that interaction kind of would have, you know, segregated those three people, I think it may come back around and bite him.
Yep, definitely.
That being said, we have Young in the chat now. Young, do you have your 49 and 48? I will come back to Young when he's back here. Eggs, do you have your 48?
I've got my 48, and it is one of my favorite characters right now.
Really, this low?
Number 48 is Kobe.
Kobe!
Nice.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm surprised Kobe made it onto the lists.
Dude, that punch that Kobe did already shows more destructive potential than probably a bunch of people above him. Although, you know, it was just one punch and he almost killed himself doing it. But, hence he's this low.
Hey, Helmeppo took a cannon to the face for him for that.
Look, I will say...
The other thing is that, like, it's a hockey punch, and to me, like, a hockey punch that does that much destruction is rated a lot higher than, for example, like, a Logia doing an attack that has that much destruction, because it's like, a hockey punch would absolutely annihilate a Logia. So, to me, it's like, it's got the potency plus the sheer size.
I don't think I've had the chance to ask you much, but how do you go comparing the Kobe punch to, say, the Nail Dragon Drill or the King Punch?
I think what was the Nail Dragon Drill?
That was Don Chinjiao's one.
The one that can split an ice continent.
The one that he used to split Pika's arm.
Yeah, so I think the Nail Dragon Drill is like, I mean, to be fair, Don Chinjiao is like a hockey freaking beast, but it's like a specific thing where it's his pointy head and he's like basically directing the haki in like a line. It's almost like a physical force version of like a slash. So it splits in half, like almost like the intent of the haki.
Whereas Kobe doing the same thing with blunt force.
Is literally just raw destruction.
Okay.
And then King Punch is obviously like, again, a specific technique where he sits there for 10 million years and slowly works up his thing. It's like slowly willing something to happen. Like eventually it'll happen, but. And also, it would have had less destructive force, I think, than what Kobe did.
Okay. I'm not gonna lie, Kobe didn't make it into my list this year.
The thing is, obviously, he's just doing that one hit, and then he's kind of tired. But he could do, you know, a quarter of that, which is still an insane amount of damage, and do that 4 times. If it's, you know, if hockey works that way.
I'll say it like this.
He does have that much force in his body, you know.
My mindset on it at the moment is, while it's only one punch, I don't have it as impressive. If he's able to do more than one at any point, I'd say he cracks into the top 50. Like, to me, it's like, if that's his version of the Bajrang gun, and then he's out for like a week after, I'm like, it was impressive, yes, but it's not I'm not gonna say like you're gonna be able to cleanly land that on everyone you're fighting. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so I'm not necessarily like in my power ranking in my head of who he versus. I'm not necessarily considering he's even going to use it or he's going to land it. I'm more considering that like because he's capable of that, he's probably capable of a bit less than that for a longer amount of time, and all he needs is a bit less than that to compete. Because that was like insane amount of force. Like that was like a Garp punch, which like Garp is like Garp's punch. Obviously his durability and stuff isn't as much, but his punch is like admiral level straight up.
Okay.
Right.
I like it. Picasso. Um, Kuma, you're number 48.
My number 48 do-do-do-do, was the Vinsmoke siblings, or the Vinsmoke family in general.
Okay. Interesting
Yeah,
take.
it's a pretty good one. Yeah, it's a. I I honestly didn't. They didn't make my list, bro.
That's fair. That's fair.
I had them as an honorable mention last year, and then this year because I pushed so many people out of the list, I was thinking about the Vinsmoke kids, and I'm like, the only Vinsmoke I have is Sanji on the list, and that's just because even before his augmentations, he was already showing like he was like the third strongest of them. You know what I mean? So I was like post augmentation, I'm like, I got him way above him. That's interesting though. Young, you're number 49 and 48.
So my number 49. I got. Okay, this might be a bit controversial, but I got John Bart purely just based off of what we've seen from the new anime episode, bro.
You.
The Law versus Blackwood, completely just taking the bullet that just one shot across the soldier.
Oh, you bastard. I love it. If you're going to use the animated scale, go on it. Double down on it. I love it. Jean Bart, it's sad that one anime episode put him, in terms of like on-screen feats, above any other Supernova crewmate from any of the crews other than Zoro.
Definitely.
That is.
I don't know. I got Killer pretty high.
I don't know how many. I don't know how many Kongun's Killer's taking. To be honest, I mean Zoro put him as nerfed. Zoro put down a nerfed Killer with one Onigiri, right?
Right.
A Kongun Gatling, a Jean Bart Gatling. Ooh. Look, I'm not gonna lie, right? I don't subscribe to the scaling through the anime, but I can respect taking that decision, especially since at the moment that's just giving Van Auger all the love. Which, by the way, I think I forgot Van Auger this year. I might need to squeeze him in somewhere.
I don't blame you, man. Van Ogre we haven't seen until this recent Egghead chapter, so he's kind of still up in the air too. Like last time we saw him in the New World was at Whole Cake, and then yeah, now we only see him again back on this island at Egghead. And heck, we still haven't even seen him fight or anything like that either.
Yeah, I don't have him on the list. That's okay though. That's okay. Who do you have above Jean Bart?
Let me check. All right. I got Black Maria.
Oh,
Might be controversial.
no, interesting, because I actually had Black Maria as my 50 on the last list.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Interesting.
Okay.
So, as opposed to like, I guess in terms of like, what makes you think that she's stronger than Brooke and Frankie though?
I don't know. I just don't really see Brooke or Frankie like winning like against her. maybe Brooke, but I don't really see Frankie doing much except like maybe a radical beam.
I got one radical beam putting
But
her down. Her legs coiling up, like you know when a spider, like their legs like retracting. I got one. I got one radical beam putting that spider out of commission. I'm being completely honest on that.
Oh, I love to see it.
I am intrigued though. The more I see your list, the more I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna be like venomously curious. I think. I like it though. I like it.
No mercy.
Who's my number 47? Oh, right. Considering I forgot Van Orger, I might just mention him as an honorable mention here.
Okay.
Honestly, I could even get him to replace Moria, but my number 47 is going to be everyone's favorite fat man. The man that took the first life in One Piece, Lucky Roo. Some people may think that's low on the list. Some people may think we haven't seen enough from him.
Yep. Fair enough.
The man's quick for a big fella. And
I like it.
I can't justify him above anyone else above him based on the fact that we just haven't seen enough from him. But based on the people below him, I'm like thinking about it and I'm going, he's a second division commander of arguably the strongest Yonko crew at the moment. We know the likes of Ben Beckman took off Kid's arm with a blunt force weapon. We know the likes of Yasop can permanently see in the future. Right? Lucky Roo being above Yasop, but under Ben Beckman, I'm like, I don't know what it is that he's got, but it's fucking something. Right? Like, he's scary. He's a scary fella. But I will say, like, as a caveat next to him, I may have had Van Orger. Again, Van Orger being a third division commander, it's kind of like, But, I mean, the teleportation goes too hard. Does it not? That being said, Eggs. Who's your 47?
Or is this me?
Yeah.
My number 47. Okay, this one was a bit weird to place. Okay. It was Tsuru.
Okay. No, I can respect that. I can respect Tsuru.
I think over time I'm just thinking less and less of Tsuru. Like at the start I was like trying to put her close to Garth, I think, like years and years ago. Now over time I just kind of keep feeling like, I don't know. She's really old.
Seems to
and she
me
washes
like,
people.
yeah, no, Tsuru in terms of being like genuinely a tactician, because she was also included in the big plan for Marineford as well. Like, I will definitely give it to her in terms of like knowledge, especially since she was one of the trusted escorts for Doflamingo. So that should already foretell that she's definitely one of the more trusted Marines, if anything, and more capable. But again, she's really old, right? But she did not suffer from the old granny shrinking syndrome. So that's a big plus.
See, I'm...
Oh yeah, that's like Kureha, bro.
I'm split on Tsuru for three very obvious reasons, right? One, Dofi was scared of her. So I'm like, oh, okay. In her prime, she's probably over Dofi, right? But then again, the second problem I have with her is she's like sugar. She either one-shots you or she loses. Right? Like, if she touches you, you cease to fight her. Assuming you don't have, like, the specific Haki technique to stop being affected by things. Which is probably why Dofi was so scared of her. Like, could you imagine the what if she touched Dofi, washed out his, like, evil persona, and he became a Marine?
He would become his father. The true fear.
Tsuru has Haki over Dofi?
Ooh, Dofi was scared of her.
There's no way, though.
He would retreat every time she pulled up. So
I feel like it's more like Tsuru, like Dofi's version of Garth.
like I agree, but like the problem is with that, it's like think about how arrogant Dofi is. The man thought him and his crew were gonna have to deal with Fujitora, and he said it with his chest out. Comes to Suru, this man was like, "Nah, I don't want that smoke. I can't. I don't want to do it. No, thank you. I will take a rain check." It makes me want to give Suru more props. I don't think I have her on my list. But the reason I don't have Suru specifically on my list as well is because I kind of look at her too much like I look at her too much like one of those like one shot KO people. Like she's like Bonnie. She's like Bonnie. She's like Smoothie. She's like Sugar.
Looking at Elizabello, honestly,
She has Haki.
It's kind of a weird one though.
She has Haki, but like we don't actually have any speed
Feats.
or strength feats for her, and she could be relative to Garp and Sengoku just based on her Devil Fruit. Like she's like the Shiki of the Marines. You know, it's kind of like I understand you being at that level just on your Devil Fruit alone, but then anyone that can handle it is kind of like, well, I don't know how to gauge you anymore.
Definitely.
Kuma, you're 47.
My number 47 is. Where was that guy? X Drake. There we go. Jesus Christ.
You think Drake is alive?
Oh. wait a
That's
second.
interesting.
Oh, nope. Sorry.
No.
Here, sorry.
No. You
Bad
can
Monk Rouge. Wrong
That's late.
Supernova. Wrong Supernova.
you can have Drake there if you want.
No. That I've got both of my old lists and I forgot to swap them out. My bad.
No, that's
Okay,
okay.
yeah, sorry. I have Mad Monk Rouge as my 47.
I'm gonna say I was tossing up between Bonnie and Arouge for 50. The reason why I edged out Bonnie is just because like I've seen her actually be able to pull off Gear 5, whereas Arouge I haven't seen enough from him yet. But like weirdly enough, I kind of feel like Arouge is gonna come back into the story in Elbaf, which it's gonna make him look way better than he probably ever would have been in the story. Because I mean, if he works off karma, like, could you imagine him getting the karma from being attacked by giants? It's kind of like
Rouge would pretty much turn into a giant too.
so.
Cool.
To me, for Arouge, it's like I haven't seen anything from him. He's already taken out a 4th Division commander, but he can't like run gauntlets on them back to back. But at the same point in time, it's like I feel like when we are going to see him, it's going to be sort of like an artificial showcasing where it's just like he's going to get overgassed compared to how he normally would be, if that makes sense.
Yep, and he's gonna burn out twice as quick. I know what you mean.
Young, you're number 47.
Number 47, I got Who's Who.
Who's
Hey!
Mainly just because it's like we were saying, or like you were saying that he has the same potential as
Rob Lucci.
Lucci. Yeah, as Rob Lucci, and we see how far Rob Lucci's came. Of course, he hasn't awakened his devil fruit like Rob Lucci has, but I feel like that. I mean, you could probably place him around Rob Lucci's level. And if we're thinking about it story wise, I have Jinbei taking Rob Lucci. Like, not gonna lie, like even with the awakening, like,
interesting?
so I think it fits. I think Who's Who being.
I respect that pick. I think the issue with Who's Who is that, my theory anyway, is that once he joined the Beast Pirates, unlike Lucci, he didn't really have a huge reason to strive on. You know what I mean? Like, Lucci had to literally work from the bottom up after he got defeated by Luffy. As where Who's Who, he got into the Beast Pirates and then got really comfortable. Where Who's Who didn't stop training, but he got stuck at a certain threshold where
he didn't awaken.
he didn't really have many opportunities to challenge the All-Stars for a position.
I kind of agree with that. Like he didn't awaken. He didn't have grand ambition. So he had the potential, but he didn't have the same ambition as Lucci. So that was kind of like that's the highest you'll go based on just like I was just born this way versus
Right.
I'm getting in all day every day and I'm training. right?
Who has mastered his talents, but he hasn't refined his foundations.
Yes. Which is, like, interesting, because it's like, for example, right, he did the Fang Pistol, but it was, like, really impressive. No Rikogu gun, which we know is, like, the ultimate attack of the 6 powers.
Yep.
So it's kind of like... I mean, even the Vice Admiral we saw in the latest chapter, and... Oh, the second latest chapter... No, the latest chapter. The Vice Admiral in the latest chapter, and Jabra doing the 10-finger pistol attack. We didn't see anything like that from Jabra, so it's like, arguably there are people around his tier that are having better, showing better mastery of his own martial art. So it's kind of like,
So definitely, I respect the 47 spot for who's who. I can agree with that.
It's reasonable. It is definitely reasonable. Although, it is getting more and more interesting. Because, I tell you what, coming in above Lucky Roo, this... I feel like everyone's going to be like, yes, this makes sense, but at the same point in time, I almost want to argue that they should be higher in a sense, just because of recent feats. Coming in at number 46, I have everyone's favorite glamour boy, Diamond Jozu.
Okay, even though he's lost an arm?
See, the thing about that is, we actually haven't seen if he permanently lost the arm.
I honestly respect Joseph. I didn't know whether or not I should put him there, considering we've seen some good feats from him, but not necessarily like not really top 50 level feats. I don't think.
I'm gonna say this, right? Something that may be a little underrated. This may be a little underrated, right? But think about this, right? It wasn't until Garp's second attack that he drew blood from Aokiji. Jozu caught this man once.
That's true.
Had him bleeding from the mouth. He's also stated to be one of the most agile Whitebeard pirates. Right? And like...
always likes to make the big guys so agile.
Okay, put it this way, right? How you feel about Jean Bart is what I think Josu's already displayed. But better.
Definitely.
Right? Like, you got the diamond, you got Haki on top of the diamond, you got agility, and you got AP enough to draw blood from an admiral level opponent. And I mean, like...
And he was able to stop a blast from Mihawk, too. Now that I think about it.
Stop a blast from Mihawk.
That was his opening feat.
And even if he has lost his arm, it's kind of like... He was performing better against an Admiral than Bonnie. Right? So I kind of have him around that area. I have him over the people that are below him, just based on a few more feats than them. And, mind you, right... That's assuming he's lost an arm. What's very possible to have happened is because he was frozen and the arm broke off, it's very possible that they just, like, realigned the arm, put it back together.
Just sewed it back on?
Well, they could have, unironically, they could have put a bit of water on it, put it back together, make it stick back together, and then thawed him out, and it just went back to normal.
That is some crazy One Piece logic, but then again, people can drink
What if
milk
he
and
can
grow
just,
back
like-
their teeth, so...
What if he can just like grow crystals like a diamond head from Ben 10?
Oh, I mean, look, mind you, could you imagine how terrifying it would be if this man if this man was awakened?
That would be pretty terrifying.
Like,
I mean, essentially, what we're looking at for Jozu is like a 16-6-foot guy who's got the body of a footballer who can probably charge at you with the power of a train and the hardness of diamond. That's definitely nothing to shrug off at.
he's like if you combined an entire footy team's linebackers into one person.
Yeah.
Right? And then gave him ridiculous spiritual abilities on top of it. Look, like I said, it makes sense that he's here. I want to argue for him more, because he's actually got really good feats in hindsight. But at the same point in time, we just don't see enough of him. You know what I mean?
Personally, I'm glad that that you put on somebody other than Marco on this list because a lot of the Whitebeard pirate commanders they get a lot of flack, but I don't know, man.
I think they
That's
had
essentially just because they were introduced in Marineford. Honestly, it's more so a plot and story issue, if anything. That's why a lot of people like to just trounce on them.
honestly, I still think that the Whitebeard pirates have a better showcasing and outing than the Beast pirates.
Yep.
Like Marco and King, I mean,
Definitely.
Marco may not be able to put King down, but King can't necessarily put Marco down. And I saw Marco 2v1ing against King, right?
Yeah, it's just an awkward staring contest when you put those two together.
Like, when it comes to the middle echelon, like, when it comes to the Topiropa, we've seen more of them than the middle commanders of the Whitebeard pirates. So it's like, I kind of have to give the Topiropa over the Whitebeard commanders in some regards. But then there are other characters, like, this might sound weird, right? Marco was fast enough to be like keeping up and 2v1 in King and Queen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Speed Jiru
Right.
is stated faster than Marco. So it's kind of like the 16th Division Commander is faster than the 1st Division Commander on that crew. I saw that 1st Division Commander keeping up with the two strongest members. So it's like they're just like potlucked around about how strong they are. And I mean, look at Izo. Izo was out here putting down CP0 members on like a 1v1 trade-off after fighting Kaido.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, Eggs, who's your 46?
My 46 is Yasop.
I like it. I like it a lot.
I like it.
Is
I
Orga
kind of forgot Yasop for this list.
is Orga coming up near here on your list or not at all?
Not at all. I love the feat. I love the feat, the anime feat, but I just
Oh, dude, no, that the way they animated that was so beautiful, honestly.
the thing
Ooh.
is that, so manga only, Orga has the feat of his pop fruit, his fruit that lets him teleport around, but Yasop has the Oda, or has Oda saying that he has permanent future sight always activated.
Hmm.
So it's like plus Shanks Pirate. I don't know. He just seems better.
Look, if you put Yasop and Van Orga side by side and told me one of them could destroy a Cracker Soldier, I was putting my money on Yasop over Van Orga. Now
Yeah.
that's it's technically uncanon, anime only canon, whatever you want to say. Look, all I'm gonna say
But
is
the animation was beautiful.
I still to this day, right? I got Yasop over, right? Hello. All right, Kuma, you're number 46.
Number 46 was Jesus Burgess.
Oh,
That's a good one.
all right. This is our first, potentially our last Jesus Burgess as well, mind you. We don't know who made it on the list or not.
Yeah. Again, reason why I have Jesus Burgess on my list is because I've been rereading a lot of the One Piece chapters recently, and especially when we were making our 50 list, I looked back. I basically pulled up every Yonko's crew and started inspecting the characters. And I've got to admit, Jesus Burgess actually has some impressive feats before he even got his devil fruit.
I'm gonna
Hell yeah,
be
buddy.
I'm gonna be so okay. Eggs. That sounds like you got Jesus Burgess on your list.
Oh yes, I do.
Okay, good, because I tell you
Yay!
what,
Not alone.
I got him on my list too, baby. I got him on my list too, and I got him higher. I got him higher.
Oh, we got him higher. Okay. Yeah, it's just
Oh, way
people
higher,
like to give
bro.
like,
I
Jesus
got it way
Burgess
higher, bro.
way higher.
I'm
Okay,
going-
Yeah, like people give Jesus Burgess crap and say like he's just a one-trick pony and that he's just all muscle. But you got to admit, muscle itself, all on its own, goes pretty far in One Piece. And one of his major L's was against Sabo, and Sabo's already like a super strong guy to begin with. So I really don't see why people are like so critical of Jesus Burgess losing to Sabo.
I've been on record
I
saying
think
this is the
last time that I was on stream, when the dinosaurs were around, I was playing up Jesus Burgess, and you were all like, "Nah,
No.
he's not that good."
No,
And I
no,
was
no,
like,
no.
"Oh, you don't
I
even
No,
said
no, no.
nothing of the
I've
sort.
been-
I simply kept my mouth shut.
I've been gassing Burgess for a minute because if you remember, for the last couple of years, I've been in the red hot corner of my own, going against the whole community, saying I got Burgess over Shiryu. Right?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
fair.
My reasoning for it has always been he's the first division commander, right? Shiryu had the invisibility before, and this is before we saw the strong fruit. The invisibility's great, but I mean, mind you, it didn't add anything to his actual skill. Like, there is no reason for anyone to say that Shiryu is any stronger than he was pre-time skip, outside of utility, right? Like, we've got no statements saying he got stronger. We've got no actual, like, he beat this person in a 1v1 and had a Haki Bloom. It's, as far as we know, it's the Shiryu that was equal to Magellan, but now can turn invisible. Right? Burgess? This man was clashing equally with Sabo with base armament Haki. Now, Sabo also has advanced armament Haki. That's how we won that altercation. And Sabo won. That's fair. But you got a man that has the same potency in armament as Sabo. Doesn't have the same advanced skills, but he has the same potency. And you give him the strength fruit. I saw him take out like it was like a 10th of the Colosseum with an air punch. Right? He's got the strong fruit now. He went from flipping houses to flipping mountains. Right? This man's going to be out here like the discount Saitama punching, and an area in front of him is just, it's gone. Right? He's the discount Whitebeard with the Guruguru no Mi, which is fitting since Blackbeard has the Guruguru no Mi, so you're essentially fighting two people with like the Guruguru no Mi in a sense. Right?
Mm-hmm. When you think about it, all the Blackbeard pirates as devil fruits are kind of like cheaper knockoffs of superior versions.
And something that we haven't even thought of to discuss is the implications that what if the strong fruit also increases your actual like durability and your health and vitality?
That's a good point.
Interesting theory, actually.
Like, I don't know enough about him, but like this man took like 3 advanced armament Mera no Mi attacks from Sabo. Right? Pre-fruit. Say his fruit like put all of his stats up to like 10 or 100. That's a huge increase for that man.
Mm-hmm.
So look, I'm happy to have Burgess on the list. You're gonna see when I put mine out.
Again, I've only got Burgess so low is because we still have yet to see him fully fight. I want to see what he can do with his devil fruit power. But as of right now, I can only judge from what I've already seen him do.
It's gonna be interesting. Young, who is your number 46?
46. I got. Alright, so. I think everybody's been sleeping on the Dressrosa characters. So I got Dellinger at 46.
Dellinger?
Okay. Little fishman boy with high heels.
I'm not gonna lie, never expected Dellinger.
That's fair. That's fair.
Bring back the Dressrosa hype, bro.
I better be seeing King Elizabetho on here, or Don Jinjiao then, or Sai. Give me Sai. Give me Sai over Dellinger.
As soon as you put one in there, it's like there's a lot coming.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
no, honest to God, like
So many in Dressrosa.
Sai definitely deserves a lot more respect because he's essentially Don Shinjiao version .2, and he's already got a kick that can maybe even defeat Sanji. Who knows? In terms of kicking power, I'm not talking about combat. I'm talking about kicking power alone. I'm just saying.
Look,
If Sanji can split apart a continent, then by all means, they're even.
I'm not gonna
Talk
lie.
about the kick itself. Don't worry.
I'm interested. I'm interested to say the least. Damn, I'm getting tongue twisted there. Oh, alrighty. My number 45. Where is my list? My number 45 coming in above Jozu. Okay, this one is unjustifiable. Right? This is one of those rare ones where the feats aren't there. Right?
Okay.
I feel like I'm one of
Really
the
talking this one up.
No, I feel like gutter scum for actually including this person on my list. It's just a part of me still holding out hope that they're not a complete
Skip.
failure. Smoothie.
Yes. I do
Yeah,
have
but it fits
Smoothie as
so
well.
just there.
Ironically, I felt very bad for putting her on there. Though.
So, hear me out, right? She can turn giant, and we know how strong giants are. She can do projectile sword slashes, and she can do projectile water slashes. Plus, has a one-shot KO ability on physical contact. Right? They can drain any organic and inorganic material of moisture, even if it like isn't actually able to be drained of it. So it's like it works on anyone. Right? Technically, there's no reason why she couldn't juice a Logia. Right?
Yeah.
I just feel so bad though because like I feel like for the last like 7 years, I've been like I've been like George R. Martin talking about the dragons. Smoothie's coming. Smoothie's gonna do something.
Mm-hmm.
Next year she's gonna do something. She'll come back. I swear. She'll be at the rate of Onigashima. I swear. We'll see her fighting CP0 outside of Wano. I swear. Although, mind you, with this last chapter's cover page, ladies and gentlemen, being Onigashima submerged, maybe we find out what happened to the Big Mum pirates fighting the CP0 members out the front of Wano.
That'd be great.
Does anyone else have Smoothie on their list, or am I just a weirdo for doing
Yes.
this? You do?
Nope, I got her.
I don't, but I don't mind it. I'm not beefing.
Does anyone have a problem with her being over the people I've already mentioned, though? Because I feel like
I wouldn't have put her above Jozu.
that's...
Yeah, I don't know about above Jozu.
But in terms of, Morio, Kaku, and Bonnie, could low-key imagine it.
I love how you just gloss over the Lucky Roo. The only reason Lucky Roo's not above her is because of just a lack of feats.
Yep.
Eggs, you're 45.
My 45. Speaking of, Lucky Roo.
Hey!
Nice. Lucky Charms.
I'm surprised by now. So you got Yasop and Lucky Roo. Is the next one going to be Ben Beckton?
No, it's not. He's way higher, but
Oh.
basically Lucky Roo is like talked about as being like the main fighter of the crew. Like he does have less feats than Yasop, or less talked up in my opinion than Yasop. But like he's supposed to be stronger, I guess. So popped him there. But I can't really justify like him over anyone higher. You know what I mean?
Oh, I get ya. Oh, and
Basically being held up by Yasop's feet.
And Glitter is awake in the chat as well. Hello, Glitter.
She's calling you out for your appreciation of thighs.
This is my public press release. I'm not responsible for my actions, but thick thighs save lives. When she opens up her knees, I get a twinkle in my eyes. Da, 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 da. Hey, oh. I'm not to be quoted on that.
Oh dang.
No. She's got the rose tattoo. I should have been singing. Got a rose tattoo. Got a rose tattoo. Got a name tattooed in a rose tattoo. All right. Look, I'm happy with Lucky Roo making it on the list, and the fact that we're kind of keeping him around this range makes me feel not self-conscious for having him this low. He's a big fella. He's got some important stuff. Glitter, I wish I could be the person I was 30 seconds ago. Kuma, who is your 45?
Okay, he's not truly considered as an actual combatant, and I understand people will probably disagree with me on this, and by all means they are, but I put down Perospero.
Ooh.
Now, hear me out. Perospero not only was able to, like, stay conscious after losing a whole arm after getting blown up. The amount of like versatility that he was able to display with his Devil Fruit during both Whole Cake and Wano is an impressive feat in itself, and we don't even know if it's awakened yet. So he might still have more to give, and he was able to also fight off both what was it? He was also able to who was that? Carrot and that other shoot the dog one? Who was that dog Mink?
Inuarashi.
Yeah, he was able to hold them off during their Sulong form until they actually ran out. You know?
Look,
and when a character like that goes Sulong, that's already like usually a wrap. But Parasparrow was able to get out of there with nothing but a few like scars on his eyes.
I'm gonna be 100% real. I'm not mad with the pick. Last year, Parasparrow was my honorable mention for like around that number 50 mark. Honestly speaking, I don't think Parasparrow gets nearly enough love. Jack is a ancient zone, so clearly should have higher health than Parasparrow. But Parasparrow performed just as well as Jack without having a ability that boosts his strength.
And he legit almost won a couple times actually. And if it was not for plot armor.
He may have been on the lesser of this, but the fact that this kid had a rivalry with Marco, I'm not gonna lie, Parasparrow, kind of respectable in his own right. You know what I mean? He's like Willy Wonka, right? You question his motives. Shouldn't probably be allowed near kids, but you gotta respect his hustle.
Wants to give kids something sweet, which is also kind of can be taken out of context. Actually, never mind. I should have said that. Anyway,
Young, your number 45. My number 45, I got the Vice Admirals. Minus the like Suru and Gart.
Just all Vice Admirals?
Yeah, all the other Vice Admirals. I feel like they're just about the same strength.
My honorable mentions this year, like the people that were just like right at the bottom of my list. So after my 50, I had like 5 people all around the same, like, well, they weren't they? It was Inu, Neku, Momosagi, Chatten, and Killer. Right? The Vice Admirals being around here, but based on what I'm seeing from your list so far, I definitely have the Vice Admirals over who you've listed so far. I find it really interesting though, because it's like, I feel like the Vice Admirals sort of split into three sub-tiers, where you've got like Vice Admirals, Base Commander Vice Admirals, and then like Admiral Candidate Vice Admirals. If that makes sense.
Right.
But the fact that Vice Admirals are even making it onto the list kind of has me happy, because I know they've been getting a heap of disrespect in recent years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh crap, that's back to me now. Above Smooth Thick, I have one of the best gals in all of One Piece. Right? Fear her, dread her, run from her. She'll grab you by the balls all the same. I got Ivankov.
Well played. You tricked us with that one. I thought you were putting down Robin.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna say Robin.
Now,
the second you mentioned balls.
I always am like, okay. It does my head in that Ivankov technically holds a rank higher than Kuma. Kuma just has a better showcasing and a better fruit in every instance we see him. But Kuma still looks up to Ivankov. So I'm like, I like, every narrative indicator is telling me Ivankov is over Kuma. Every feat is saying the opposite.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like,
I mean, it's more so like a brother relationship, if anything, where I see Ivankov as just the older brother. Where, not necessarily that he's stronger, but he definitely has a more leadership attitude.
Ivankov is on that kid treatment. Technically has feats that puts him there.
Mm-hmm.
Hella, and I mean hella disrespected though. Right? Like, the fact that Ivankov survived Magellan. The fact that Ivankov survived Akainu. 2 massive feats. Two very massive feats. Ivankov being out here, the Galaxy Wink, that is impressive. The fact that Ivankov can change his own bodily autonomy to be his prime self at any moment, also amazing. The fact that he can change anyone else's bodily autonomy to make them less than their prime, also really underrated. Ivankov has an all-round, like, crazy skill set. The only problem is he's the only one of the senseis in One Piece that I'm like, I honestly could see his student having already surpassed him. So, look, I think it's impressive that he's made it over even the likes of Lucky Roo, Jozu, Smoothie, especially because he's being saved for the final war. The Revolutionaries have been getting some filthy good showcasings lately. He's technically the number 3 of the Revs at the moment after Dragon and Sabo. I need Haki from him. You know what I mean? Like, he was at God Valley. Just show me Haki. Ivankov, show me Haki. Like, if Dragon, Sabo, and maybe Kuma have advanced armament, Ivankov. If Ivankov has advanced armament, think about how terrifying advanced armament would be with those sharp-ass nails. That's some Rob Lucci shit there. I'm ranting, though. I'm ranting. Eggs, who is your number 44?
My number 44 is Ivankov.
Let's go! Let's go. I'm gonna laugh if Ivankov wasn't on your list, but I've just won you over.
Nah. I'm with the Ivankov love.
Look, again, doesn't get enough love. Technically has some great feats. Being saved for the latter half of the story is actually kind of a badass and really funny. Right? Kuma, your number 44.
My number 44. I mean, I feel bad to put her here as well, but mine is Smoothie.
I thought you were about to say Ivankov. I was about to do like a backflip or something. Not that I can do a backflip.
No, unfortunately not. Because in terms of rank and what's supposed to be a feat is that she is rated higher than Perospero, but I can't bring myself to bring her any higher than the 40s.
Okay, I'm curious about the Smoothie and Perospero though being over Burgess.
Now, again, that's only because I haven't seen what Burgess can do now with his new Devil Fruit powers.
Okay.
And we didn't get to see him show off his full potential either in what is it? What am I thinking of? Why am I drawing a blank? What was Doflamingo's arc?
Dressrosa.
Yeah, Dressrosa. We didn't get to see him show his full potential because he got dealt on with pretty early and he was pretty heavily injured and couldn't really operate at full power. So, again, I'm holding off on Burgess. He's definitely probably by the time that like next year rolls around, he'll definitely be way higher than these guys. But from where he is and what I've seen from him and what I've read, I have to put him down here right now.
Okay.
I'm trying really hard not to hypothesize for the future when I was making this because like
it's like a freeze frame of the minute. I get that.
Yeah, I have to keep that. Otherwise, I'd be probably putting some people where they definitely wouldn't belong. It's kind of like the issue that I ran into during my last list where I started putting in guys like Caesar, Clown, and everything like that because I was having too much fun theorizing what they could do instead of what they've actually done.
That's fair. Although, mind you, Caesar's a rabbit hole. There are too many characters that it's just like, if you just got basic observation or basic armor and haki, you're fucking rewriting my entire list, you little shit.
Yep.
Alright. Young, you're number 44.
Alright. For number 44, I have Haruden, Sai, and Don Chinjo.
Ooh.
I don't know. I just like the Dressrosa hype for that.
I don't dislike it. Um,
I feel like Sai and Don Chinjiao are pretty much equal. Not. I mean, of course, Sai is like a bit stronger, but they're basically equal in my eyes, anyways.
I'm not gonna lie. I like the Hydrogen Love. Um, I'll be curious later on because I'll rescan back over it later on when we get a few more people. I'll be curious to see if Hydrogen is the strongest giant though on your list. That'll be interesting. All right. I hope everyone's ready. Eggs is probably about to sigh in exasperation for this. Above, above Ivankov, I have an easily forgotten but also easily overhyped character. Um,
Oh.
they're here on 100% BS hacks. Even without anything more, ladies and gentlemen, I gotta put it to Enaru/NL. This man is out here for like a 5 to 10 kilometer radius, one-shotting people from distance, right? He can sense anything that's happening nearby. Electricity in One Piece, unless you're Brook or Luffy, is a type of Duraneg. So he's able to technically hurt Seraphim and stuff like that, right? And even if someone survives one bolt of lightning, are they going to survive 100? 200? Like, if this man just is
Right.
like from, like, you got to think how far 5 to 10 kilometers is. Right? If you're slowly trying to get to this man, he's just going to be going, pew, 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 just blowing you up. Right? So, I feel like I should hand the torch over. Eggs, who is your number 43?
My number 43 is Morley.
Ooh.
I'm still hyping Morley.
That's a good one.
I do rock with Morley. With the okay, the problem is with the limitations of the push fruit. The only thing I'm waiting to see is if it can push energy.
Yeah.
Like,
could you imagine like Morley doing like a little Kuma kind of sphere ball thing?
well, dude, imagine like a ball of fire or a bolt of lightning comes at Morley, and he stabs it with the pitchfork, and whips it around and throws it back. That would be some ridiculous shit.
Yeah.
So I have to go. I respect that. I am surprised that Ivankov is under Morley though. Is that just because of the
Yeah.
Doflamingo background?
Literally, it's just because of that hype, yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, I don't know. I could take it or leave it.
I'm not gonna lie. If I had
I just kind of feel like, I could see Morley doing more against a really strong opponent, where I could see Ivankov like death winking everyone into non-existence. But once someone can tank a death wink, you
they're
know,
fine. They're fine.
it's that thing, yeah. It's kind of like a Pooh's strength. It's like, yeah, I mean, he just absolutely annihilates everyone by just blowing everybody up with sound. But then, what if you can just tank the sound? It's kind of like with the Gorosei as well. Like, he could technically, like, one-shot, like, most people. But, like, then Luffy just goes, ow, that hurt, and keeps fighting. So, yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. If I had, if you put a point and click to the back of my head, and told me you had to gas a revolutionary commander right now, it ain't gonna be Morley. I'm gonna be behind that Karasu hype. My man out here with the Plague Doctor style. I love Morley though. Morley's amazing.
It's cool, but didn't Karasu have, like, the lowest bounty of them all or something?
Second lowest. He had a 400 mil.
Yeah, okay.
But
I mean, I love the Karasu. I think he's lit, but, yeah.
look, I could gas Karasu for a while. We saw this man pre-time skip in 2 different blues with his crows. The man.
Yeah, so that's the thing. It's like I think Karasu is like really cool, But in terms of like raw strength with One Piece, it literally just seems to be like, can you destroy a mountain with a punch? And like, unless Karasu is gonna start showing hockey feats, I'm gonna say that his crows aren't gonna be able to blow up
See,
mountains with a peck. You know what I'm
I
saying?
no no the worst part is I like 100% agree with you because it's like his based on like you know how certain Logias have like a damaging effect to the environment.
Hmm.
He has a damaging effect to organic life. It does fuck all to the environment.
Yeah.
So I'm like, eh, eh. I'm split on him. All right, Kuma number 43.
My number 43 after Smoothie. Oh, it pains me to put him here, but I have to. I put down Jack.
I'm surprised this man made it onto the list 100%.
Again, Jack, I mean, in terms of reputation and feats following up before he got absolutely smacked down, I mean, he still looks better on paper than Smoothie. Granted, again, Jesus Burgess would definitely own all these guys, given if I give him more time and when I see more of Jesus Burgess. But I put Jack here as more so like, kind of like I guess the benchmark of everybody like below 42 and below.
Glitter's just come up with the best comment I've seen in a minute. Jack lied on his resume and still got the job.
Yep.
This
Because
man.
again, on paper he's a half fish man, so that's assuming that he's like already 5 times stronger than an average human. Plus, he's got an ancient devil fruit, so he's already got a headstrong advantage over most Zoans. But and it was shown he was able to fight day and night against 2 of the highest minks. But after that, everything just started straight up going downhill. You could say that Jack was literally drying up on his potential.
Fair. Look, to me, Jack is just like he's the one kid that only passed the class because of showing up to class. The participation was all that mattered. Yeah, participation is all that mattered there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I love how he's got the sternest look. He seems like he's always perplexedly thinking some profound thing, and then all that's happening is really he's just got that constipated look while he's like, "I'm way out of my league. I gotta fight, but I ain't gonna win." Young, you're number 43.
My number 43. I have Cavendish and Hakuba, mainly because they were shown to be OP in Dressrosa, bro.
I second that. Cavendish is super underrated, and honestly, in a bit of a hindsight moment at the moment while I'm thinking about it, I'd probably have Cavendish over Killer. I think Killer's physically stronger, but Cavendish's speed, I honestly think Cavendish would put Killer out of commission at the moment from what we've seen of Killer.
Yeah, I think Cavendish would take it.
Cavendish is he's an unsung hero, right? He's an unsung hero.
Mm-hmm.
Coming in.
Give me 1 second, guys. Just gonna take a quick leak.
Honestly, after this round of characters, I'm gonna do the same. Just a super speedy P run. Coming in at number 42, above the likes of Ivankov and Enel, I have some people's favorite villain in One Piece, Doflamingo. I have the bird boy himself. Right? My reasoning for having him here is the boy could control Jozu, so he's over Jozu. Honestly, if I were to put like an unfrozen bounty on Dofi, he'd probably be at like 1 bill flat.
Right.
He may not be the strongest, but he's got really ridiculous versatility. Right? So it's like, Cracker would be over him in terms of physical strength, but my man Dofi out here going like, I'll just take control of other people. You know what I mean?
That and him having an awakened Zoan is kind of crack when it comes to like battlefield advantage.
Yep.
Because he literally the entire battlefield is his.
I'm back.
It gives him an advantage.
I I think the thing about Dofi, right, that I think like is the most important thing about him with Dofi, it's a matter of he he's kind of like the Joker from DC, right? He's not the hardest hitter, but that sassy little bitch is gonna fucking get to you sooner or later. And when he does, he's a nefarious little prick. Like, just on shit, like, the way he was manipulating stuff behind the scenes, amazing. But in terms of the fighting combat, like, it's not like Gear 4 one-shotting. Right? He could hang with Gear 4 for a little... Like, he had a half an hour fight with Gear 4. Right? And then he got one shot by, like, a final big-ass punch from Luffy. Like, from Luffy. Right? He ain't terrible. He ain't terrible. But the thing that scares me the most with him is the combination of the birdcage, which in chapter 745 cuts radio signals, and the fact that he can parasite people. And mind you, right, there could be... He caught Jozu in the parasite, right? But he didn't control Jozu. He just froze him. If he shows the ability to control someone of Jozu's level, if he's able to hit them with the parasite, that's fucking ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
That's some next level stuff. I'm gonna go for a quick pee break, but just before I go, I'll put Eggs on blast. Eggs, what's your number 42?
Oh, my number 42 is Magellan.
I like that one.
Okay.
I like that he made it on the list. I'll be back in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, I just reread Impel Down. I like that you have Magellan on the list.
Yeah, do you not have him on?
No, I forgot to put him on.
Ooh, okay. What about you, Kuma? Do you have him on?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What do you think about the placement?
I genuinely like Magellan. Again, he's one of those characters where a lot of people would dismiss him because he is technically kind of like a one-shot appearance, right? But
Right.
I think that just makes him more impressive in the sense that he was able to get as far as he did without the need of God. My brain is breaking on me right now.
Are we over the Magellan talk?
No, we are not.
Wait.
I was trying to formulate a proper sentence. No, so my thing with Magellan, right, is like because he was the point that he was introduced, and the point that he actually has no losses, technically, right? He's one of the few people post time skip who came out without any L's.
Right.
Yeah.
So that to me is already foretelling that he's already like way farther on in terms of like the storytelling and the echelon, because I really do enjoy the idea of Luffy having opponents that he never really had to lose to, per se, you know?
Yeah.
It's crazy how Magellan was able to like scare the level 6 Impel Down prisoners, especially since we know like the weakest prisoner that I'd say we know was in level 6 was Crocodile,
Mm-hmm.
and he's honestly not that weak. So like the fact he's able to scare the level 6 prisoners is kind of crazy.
I think a lot of people also have like a bit of a false memory for Magellan, because a lot of people tend to think that Luffy beat him or hurt him, right? Luffy got one jet bazooka off on him, hit him in the stomach, and yes, it dropped him to his knee, but he also didn't expect anyone to try and hit him through the poison that he had around him. So it was one of those things where he got winded from an attack he didn't expect coming. But then later on, like a lot of people forget this, would you all like we all agree that a gear 3 attack's stronger than a gear 2 attack pre-time skip, right?
Yeah.
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 In terms of raw physical strength, yeah.
Like a lot of people forget that Luffy was getting Mr. Three's wax coated around him and using gear 3 to try and punch Magellan, and Magellan was just eating them to the face and walking through like nothing happened. Like literally unfazed, like he was Cell, right? And I think a lot of people forget that because it's like Mr. Three's wax is as strong as steel, so it's like Luffy's just gotten a steel knuckle duster put on his gear 3 and punch this man and had no effect when he's on guard. So I'm looking at it going like, people have a warped sense of perspective on like how durable he is, and like chat's saying with inverted Y, right? He one shot the whole Blackbeard pirates. So it's like he's one of those people that it's like, again, his devil fruit carries him really hard, but the fact that his devil fruit carries him really hard, it's like most Haki doesn't even defend against it. Like you would need a full body emission to not be hit by that poison.
We don't even know if he even uses Haki too.
And I mean,
like, he never had to use it.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I actually lean on the idea that he probably does have Haki and had it pre-time skip, but we didn't see him use it because Magellan. Shiryu had it. So, and like we know most of the Impel Down members had Haki. So it's kind of like, what, like, if Haki was the only way to get around his ability, why put him in charge of a bunch of Haki users?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
So, like, I definitely, I think having Magellan on the list makes a hell of a lot of sense. I have him a little bit higher, but yeah, no, I love the placement.
No, also from a lore perspective too, Magellan was one of the only people who could actually keep Shiryu in line, and that's saying something.
I mean, especially when like we see Shiryu now, like the whole keep Shiryu in line thing. Like, you could make an argument that, like, Shiryu is not even kept in line in the Blackbeard Pirates. Like, weirdly enough, every time we see the crew, he's off on his own, like a loner in the corner. Now, that could be just because he's watching the situation, or, like, maybe because he doesn't really associate with anyone in the crew. Like, or it could be, like, maybe in his own way, he's plotting some nefarious double-cross shit. But whatever it is, this man Magellan had this man going, yes, sir, sorry, sir. Anything you say, sir. I'll walk in this prison cell myself, sir. I won't fight you back. And I mean, like, look, Magellan ain't no Garp, but, like, we saw how Shiryu was fighting Garp. He was getting slammed, but he wasn't, like, being one-shot. So, gotta give some love there.
We also don't know if Shiryu has a great sword or not, or anything like that.
Actually, we do. Well, it's a name. It's a name sword. His sword's name is Ryu, or Dragon.
Oh, okay.
It's Dragon Lightning, or something like that. Kuma, you're number 42.
My number 42 is Apu.
Mr. Chicka check your route.
Now, rereading Wano, it's actually pretty impressive. Apu actually pulled off like a lot of stuff. That's why I'm so disappointed that the anime didn't capture Apu's actual genuine danger. Because, like, he was able to take both a clobbering from Drake. He was able to take a pretty malevolent slice from Zoro. And he was actually one of the, like, it was kind of like an eye-opener too, seeing him actually being able to attack Luffy and genuinely, like, put him out for, like, a quick second. Granted, people can rant and rave and say, oh, you know, but he didn't take Luffy down. Almost nobody took Luffy down. But the fact that Apu was able to actually, like, genuinely deal a very powerful blow against both Luffy and Zoro, like, that's still an impressive feat. Again, tricksters in One Piece I don't think are as appreciated as they should be. Because most people, again, everybody loves watching a full-out, straight-on brawl. But for guys like Apu, who's gotten to where he is, mainly through, like, trickery and, like, cunning alone, I mean, that deserves respect. And again, Apu's not a bad combatant. It's just once you figure out his trick, you're still in trouble because unless you're somebody like Sanji, how are you gonna fight with your hands constantly over your ears?
I'm gonna be so for real with this, right? I see so many people gas up King for tanking a Lion song,
Mm-hmm.
right? But the
I
same
know, right?
the same Zora that did that Lion song on King and cut through King's mask and made King bleed a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
Apu took off guard from the back and got up and kept fighting.
Yes, sir.
Like, Apu took an off guard finishing move from Zoro, got up, got off guarded again, and like literally eaten by an Allosaurus, and then proceeded to break his way out and go, alright, I ain't fucking playing anymore.
And then he went on to fight CP0.
Like, Apu, the worst part is, Apu was one of my most hated Supernova back in the day.
Oh, 100%.
My two most disliked
definitely.
Supernova were Capone and Apu. Right?
Mm-hmm.
The way I fucking stand behind Apu now, and the fact that I may even happen to say the name Apu, right? This man took a shit on the community. And he did so with glee. Not to mention, he deserves a spot on this list alone for just the opening theme song he had going for Onigashima.
The rap song.
Oh, dude. The way they animated that in the anime, ooh,
That went off.
So cool.
that was so hard. It was so amazing.
Young, what is your number 42?
So for my number 42, I have Heroes, but I wanna change it to Magellan.
Hero.
'Cause I feel like Magellan deserves a spot on the list,
Honestly,
and I don't have him on my list.
I will say the Kiros left field as anything, but I will say, I could see an argument for Kiros being over Kobe. Considering Kobe was like, oh
Wow.
my god, this guy was super strong.
Well,
Yeah,
I knew that would upset Eggs there. It got him vocal. For a second. All right. From 41 till 30, I think we'll give two at a time. The reason for that for me is because these next two people are literally side by side for me. Right? I don't like picking sides, but I already have. Number 41, I have the Red Ogre Broggy. At number 40, I have the Blue Ogre Dory. And as honorable mentions,
What did you just say, Eggs?
as honorable mentions for this tier here, I also have, because we don't know if they're alive or not, Cracker and Queen.
No, I'm pretty sure Cracker's still alive.
The man got frozen solid. I ain't holding
Hey,
my breath.
Everybody's getting frozen solid nowadays. One Piece is very strange ice physics.
The reason why I don't have them any higher, which is probably why Egg sounded a little upset with me. Their best feat, super impressive. Like the Ikuku Sovereignty, the Hokaku Sovereignty, right? That shit is amazing. And personally, I kind of think it's actually a form of Advanced Conqueror's Haki in a slash, right?
definitely.
The problem I have is we've seen what it takes to take them down in the past. Although it's fatigued from a 100-year duel, you know, they don't have super good, like, internal durability, right? And we're getting at the point now where these characters are going to be having, like, advanced Hakis or different types of hacks. So I'm like, I think they're probably higher than people above them for their AP and their physical strength, but I don't think they necessarily go up any higher because I don't necessarily think they've got the speed for it and the health for it, if that makes sense. They're not glass cannons, but they're sort of halfway in between. if that makes sense. Eggs, do you want to give me your 41 and 40?
My 41 is Crocodile. 40 is Jinbei.
Is this
I like it.
Is
I
this
like it.
solely because of the water matchup?
I think Jinbei overall is a bit better, but I can confidently put him there because of the water matchup. I think so. The thing is that I think we've always thought of Croc as being a good amount worse than Jinbei. Honestly, it's because he was put in so early in the series. But Jinbei was always kind of like heralded as like one of the higher up of the seven warlords, and I don't think I can hype Croc that much just because of his bounty, and put him over Jinbei just because of that.
Okay.
We haven't seen Croc do enough yet. We've just seen
Look,
his bounty.
I understand that, and I respect you having like the emotional conviction to be like, look, I'm going for the feats over the quote unquote hype at the moment. The only problem I have with it is like they both got a bounty at the same time. One was 1.1, one was 1.8. Sorry, 1.1, 1.9. So I'm like, I feel like Croc is coming out in furious opposition at the minute. And, like, the thing that I'm scared of is in his very minimal introduction in the Cross Guild, we saw that he's able to use his sands like Dofi's Awakening, where he's, like, got tendrils that aren't connected to him, stabbing people and draining them of moisture. So I'm, like, thinking about that, and I'm like, Doflamingo had crazy good crowd control because of that ability. Croc's already showing it, plus it's also a one-shot KO. Seems pretty ridiculous. But I will respect Jinbei over Croc. Not just because of the matchup, but because we've actually, like... Jinbei does get really underrated at times. And I know I'm guilty of underrating Jinbei, right? This man took a punch from Akainu and, like, actually blocked it. And then took an off-guard punch from Akainu and, like, tanked through it.
Granted, he was on the floor begging for his life at that point.
Growling for his life. More like it.
Yep.
Okay. Kuma, you're number 41 and 40.
Okay, my number 41 and 40. I also have Who's Who and then Croc. 41 is Who's Who and then 40.
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting you have Who's Who that high. I like Croc though. I like the placement of Croc.
No, fair enough. Like again, this is where I was kind of debating it. Like Who's Who was kind of like my threshold, right? Like this is where this guy like pretty much like gatekeeped everybody else on the lower part.
Do you know what's weird?
Right.
This might sound really random, right? I mean, first things first, we're gonna find out pretty quick because since the cover page is like starting off at Onigashima, I'm assuming we're gonna see the remaining Topyoropo.
Yep.
Right. Is it weird for me to say I felt like Who's Who was dead?
No. Granted, Jinbei's always
No.
been a lot more rough.
Like I unironically thought that like brain damage punch killed him. Maybe I'm just like overestimating it though. Like honestly, I have no reason to believe that because it was just like yes, it was a Fishman karate punch, but it was just like a punch to the face. I don't know why. When I was making my list, I was just like, oh, I think Who's Who's dead.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, again, my list is just it's just rough because I like when I was making my list, it was a mix of like trying to add on feats while also trying to balance reputations. That's all.
Fair.
But no, I definitely see why you guys think that Who's Who was a little too high. Even now, as we were going through the list, even me, I think I did put him a little too high. But again, no, the people who I have as 40 and up, like Yeah, they definitely beat Who's Who, in my opinion.
Okay, fair. Young, 41 and 40.
Alright. For my 41 and 40, I have Kyros and Kaku.
Um.
Gross.
All right.
Really?
Hang on. You got Kiros over Magellan.
Oh.
That is entertaining to me. Alright, hang on. I'll be back in 1 second. Ooh,
Interesting.
knocking over stuff everywhere.
Purely for the agenda, mainly.
Mhm.
But,
Mhm.
yeah, I think he's, like, pretty strong, especially since he was able to beat Diamante. And
And he was
Diamante's
able to do
devil
it while he
fruit,
was a
like,
cripple.
yeah, with one
Well, I
leg.
mean, again, nothing against crippled people. I'm just saying, he did it with one leg. No. You got to be careful with what you say now on the internet, man. Some people will get you over the smallest things.
Right.
I'm not saying you guys are a part of that crowd. I'm just saying it. Just in general. Don't sue me.
Covers his bases again.
I pretty much gotta say that, yeah.
And then, yeah, Kagu, I don't know. I think he has to be strong enough for like the world government to decide to send him as one of the people that are sent to like Egghead.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
'Cause,
Like, yeah, no. Kaku's
uh,
always had that kind of like second in command vibes, honestly. Especially like ever
yeah,
since he was pitted against Zoro, like I knew people like Oda's depiction of him was going to be like a close second, and it makes sense because Usopp was actually supposed to be the second in command as well, right? Or is my lore completely?
Alright,
Am I
Roo.
Am I
I'm
fudging
back.
up some
Don't
much
judge me.
needed One Piece lore?
Alright, what did I miss?
I was gonna say Zoro's second in command in Usopp's just a sniper. Is that what you mean?
No, because like it was a joke, right? Because Usopp was supposed to actually be like the second in command, but that job got taken up by Zoro.
Oh, you're talking about the vice captain thing.
Oh yeah, vice captain. There we go. Not second in command.
Oh,
Terms.
yeah.
Terms.
Alright. 39, 38. I have them in a similar order to you, Eggs. But there's a big jump in between them. My number 39, I have Yasop.
Hey.
Oh.
And edging out Yasop on some petty shit, I have...
On some petty shit. I just like how you had to put it that way.
He's telling it like it is.
I have Magellan.
Hey.
Venom Demon, super underrated. Like, now that we know about awakenings, if that's not an awakening, think about how scary it is if he can just turn anything around you poison. But, like, if it is or isn't an awakening, it doesn't matter. If he touches a surface, it'll eventually become poison that can contact with you, infect you, and you can't get it off. That is ridiculous for like a combat standpoint. Not to mention,
Just like an old pasta stain.
not to mention, he's like a liquid, a solid, and gas form of poison. Magellan,
He assaults all 5 of your senses.
yeah, he's unironically bullying people, you know, on some straight petty shit. Like I said, he's coming in here petty. The people under him, I'm like, my mindset is they're all really strong and probably stronger than him physically, but I don't think any of them have a way to get around just the sheer scope of ability. So like Magellan's kind of like Marco, right? he bullies a tier, and it's like you either completely clean past him, or you've just got no shot in hell of getting past him. You know
Yep,
what I mean?
That's fair.
Right.
Eggs, who you got for 39 and 38?
39 is Dofi. 38 is NL.
I'm so surprised that I've convinced you on the NL hype.
Dude, I've always been on the NL hype. I just held back because I didn't want to get into the hype.
Can we have a cut reel? Can we actually prove that that's true?
Oh, I'm gonna pull up last year's stream. Don't worry. I'll
You're gonna watch all 7 hours of it?
yeah.
Wait, didn't you put? I remember you putting NL like stupid high though last one.
I put him around the
Define
No.
stupid.
No. I have my last year's. I had NL at 36 last year.
Supernova's tier list.
I had NL last year, 2 above you right now.
Okay.
Stupid high is 2 above you. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, you know what? I don't take it back.
Uh-oh.
Fair play.
The thing with the tier lists is that it's like the way that we do them changes every year. So
Yeah,
like the positions
100%.
aren't really the positions, you know what I mean? So like the people above it and below it could still be relatively similar.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, like the reason we do the whole 50, because I know a lot of other people just do top 30. It's like I feel like the top 30 are the same people every time, with no
True.
like the same people every time, with like you're either like column A, column B, or column C with how you view things on some petty shit. Like you either think
Yeah.
Blackbeard's the strongest, Akainu's the strongest, or Im's the strongest. You either think
Really, when you
Mihawk or
start showing them like those tier things as well, like when you have A, B, C tier, it's like usually just the same crop of people every time.
Mm-hmm. Which is why I like to spread it out a bit more, so you can talk a little bit more about like the intricacies in it. Where it's like I feel like at 50, you're still cutting off a fair few people, but a few more people make it on the list, and there can be like, yo, Kiros made it on the list? Damn. Explain that. You know what I mean? It had some
I mean, like,
enjoyment.
even now, even our lists, to be fair,
Right.
when you look at these guys, any of them can still swap places. Like nothing here is set in stone.
Exactly.
Right? Because like people could like I could debate every day of why like Apu loses to like Jesus Burgess, or like why Gecko Moria does better than a Who's Who, right? So yeah, it's not really the rules that we put ourselves was just mainly for the peace of mind, so that we wouldn't actually have to think that much harder, honestly.
And it also makes it a bit more consistent, so we're like all sort of
Yes.
scaling on the same thing instead of like.
Mhm.
Like,
Definitely.
because I know that in previous years we've gone through the ruling of like Seraphim, Gorosei take one spot.
Yeah.
But it's like now you can kind of get a little cheeky with how you talk about it. You know what I mean? Get a little bit more intricate in it. I like it. Kuma, 39 and 38.
39 and 38. It's actually
You will be judged harshly.
I actually have Enel and then Dofi.
Oh, the one person that put NL under Dofi.
Yes.
Alright, I want to hear your reasoning for this.
Okay, now, when like this came to me like as a really hard pick, because I often swayed back from like 60-40 to like 55-45. The only reason why I give the edge to Dofi is in terms of it literally didn't go down to like the combat power and like the devil fruit essentially, because like Dofi is both awakened and also like his overall motivations. This is something that I also had to actually include a lot from a lot of my characters as well, because the importance of willpower in One Piece is so prominent that for a guy like NL, like he only wanted to like rule in a sense, where Doflamingo's whole agenda was revenge, and that revenge has spurred him on to so many different kind of like intricacies and has gotten him so much higher up in the world, where I would consider Dofi as a bigger threat than NL, in the sense that on like a grand scheme of things, once Dofi gets like Dofi isn't content with where he's at, right? As opposed to Enel, where once he was ruling Skypiea, he was essentially a-okay until he's gone crazy with that verse stuff.
Look,
Right.
it's respectable. I find it funny how all of us have got Dofi and Enel neck and neck though. So far.
Yeah.
Right? It's like literally Enel Dofi, Dofi Enel, Dofi Enel. It's all of us are like these two characters are the fucking same person.
Yeah. It's
So
just like as of now, Dofi has so much more to prove, I guess. That's why I consider him like again, I know I said that I wasn't gonna try to look at theories and everything like that, but when I was trying to compare these guys, I had to think about like where their motivations lied and how far would that have taken them in their pursuit for power. Because right now Ellen's just chilling on the moon, content with like controlling over moon robots, and that to me already tells me like, because again, Enel could have continued the fight against Luffy, but he quit.
I mean,
Right?
look, I don't know if the Straw Hats are ever going to the moon, but I feel like Enel's coming back into the story in some way, shape, or form. At
No,
some
man,
point.
Uruj is gonna go up there and see Enel and say
100%.
what's up.
So, the thing is, Enel doesn't actually have a clean loss against him in the story,
Exactly.
which is kind of
Right.
wild to me.
Yeah, which is why like I definitely have him in like again. I told you since that Croc was like my moniker. That's why like this is my huge cutoff for 40 and above.
It.
Again, these two can be interchangeable at all times, but as of right now, I'm just leaning more so towards Dofi because he clearly has the better motivation to get stronger.
Yeah. Okay. Fair point. Fair point.
Yay!
Young, you're
Yeah, 'cause I was
39
running out of ideas
and
before my
38.
point.
Look, Dofi,
Alright.
Dofi and Enel are so
Oh
neck
my-
and neck that it's like one of those things that it's just like, look, it.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
I love how
I like-
everyone's in
I like how we're
consensus.
kind of like all kind of unified on this kind of shindig.
They are the same.
Yeah, but I think Dofi would edge out though. But for my 39, I have Beppo, and for my 38, I have Momonosuke.
I'm not even
There's
gonna lie.
Momonosuke on their list. I'm not alone.
I ain't gonna lie. I got Bonnie going gear 5 and squeezing Momo. I got Bonnie going distorted future, Sulong Mink, and ragdolling Beppo.
Too long, distorted future.
Beppo out here.
Wait, what?
Beppo's out here like a dollar store junkie, going up the chopper. I'll do anything for a fix, man. I just need a rumble ball. Please, I'll take 3 to go.
Little do you know that Chopper actually still has connections with Caesar Clown, and they're doing like a side drug deal.
Oh, honestly, this might sound stupid, but it'd be funny if the series ends and like the Straw Hats go their separate ways, and Chopper ends up becoming like a drug lord, where he just sells he just sells rumble balls to minks and zones all around the world, and he just like he becomes an unironic one of the new emperors because of that.
Oh, could you imagine? No, could you imagine Chopper's new product? He's gonna call it the Rumble Rocco. Because that's what Caesar Clown did for the cleansing at what was it? At the Mink Village, right? He called it Koro Rocco. So instead of that, it's gonna be Rumble Rocco.
Rumble Rocco, gotta love it. Whew. All right, so. Oh crap! It's back to me.
Yeah.
38. Alright, I need... Yeah, something... Ooh. Alright, after all that talk before, this is going to be some pettiness here.
Bring it.
I have Jesus Burgess.
Okay. Okay.
And then one spot above Burgess, I have Shiryu.
Oh.
The reason why, ooh, the reason why I spelled that like do you ever spell something and then
Oh, actually, hold on. While we're talking about spelling, I really needed to point this out. You spell Black Maria as Black Moria.
thank you.
I'm sorry. My inner writer wanted to tell me to tell you.
No,
when to
no,
finish
do that,
talking,
do
but
that, because I like unconscious type. So it's almost like autofill, you know what I mean?
Yep.
And I don't notice it until I look back at it and I go, something's wrong with that.
No, to be fair, I did mention Moria a while ago, so I don't blame you for writing that down.
Hmm. Hmm. The reason why I have Shiryu over Burgess, even though I was like talking all that smack before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is just because Shiryu has shown Haki. Haki's strong enough to stab Garb.
no, it's an A after the M. It's still Moria.
Oh, sorry. Yep, I get you. Black Maria. Wait, does it have the H? I feel like it has the H.
No, I don't think it has the H.
Do you know what? That's actually going to annoy me now.
That's gonna be a translation issue. But I'm fairly certain that it's Black Maria.
Yeah, it is. Alright,
Yay!
sweet. Oh, see, this is. I need the spell check from the people. The people need to. The people need to stop me from spelling like an idiot.
You say that, but it's very hard to squint at the small letters.
Yeah, fair play. Hang on 1 second. There we go. Alrighty. So, up next, we have 37 and 36 from Eggs for Brekkie.
$37 and $36.
37 and 36. Oh, also, we just got a new subscriber.
Oh, hello.
Ooh.
Not.
Did it show up on stream? I don't think it showed up on stream. I didn't get to see who that was then. Hang on.
They lost to the Vine!
Hang on. I got the only annoying thing about. Okay, it was inverted Y. Yo, inverted Y. Shout out to you. The notification did pop up. It's supposed to have the little emote for it, but I had to adjust this format last second, so I'm sorry. Ooh, hang on.
Sounds like an editing issue.
I think I just made that infinitely worse. Then I just accidentally
Yep.
closed all my tabs.
It's okay. We're paid to talk, not paid to edit.
Damn right.
This is the life of every Twitch streamer.
Everyone ignore the random pop-up stuff that you saw.
As long as it's not advertisements, we good.
It was just stupid Norton stuff.
Oh, Norton. Do we play the ad now?
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, Norton, give me money. Give me. It's a sponsorship. I swear.
Mm-hmm.
All right, no, okay, I'm back there. I don't know what I did to close everything down like an idiot. Number 37.
My number 37, going along the trend, is Burgess.
Ooh.
Wow. Okay.
I like that we have I like that we get the similar vibes going, even though we also come to the polar opposites. Alright, your number 36.
My number 36 is Sanji.
Oh!
Oh!
The first Straw Hat has arrived.
Ooh! I mean, apart from Frankie.
Oh, yeah.
Clearly Frankie's above
Yeah,
Sanji.
right.
Time to change the stream name to the Petty Top 50. Like it.
Petty top 50.
Yeah.
Why? We're not petty here.
Just call it
We're
Petty.
just people with very strong opinions.
Just call it Petty
I'm a little
Talks. Yeah. I'm not petty yet. Once we get to the top 15, that's when I become petty.
No.
Yeah, I'm
Once we pass that 15 bridge, it's all gonna make sense.
Ooh, big talk. Big talk coming from Jack. Coming from Barter. Nah, I'm being a smart ass now. Kuma.
Bring it.
Kuma, you're number 37.
Okay, my number 37 is Inuarashi and Nekomamushi.
As 37 and 36, or just as one?
No, sorry, as 37 and 36.
I decided to separate this time because I low-key needed some filler space.
Fair enough.
No, it's just, again, these guys in base form,
They still perform pretty decently, honest to God.
granted, like,
Because I just can't imagine, like, let's say, like, them going Sulong and then any of the guys below them actually, like, having an easy time.
I ain't gonna lie.
That's as far as I'm going.
I got Dofi and El Croc smacking them. I'm not gonna lie.
That is totally fair, 100%.
Even in Sulong, I see it as like a mid to high diff smacking.
Mhm.
But
they were also able to damage Kaido, though.
do I have Dofi ever being able to do anything to hurt Kaido? Probably not.
Exactly.
They win in AP, but like I got Enel and Croc hurting Kaido. I genuinely have Eneru and Crocodile hurting Kaido.
Like, heck, I can imagine Eneru hurting Kaido before Doflamingo does, in all honesty.
Yeah. Okay, fair point.
Yes.
All right. Young, 37 and 36.
Alright. For my 37, I have Oimo and Kashi, mainly because I just reread Water 7, and there really wasn't any. There wasn't really any good feats for them in Water 7, but there really also wasn't any, like, bad feats for them. Like, the only time they really get hurt is when they get tricked into, like, hitting each other. So there's really no counter feats or anything for them in Water 7. And I feel like they have to be up there, especially since they're on Egghead right now, and obviously Elbaf is going to be the next arc. So I mainly have them at 37 for the giant type, and for go ahead.
I'm gonna ask I am being petty now. You have Oimo and Kashi over Hadruden.
Yeah.
I'm asked about on that. I think
that was the most calm I've ever heard.
Yeah, nah. I got Hadruden, the prodigy, the current prodigy of the Giants, packing up Oimo and Kashi.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I
mainly have them over Haruden because, like, they were part of, like, the original giant pirate crew, and so Haruden is kind of like the off-brand, the knockoff giant pirate crew.
Oh, yo, do you know what? Do you know what I just thought that was actually kind of weird? And is either a plot hole or even more funny.
So,
What's that?
All right, so we've seen the Straw Hat Grand Fleet cover series. We meet the new giant pirates and we get to see Hadruden, and that he's in his normal time he's an axe wielder, right?
yeah.
Right.
there was a weight limit for
Oh.
the art, like for your equipment in Dressrosa. For the Colosseum.
Maybe they do it based off of size.
Did he have to go and fight bare hand because he wasn't allowed to have a weapon because of the weight?
That would be interesting.
Because remember, Luffy came in all decked out in armor and was told you had to take it all off.
True.
Because if all his feats are just him boxing, and he's meant to be like a swordsman sort of thing.
Even his normal weapon actually was just a gloved gauntlet with a shield strapped on the front.
Like, that may have been the only thing that came in underweight that he could use.
Yeah.
Like, literally just, like, taping a shield to his fist. That...
Right.
That's interesting. I might have to look back into that later. Oakley dokley. We're getting into the mid-30s now. Is everyone getting excited?
This is the calm before the storm, man. I'm surprised we actually have a Sanji below the 35 mark.
Ooh, really? Why does that feel like you have him at 35 then? Wait, I feel like I've missed someone.
Wait, what? No, I didn't say Sanji was at my 35. I just said that we have Sanji below the 35 mark.
Hang on.
Oh, I think I forgot to give my number 36.
You got Oimo and Kashi?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was 37.
Oh, okay.
Oh, whoops. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah,
they were
I
supposed to be
had
on the
it
same
set up.
bracket, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I see.
36?
For 36, I have the scabbards.
Okay.
Just all of them. Because I figured they're like all about the same strength.
Foxfire to Kinemon.
I'm gonna lie. Neku, Inu, and Ashura Doji stand out above the rest to me pretty significantly, with arguably Kinemon pushing in that same tier. It's weird, right? Because Kinemon's supposed to be the leader of them and the strongest of them, but then the others had 20 years to like actually just be better. So it's like,
Right, like actually trained.
yeah.
We actually got games.
So for
Honestly, even how
that depression also took a toll on them, though.
So after all that petty talk about people putting Sanji this low, right?
That was not petty. That was a very, very. What do you mean?
I
I
have
came in with no anger.
Jinbei at 35.
Okay.
And Jinbei's kissing the boots of Sanji, who just slides in over him, as of the minute.
Really?
Yeah. Sanji.
Over the top of him.
Yeah.
That's cap.
Did you not put? Oh, you don't have Jinbei. Yeah, you put Sanji over Jinbei.
I thought you said Jinbei's over Sanji.
No. Sanji over Jinbei. Sanji over Jinbei.
Okay. No, you're fine.
Bounty don't mean shit. Otherwise, if Bounty meant shit, that means Sanji would have been dragging his beanbags over Zoro through Wano. Right?
Bags.
I'm gonna be for real though. Sanji could go higher. Potentially. It's just where we get into the caveat section, right? Because Sanji right now, he's got that discount Germa exoskeleton that's like at this point in time like showing parallel durability to a Lunarian, right? But at the same point in time, he's getting taken out in a look by Saturn. So it's like, how do you have the best feats and the worst
It's kind of
feats?
unfortunate that Sanji always kind of gets the short end of the stick when it comes to showing off how strong somebody is, because I generally do see that trend where Sanji kind of gets like rolled over.
Also, we haven't had the chance to have a discussion on it yet, but we're filming this in the break of chapter 1100 and 1109. Spoilers for up until chapter 1109, right? You probably already were aware of it, but if not, you've been warned now, so save yourself with that. But yeah, on some spoiler stuff here, fuck Sanji. He is so... Like, I love him. Honestly, he's one of my favorite Straw Hats. Pre-time skip Zoro over Sanji, post-time skip Sanji over Zoro, right? In terms of, like, enjoyment for character. But holy shit, how do you say to a little girl, don't worry, I got this, and then proceed to let two different dudes impale the guy you're supposed to protect? How fucking useless. How fucking useless. As a Yonko crew, like, I know Luffy's out here with one hand on, like, Kizaru, one hand on Saturn, but bro, as a Yonko crew, as a Yonko commander, how pathetic is it? Hey, protect this guy with your life. Dude dies in 30 seconds.
Literally, basically immediately.
Like, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But Sanji has the most anti-feats out of any character in One Piece. He's got great feats, but every feat he has, there's also another feat to be like, but did he? But could he? But will he? You know, it hurts. It hurts so bad. Oh, that being said, eggs, 35, 34.
35? Katakuri.
You're scum.
34? Marco.
Okay, I can understand Marco over Cat. If I see, you better not have King on this list. You better
He's
not.
dead.
Good. As long as we're in agreement.
Hang on, did you just say you can see Marco over Cat?
Yeah,
When did that become a thing?
always.
We argued about that for like 2 hours.
No. Okay. Cat is a better fighter than Marco. I don't think Cat has anything to put Marco down. Marco bullies that threshold to me. Like, if you took Marco's fruit away, I have Cat
you guys
shitting.
Kuma,
did
do you
this
remember this?
conversation lasted 2 hours. Are you gonna take a
Kuma.
quick piss break then? Be right back.
Kuma doesn't want to get involved. Kuma's like, I'm here for the drama. Drama starts. I'm going home.
Kuma was there and we were going hard and he was like, okay guys.
No, Cat is outright a...
I'm pretty sure you're using the arguments that I was using against you just then.
No. Hear me out. Cat is a better fighter than Marco. He just doesn't necessarily get around the healing factor. Marco bullies the First Division Commander range as the number one First Division Commander for me, because it's either you absolutely shit on him or you don't. Right? The thing is though, if you took away, like, if you looked at them fighting other people, I think Katakuri can do more damage to other people easier than Marco. If that makes sense. Right? Oh,
Yeah.
we've got Glitter jumping in too. I think Glitter said though she was going to start with the top 30. Glitter, are you there?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Volume's
But
working
no,
too.
the only reason I chimed in at this point in time, even though I'm supposed to be finishing off uni work, is Nova, that is so full of shit. You went up against Egg for so long about Cat being the and with your
Was I
whole
not saying
chest
the
out
exact
on
same thing you
stream,
say right
you've
now?
just lied to everybody.
I'm
Just
gonna
try
pull
and
out the stream.
gaslight Eggs like
I'm
that.
gonna pull up last year's
No.
stream. Wait.
No.
I got my
Here for you.
I got my last year
Eggs,
list.
Eggs,
Hang
I'm
on.
here for you.
Nah.
I'm here for you. I disagree with you still, but I will come into bat that this man is gaslighting.
I was
Like-
1v3
Oh,
on
snap,
Jade's
okay,
current
Do you know what?
Corn's
Do you know
involved.
what?
Be right back after
Do
I
you-
grab some snacks.
Do you know what?
You know what?
I had Marco.
Cat, no, shut up. I still believe Cat over Marco, right? But the thing about it is, at least stick to your quota.
Okay.
Do not sit there on stream and lie
No,
and
no.
gaslight poor Eggs, who was fighting for his life.
Hang on. Hold the fuck up. My argument has remained the same. I'm looking
I
at
was never
I'm
supposed
looking
to
at
come in
last
here until
year's
30. I was finishing stuff.
I'm looking at last year's list. You're right. I had Marco at 20 and Katakuri at 20 at 18. Right? So like a difference of 2.
Alright, Eggs, I got ya.
I think the reason
Man.
was though last
Man,
year I made the argument that because Cat is a better fighter, I edged him out over Marco. Right? Personally speaking,
Oh.
I think Katakuri, out of the other first commanders, has the best chance of beating Marco, but I don't think he would. His best chance is like in trapping him. Right? Marco is an
No. None of our beef is that. Our beef was the fact that you were like, it's always been like that. But the belief was
Hey,
that
look,
Marco.
again, all I'm saying is, right, the healing factor is nigh impossible to get around. You either cleanly get past it or you don't, right? Katakuri's a better fighter, though. Way more versatile, way more useful, actually has a weapon at his disposal as well, right? The difference being, though, I think Katakuri would have a better chance against some other higher tiers than Marco. Because he can do, like, better damage and more versatile damage. But that's beside the point, right? Kuma, are you back from hiding from this conflict?
Yeah, I went to go grab myself some nice vector cereal, high in protein.
You're number 35 and 34.
Okay. 35, 34. I've got... 35 would be my... Oh my gosh, let me see. Momonosuke.
Seeing Momo making the rounds. Eggs, if you got Momonosuke on here, you're going to catch me off guard.
I do not.
Dang, we got a Momo.
I wouldn't be so
Anyway.
foolish. No.
Oh, jeez.
Finally, we agree again.
And then actually above Momo, ironically enough, just because of like feats in combat like shown alone, this is where like I've got ulti.
Alright, let me
like
judge
it.
your
I
list.
like it.
You got ulti over Dofi, NL, Croc. Who's who? Who?
Yes. Ulti survived a big bomb triune attack.
You got ulti over Jack. Wait, you got who's who and ulti over Jack. Fair enough.
100%. Jack has not shown anything worthy. Okay. He's literally a token
Mama.
1 billion in the One Piece world. I'm sorry to say it. I love Jack. I love his design, but Jack has not shown. The last memory I have of Jack is him dangling off the side of a pole to look at something from underwater.
Jack ain't shown Jack.
Nope.
I like it. I like it a lot. No, that's not true. You got ulti over Momo though.
Yes. Because Momo is still very timid. I doubt that he would actually want to learn how to fight. And so far, even when he turns into dragon form, like, yeah, he knows how to bite Kaido and everything like that, but again, Momo's just too green.
How many borrow breaths do you have ulti taking?
None. Have I confused you yet?
Okay. Okay. Color me confused. Young, you're 35 and 34.
He doesn't even try to debate it anymore.
I'm confused. No, I'm confused. Right.
This man is tired.
It's
No,
just
it's okay. Move on. Go ahead, bro. Next with the list.
no. There will be judgment. Like when I see who's over them, I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna be like, all right, really. You got to explain it. Come on, tell me why.
I'm so scared of this stream.
Just the judgment.
No
Oh,
fear,
yeah.
no fear, no fear.
Saving up.
I.
Every year it gets slightly more unhinged. I don't care for everybody.
Do you know what the funny thing is? We always talk up about how much the shit talking is going to go down, and we start like really petty early on, and by the time we get to the top tier, we just go, fuck it, I'm over arguing with you people. This is what I'm doing. No one question it, and we're moving on.
That's when the not the hostility, but the playful hostility increases because nobody's like, oh, you're not getting in a word edgewise. I don't want to argue with you. This is just what the list is. Feel free to see yourself out.
No. I'm saving all that stuff for 15 and up. Because that 15 and up is like the crowning placements.
Oh, wait.
I'm not. Look.
Hang on. I gotta look at my list. 15 and up. 15. Ooh!
I'm not happy. Oh god.
Shit, I forgot how many people made it into the 15 and up range now. Holy shit. Oh. Rightio. Young, you're 36 and 35.
Alright, so my 35, I have Jinbei. And 36, Or no.
34.
It was yeah. 34. I have NM.
Highest NL we've seen so far. Love to see it. I love how we've got Jinbei on the same level though. Okay, we overrate Jinbei compared to Eggs. And it looks like Kuma hasn't mentioned Jinbei yet.
Leave me alone.
That's right. That's right. I've got Jinbei up there too. It's all right. We'll stay together. We'll stay together, Kuma. It's okay.
Thank you, Glitter. You're on my side until I say one thing controversial.
No, I think I'm on your side until
I
I
think
say
I
one thing
was.
controversial. That's the
Oh.
that's the fear I've got.
I remember how
Yeah,
quick you
I
went
haven't
to
even mentioned
abandonship when I said
Dopey.
Brooke was stronger than Frankie.
I haven't even said
It took
Dopey
me a
yet.
whole 15 minutes to convince you.
All right.
I'll stand with you. Although I think I'll impress Eggs this year with where I've put Dory and Broggy. I'm hoping to win some happy points there.
Very good.
With
That's very
disrespect.
good. You know what? So far, coming in to save me from the gaslight, you've already won some points.
Excellent.
Oh, you people are
Really
evil.
happy. No, I'm genuinely really happy that we have actually seen Dory and Broggy a lot more because those guys post time skip, they actually had the highest bounty for a good while, being at 100 million.
Yeah, they had the highest bounty until post Alabaster.
Mm-hmm.
And
A
then
lot of people seem to forget about that.
well, actually, even past post Alabaster, until the end of Water 7, technically they had the. Oh, actually no, because we got Dofi and Kuma, but they held high bounties for a damn while.
Yeah.
All right, coming in at number 33. So 33, 32, and an honorable mention. Coming in at 33, I have Yamato.
Okay.
Coming in
Okay.
at 32 as a broad spectrum answer, I have the Seraphim.
Seraphim, really? Okay.
Coming
okay.
in at 32 as a caveat, if they were alive, I have King.
Wow, King would be the...
The reason I have Yamato under the Seraphim, even though she's got Advanced Conquerors, is because we've now seen that Kuma, without his mind, can use Armament Haki.
Armament Haki.
So the Seraphim should be able to use Haki. We know at least bare minimum 2 of the Seraphim are based off people with Conquerors.
S-Shard can use Haki, right?
Well, we haven't seen
Yeah,
any. We haven't seen any of them use Haki, but we've got Mihawk, Kuma, Dofi, Boa that should all be able to use Haki. Oh, and the S-Shark Jinbei. So we've got 5 of them that should be able to use Haki, right? But these 5 characters all have better fruits than King, but have the Lunarian race trait of King, plus arguably having Conqueror's Haki on top of it. It's like, to me, even though they're kids, it's like, what's scarier? If a kid has Conqueror's Haki, has a tantrum, snaps, and like awakens, like has a Haki bloom early on some tantrum shit, it's pretty terrifying. As for Yamato's best feat with her version of Advanced Conqueror's Haki was making a hybrid Kaido bleed, right?
Yeah.
But King said his guard was greater than Kaido, right? Which means the Seraphim are more durable than Kaido. So if she only got like a couple of drops of blood from Kaido, I don't even know if she's actually drawing blood from a Seraphim. Even with the Conquerors. And because of the Seraphim's Devil Fruits, they never have to drop out of defense form for speed. So I feel like it's one of those like all the Seraphim, regardless of their individual abilities, as like a broad spectrum thing, technically have like a ridiculous guard against Yamato and a ridiculous amount of hacks to like overpower her. So I don't see her edging past that. So I feel like that's a soft cap, which is interesting because like everyone above this are people that I'm assuming can either hurt a Seraphim or just completely outclass them, even if they can't hurt them. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Eggs. 33, 32.
33 is Rayleigh.
Ooh. I'm surprised.
32.
No, you go 32. 32.
32 is Yamato.
Yamato over Rayleigh.
I mean,
I
to
like
be
it. I
fair,
like it.
recently now, Rayleigh did even mention that he has been slowing down a lot.
Yeah.
My reasoning for Yamato versus over Rayleigh is basically that I think Yamato can handle Rayleigh's power for long enough that he does get tired and then she just wins. Essentially, it's like
Because
with the
even
oldies,
even
it's
against
basically just like, and
yeah.
you'd handle them until they get tired.
Really? Like, this might be weird. I kind of... Maybe I'm overestimating Rayleigh here. But, you know how Shank's one-shot kid?
Yes, we all know.
You know how...
The unfortunate.
You know how Kid was taking multiple hits from Kaido and Big Mom?
Right.
I kind of look at it and go, like, we saw Yamato, like, at best comparing to some of Kaido's feats. Like, Kaido's feats were overpowering her, but she, like, with her Thunder Bugger and stuff like that, she kind of matched him. Right?
Mhm.
The problem I have is, like, I compare Rayleigh's AP more to Shanks than I would Yamato and Kaido.
I would put Rayleigh's AP way below Shanks.
Yeah?
That's not surprising, though, is it? Really?
When you think about it, Shanks like quite literally one-shot killed Kid. Like wasn't
Kid's
even
not
really
dead.
that hard.
Yep.
And Kid was taking hits from Kaido
See,
/ Big Mom.
to me, I got Rayleigh doing the same thing, especially because they're both swordsmen. It's not like it's one of those technicalities of like the blunt force trauma to the sharp trauma.
What I'm saying is that Kaido is like Shanks is essentially damage is over Kaido's
Yes.
/ Big Mom's.
Yep.
And Rayleigh, like, do you think Rayleigh's damage is over Kaido and Big Mom's?
I think so.
Yeah, that's where I disagree.
I think it's over them, but it's also his other stats are less than them. If that makes sense. Right? Like, you know how, like, I mean, it's like Zoro. You know what I mean? Zoro, if he can cut it, he can beat it, even if he doesn't scale to them in other stuff. It's kind of how I view Rayleigh in that regard. Right? I do see where you're coming from, though. I'll say this. Yamato can still definitely grow over Rayleigh. I just don't know if I have her over him outright now. Especially when, like, how would you compare Rayleigh to Kaido in AP?
Probably a little bit about the same.
Would you have
a little bit less?
How would you have Rayleigh compared to Kaido's Thunder Bugler? His regular Thunder Bugler.
So Rayleigh versus Kaido's Thunder Bagua.
Yeah, if they were to
Basically,
go have a clash.
I see, like, if Rayleigh put like a lot of effort into like a big Haki slash, it'd be like, I don't know, because of his age, I think Kaido's a little bit over the top of him.
Okay.
Just a little bit. I think like Rayleigh could clash against it. But he'd be getting pushed pretty hard. It would definitely be him on the back foot.
Rayleigh or Odin?
I think they're about equal, but then obviously Rayleigh's got the old man syndrome. So I think Rayleigh in his prime would be over. Rayleigh now would be around about equal, but then get tired and then lose.
So okay, so you sort of agree with me in the sense that it's like their AP doesn't go down with their age. It's just like how long they can maintain that for, right? Like it's a stamina thing.
I think it's gone down a set amount, but I think it's still really high.
Right. I guess that's where we kind of disagree.
I don't think current Garb could clash with Prime Roger, but I think he probably could have in the past.
Right. See, I view the old men as like I don't think their AP's gone down at all. I think their ability to maintain it and their range of effect has gone down. So it's like I think old Garp can clash equally with Roger. The difference is like you know when like Whitebeard and Roger clashed?
Yeah.
Like Garp's Galaxy Impact to me is like he's like clashing equally with them. The difference is like if in his youth he had enough stamina to like I'm gonna cover the entire island with this Galaxy Impact. Now it's like half the island. It doesn't change
to
the
me, it was
potency
like-
of the attack. It's just sort of like the area of effect of it.
So to me, basically, like Divine Departure is, to me, it's like a half decent attack that that Roger did in his prime. Like to me, it's like almost like a backhand, like get away, like I'm knocking you away. I think like all of his attacks are probably like divine or some kind of like
Yeah.
divine-esque thing, and Departure is literally just like I'm gonna knock you away.
Yeah.
So like him hitting Odin with Divine Departure was like he knew he was stronger than Odin. He just kind of went piss off, and when he did that, he took out like half a forest.
Yeah.
Like it was stupid how much damage he did on like a casual blow, and then also like the damage that obviously like Shanks possibly has more up his sleeve than Divine Departure. It doesn't have to be his biggest thing. He could have maybe all of the abilities that Roger had, or maybe just some. But and you know, or maybe Divine Departure is his ultimate technique and he's less than Roger. You know what I mean, like
I think
I
it's
don't really know.
I think it's like a casual. It's like a greeting thing.
Yeah,
them.
it's literally like that's the thing. Like I think with Shanks, it was literally like he knew he was so much over Kid that he was just like, I'll do my divine departure, which is what Roger used to do against Scrubs as well.
Weirdly enough, I kind of have Divine Departure and Thunderbugwa around the same level. The difference being one's a sharp, one's a blunt. So sharp's always going to do more like long-lasting damage. You know what I mean?
feel like from what I saw of like Divine Departure, like to me that's like the biggest damaging attack that we've seen possibly in the series, just because of the
Really?
scope of it. Like you could argue like it might not be the most what's it called, like
DC.
like potent, but it is the most like just sheer size, and the fact that it was done so casually.
Well,
Like to me, like seeing Roger do that, I was just like he was the best. Like as soon as I see him do that, I'm just like he was just well above everybody.
I think it's like I think it's like a really high potency attack, but like I mean like the one he did against Kid, like he attacked Kid's attack and made Kid's attack blow up in his face. So it's kind of like the attack normally when it lands looks like what Roger did, whereas the one that Shanks did looks a bit more gassed up because like Kid's own attack blew up.
Well, mind you, he cut through Kid's attack, cut Kid, and cut Killer, who was just kind of hanging out behind him, and like sunk the ship in
Yeah.
one hit.
No, Killer
Our
tried to get
boy really
involved.
got hit by a stray. He was just standing there and like
Killer.
Yeah, dude, they said Killer tried to help.
See, to
so he might
me-
have, like, I don't know, shuffled
He's
over
probably
like.
sitting behind Kid, being like, "This is
2
a bad
feet.
idea, dude."
To me, that's like after Zoro does the Ashura and Kaido goes, no, you fucking stay where you are. I'm coming to you. And he hits Zoro on the way to hit Law.
Yeah.
And takes both of them out, you know what I mean? But like with a Thunderbugwa. I feel like it's the same sort of thing. Look, I can understand putting Rayleigh under Yamato. I just don't think I'd rate Yamato that highly. I think like I saw her getting overpowered in every facet against Kaido. Like she did a projectile, her projectile got knocked away by Kaido. Kaido did a projectile.
Kaido was playing with Yamato.
Yeah.
That wasn't even really a fight. I'm sorry, that was not a fight. People who wanted to hype up Yamato for what she was able to do to Kaido, Kaido was letting her do everything she wanted.
And then overpowering it in his own like,
Exactly.
with his own one.
It's like trying to play basketball against your dad when you're 10 years old.
I think Kaido's beating Rayleigh, but I think Rayleigh is like holding better than Yamato, even in a short period of time. For example, right at the moment, look at how well Kizaru's been handling a stronger version of Gear 5 that fought Kaido, right? And then think about how well Rayleigh went holding back against Kizaru. To me, it's like that relativity there puts both of them like it puts Rayleigh to me over Yamato. But like I understand it. I think Yamato definitely has the potential because again she's only pretty young. She's 22, 24, around that. So it's like she's definitely gonna have like a lot more growth. And I mean, like, I feel like all the Yonko's like the main Yonko children, Yamato, Katakuri, Weevil, Shanks's kid at Fuchsia Village, if that is his kid, like all the like those main children, right? They're all gonna be fucking new Yonko eventually. You know what I mean? So like I definitely see it growing into it. Kuma 33, 32.
33, 32. Let's see what I got for you. Okay. I have Killer and then Edward Weevil.
Whew, I think I left Weevil off my list this year. Holy crap.
Yeah, no.
I completely
I've been
forgot
looking
about
back
Weevil.
at some feats. Like, think about it. It took an admiral to beat Weevil, right, and to take him in. So that in itself was already kind of a feat. And Weevil's already been taking
Pretty
out a
sure
lot of the
David
Whitebeard
Dennis is
pirate
South
commanders.
and Whitebeard.
God, how did I forget about Weevil this year? I'm gonna have to slip him in as a caveat.
You could say he weeviled his way out of the business. I don't know. That pun doesn't work.
Still like
Sorry.
Killer being this high though has me fucking perplexed. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, yeah. I think
Because it took Roki Yogu to take him in.
Killer, not Weevil.
Oh. Okay, well, nope. Killer,
That's
eh?
solid.
Even though that we just didn't finish talking about Killer also getting one-shotted. What?
Glitter, if you're trying to talk, I think you're muted. No, you're not trying to talk. Sorry, I saw like a murmur thing then for a second, but then it was like muted. Weevil, right? Weevil sits in a hard spot because I like. Do we all agree that Weevil's going to get way more in the story going forward?
Yes.
Right. Do we?
I hate it. Yes.
Do we all agree that if the Kid Pirates come back, Killer will come back relative to Zoro in some capacity, right? Like inferior to, but like can hang with.
In terms of technique, I would say yes, but in terms of cunning power, no.
See, I think this is hard, right? Because like my vibe for it at the moment is we're gonna get Kid and Killer got taken out without showing any haki. They're at Elbaf. When we go to Elbaf, they're going to come back. They're going to get huge haki blooms. They're going to come back to being relevant. The reason Oda didn't do it at Wano is because he didn't want to overshadow the Straw Hats. Makes sense. But if that doesn't happen, Kid and Killer are fucking useless. You know what I mean? So I'm like, based on what Killer's shown me so far, his best attack was a sound-based attack that did hurt like a Dragon Kaido. But like, Zoro before getting Conqueror's Haki cut that same Kaido without sound-based hacks.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
So I'm like, I'm looking at Killer and I'm like,
Let me dream.
I want him to be better though, because I actually love Killer's design. Not his goosey,
Honestly, I do too.
not his goofy ass lips, but like the Daft Punk swordsman that's an
No,
acrobat.
people were like, I kind of like his character too, because when you look at the Kid Pirates, especially like when you have a name like Killer and a moniker, the Massacre Soldier, you'd expect Killer to just be like an empty-headed, like blood savage guy, but he's actually one of the most level-headed and actually pretty chill guys around.
I think what makes it even crazier for me is okay, you know how we're like, oh, Kid lost an arm, what happened? And then we've gotten little like trinklings of like info on it. Have you ever noticed that Killer either has one arm that's covered in burn scars or is just completely veined out?
Yeah,
What the
I've always wondered about that.
what the fuck is to go with that? I want that info. I want more Killer. Right? I want more Supernova crewmates. Like words don't describe how let down I am that Apu and Horgan's crew and Drake's crew were just non-existent in Wano.
Again, my most disappointing thing is that we didn't get a proper Basil Hawken like backstory before he kicked the bucket. Like,
You were right the
again,
first time. He bit the bucket.
I have so
Like-
many theories. I have so many theories going around in my head about Basil Hawkins, but there's no context to go off of him. It's so sad.
Young, you're 33, 32.
My 33, 32. Alright, so my 33 is Dofi, and my 32 is King and Queen.
King/Queen. I take it you believe that King and Queen aren't dead?
Yeah.
Okay. Highest Dofi. Kind of love to see it. I love how we've kept the trend of Dofi NL fucking neck and neck. No stress, Glitter. But if Dofi isn't next to NL, shame on you. I feel like that is like the only thing One Piece fandom has a consensus on. NL and Dofi are side by side.
Dofi and Noah are neck and neck.
Yeah. Don't ask anyone to explain it. It just is. That's how the world works, right? Alright, hang on. Where was I? I just did the Seraphim. Ooh. Alright. I'm gonna ask for everyone's answers here really quickly, and then we'll discuss it after we've all given these next two. We're changing the format a little bit to just go through in chunks. All right.
Okay.
At number 31, on maybe a bit of an underrating, I have Ben Beckman.
Ben Beckman.
Oh,
Okay.
Egg's not gonna have a good time with you today.
Wishing I had the courage that Eggs did to stand strong, stand proud with your chest out. Sitting just above Ben Beckman, I have useless Captain Mid.
Okay.
Eggs, 30 and 31.
Put Kid over Ben Beckman, did you?
Yeah.
What have you done?
What's he done?
Ben Beckman took this man's arm.
What's in the box?
Ben Beckman took this man's arm casually, right? I had it in my soul that surely that can't happen a second time.
I put him higher, Eggs. It's okay.
He upgraded from getting one shot from the vice captain to getting one shot by the captain.
You have literal
That's still an
evidence.
improvement.
Hate Ben Beckman. You have literal evidence.
My evidence is that Ben Beckman doesn't have a single feet.
But he's the moon
Yeah.
to Shanks' son.
Hard to
That's
argue it.
true. How small is the moon compared to the sun?
Started. You know it's getting
That's
bad
it.
when the similes and metaphors start to pull
Hang
out.
on. Hang on.
All feelings.
Can I get a limerick? Some poetry verses?
I'm just saying, later today, Supernova will argue that Oda said random quotes about Shanks and Mihawk's dynamic, and he will use that as evidence, but he will not use Ben Beckman's beat.
No, Eggs,
So-
what's actually going to happen is that next year's top 50, he's going to be like, oh, Ben Beckman was always top 15.
I don't
I
don't
told you
have
that
anybody
before.
of Shanks' crew on my list, but again, that's because I follow a little bit of a different regiment from everybody else.
So, okay. I'm
So
say
I'm very happy with my list.
I'm gonna say right now, right? The moon is 3,400 kilometers.
Oh
wide.
my gosh, we're bringing up numbers now.
Oh,
Right.
God.
The sun is
That was
130.
so tired, Eggs. That was so
The
tired.
sun is 139 million kilometers. So all I'm hearing, right, is the sun to the moon is that Shanks vastly outscales Ben Beckman. All Ben Beckman is reflect a pale imitation of
Yeah,
Shanks's
but it
light.
affects the Eyes.
You got him so shook up that the.
Eyes,
that the
it
flesh
moves.
just
No,
started
okay,
to
wait,
disappear and reappear.
wait. I look, mind you, I'm going, I'm digging this hole deeper on some
I
smart
literally
ass shit.
said, watch top 30, it become a mess, and I was on track.
I said
With that
top
exact
15,
thing.
and I was hoping to God that we were gonna only get there.
Like I said,
That was very, very hopeful.
on some smart ass shit, I wish I had the courage to put Ben Beckman over Kid. I don't have enough feats for Ben Beckman at the moment.
And Beckman is alive, seemingly. Like, just in general. Like,
Dude,
really
this
thought
kid
you
is
were
still alive.
all intents and
Captain-
purposes, that man is dead.
Captain Kidd is a little black box at the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, of a wreckage.
magnetic
that is his
box that'll
entire
float
pirate
back up.
career. An entire pirate career black box at the bottom of the ocean. That's the. I never side with Eggs. You know how bad and how wrong it would be.
Again,
Eggs and I to be in agreement multiple times in a row.
the honest answer to this is I've just seen more feats from Kid at the moment. I've got them neck and neck. I'm going based on narrative scaling here that Kid has improved from getting his shit rocked by Ben Beckman. Fully aware that Ben Beckman's kicked his ass in the past. Took his arm, in fact. But
Eggs, is this what it's like? Is this feel?
What I'm hearing is open a prayer. That's what you're going off of.
I'm a
You
be.
can pray to God
I'm
as many
a-
times as you want.
Okay,
Praying is free.
Let me say this outright, right?
Oh my God.
I don't stand behind Kid being above Ben Beckman. I just place it there because at some point someone had to.
No.
Nice. So you're taking the hit to the knee.
Yeah.
Respect.
This is my arrow to the knee. Yeah. Eggs, you're 31 and 30.
Oh, my 31 and 30. Okay, we got an
He
interesting one
sounds
here.
so tired.
It's just
Okay, he's full of
He's-
life
he's-
on the
he's-
inside,
he's
that's what
waited-
matters.
He's
Father,
I'm trying
help!
to hold back
He's
from being,
waited-
like, unhinged, you know what I mean?
he's waited a whole year. He's waited a whole year for this just to give up.
I haven't been here for a while. I feel like I don't have the familiarity to just
He
go
doesn't have the
unhinged.
stamina.
Ugh.
Don't you
That
worry,
makes
Eggs. Don't you
me-
worry.
Love it.
Alright. My 31 is so the Seraphim in general, but I ranked the ones that we know separately, but I'm putting S Shark with a lot of the Seraphim because I think he's gonna end up sort of middle of the pack.
Okay, so do you just want me to put S Shark or Seraphim?
Well, I wrote down S Shark / Seraphim.
Okay. I'll just put it as Seraphim for the moment.
Yeah, just put
Yeah.
it as Seraphim.
And your number 30.
And number 30 is Weevil.
Weevil.
Hey!
I respect that, which actually reminds me, I'm going to throw as a caveat on this same level Weevil, because I forgot him on the list. I
I hate
look...
it as much as you, Steph, but
We-
it's-
Oh, I know.
He's
I
not.
you know what? You know what? You and me united in this stream, Eggs. That's fine. You do. You know what? You are flawless. Do whatever you want to do.
Kuma, 31 and 30.
Okay, so 31 would be Kaku. Oh, God, my neck.
That's a high
And
Kaku.
then- Thank you. And then my 30 would be. Why can't I read? Give me a second.
That seems to be a.
I'm gonna
a
go-
potato flaw for a rider.
I'm going to go put a pot of coffee on it in a minute as well.
No, I'm supposed to write, not read.
Yeah, but how are you supposed to read what you write?
Voice chat to words is a thing now.
Text to text speech. To chat.
The poor NSA agent listening to Kuma's text-to-speech. Kaku over Weevil over...
You're the happiest person in the world.
It'd suck if they were a Naruto fan that hates One Piece. It's like, this is bullshit, man. Why did I get stuck with this guy? Text-to-speech is bullshit.
That's like trying to get a guy from Bleach trying to praise One Piece.
What was your number 30?
I don't
Say
mess
that
with
one
those
ag-
randomly. I'm sorry, what?
What was your number 30?
Oh, my number 30? That would be... Okay, no, that's not right. I had...
Hey, my cat.
Oh, that's not... Okay, wait. Oh, sorry. There we go. Yamato. There we go.
Yamato. Young. Your number 31 and 30.
Alright. For number 31, I have Katakuri. And for number 30, I have Rob Lucci.
Lucci, okay. And Glitter, your number 30.
Yamato / the Seraphim.
Okay. I'm going to put a pot of coffee on for myself very quickly.
They're
While
tired of all the crap you're spewing.
while I'm doing that, I'm just going to leave with 3 statements. One, I'm glad that we all had the Seraphim around this same level. Very intriguing to me.
My Seraphim are actually way higher than everybody else's.
It's fair enough. 2, fucking so disrespectful to see so many low Katakuris. You should all be ashamed.
I
yeah,
haven't
but
seen
you can put
Katakuri
your
yet.
dead ass.
Don't
gonna
catch me, bro.
Put shit over Ben Beckman. I don't think you get an opinion for the rest of this stream. so
Nah,
like-
how dare I see Katakuri
You
this?
are, you
No,
are just the pretty face on the logo that is our TED Talk.
How-
what are you talking
how
about?
dare I see Katakuri this low when I see Sean Bard on the list? That's blasphemy.
No, just-
That is blasphemy. I'm gonna go start my coffee.
It's alright, Gags, I got you.
Okay, it's okay. We're all civilized. We're all cool.
No, not even close. I
Like
mean, you guys
Survival,
maybe.
you
I'm
have, like,
full Graham
alliances and
Ferrell.
stuff.
That's so funny.
I'm a Canadian. I have to be nice. It's in my blood.
We're England's leftovers. There's nothing about us that's not.
Oh, England, eh? Cool.
That's Australian. We're the convicts. So we are England's leftovers, to be honest. That's just all we
Oh.
are.
Well, I'm from the Philippines originally, so I don't know. We got raided by Japan, Spaniards, and U.S. a little bit.
Ah.
Well, I don't even know what my blood is, to be honest.
Well, at least we've got a friendly mediator here. I just feel sorry, Kuma, you're getting swept up. This is. Let it go
Ah,
down.
dude, this is fun.
I'm
Oh,
glad.
Kim, I want you to join Fray, okay? I want some hot takes and I want you to defend them with your life.
Hot takes of what?
Wait
Whatever.
until my Dofi and that pull up. I know I'm gonna get absolutely wrecked. Actually, I've a couple in here that I think's gonna. But you know what? This year, I've really appeased you. I think, Eggs. I've got some. No, I don't know. I think you're gonna hit me where Shanks is, but I think I've got some respect for Doggy Bro.
Everybody's gonna hate where I put kid.
Benny and stuff. But I didn't even put kid. I classified him dead. I was like, you're gone. That's how disrespectful I was. I was like, all right then, you go on.
Yeah, everybody's gonna hate me because he's
He
kinda
talked
high.
smack. He talked smack. He got whacked. That's sort of where.
I mean,
was,
come on, that's almost everybody in one
That's,
beat.
that's the second time in a row this man was with his full chest out. Was like, this is going to be a good idea. At some point, you go. This is a consequences. Oh, my action's hitting me right now. That's
What are you supposed to do? Kid's POV, man. He's going up to an
What are you
island.
supposed to do?
Exactly.
Not go there is probably the good starter point. Recognize that, you had your ass handed to you on
Nah.
before.
Eustace Kid's
Common
got that
sense.
fake protagonist energy. He's got to do it to prove a point.
Honestly, putting him over Ben Beckman is actual.
I choose.
I'd put him over Ben Beckman for the time being.
I choose to believe, right, that a man, even though he goes out and fucks up on his own, a man that chooses to
You
leave his
believe a
own
man
path is over the man that chooses to be an artificial moon for a much bigger sun.
You choose
Yes!
to believe that
I reckon if you're right, you're right, you're wrong,
leagues.
you're
No.
wrong.
You choose to believe that
Um,
1,000 leagues under the sea is beating someone that's still alive. I don't understand.
Let's be 100%. Let's be 100% real though. Can we all agree that can we all 100% come together as a community and agree we need more Ben Beckman feats? I want to see this man beat people.
Yes.
I want to see him
I
kick
need
ass.
to do something.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I want to say the same for Kid, but if we don't get it for Kid, it's not going to be as much of a sweat. I want to see the man that put a cigarette out in another grown-ass man's eye do it to another top tier. I want to see this man light up his... Like, you know how Sanji lights up his cig and has those badass moments?
Yeah, that's what I want.
Give me, like... You know how King has the exoskeleton stuff? Make this man come back, charge at Ben Beckman, and Ben Beckman's like, I know your weakness is your eye. Sidestep him and put the drag out in his eye. I need that ruthless...
That's very specific.
Chapter 1, no fucks given energy, right? The 30 years of waiting, charging up a Haki bullet to blow off a Ginger's arm, right? I need that energy in my life, right? That being said, we are cracking into the top 30, which I start to feel upset now because I have people that I want to give higher, but I just don't know if I can. My number 29 is arguably stolen the show as of recent and has become somehow, according to most people, the best written character in One Piece. I got Bartholomew Kuma. And tickling in at just over Bartholomew Kuma. By the way, we're going to go in a batch of 3 now. Coming in just a little bit over Kuma, I got my dude, Robert Gucci. And harassing both Robert Lucci and my guy Kuma is someone that I think we should all love and respect, right? Marco the Phoenix.
My Marco is a lot higher than your Marco.
That low?
Marco?
I'm starting to sweat a little bit now. I mean, no, you know what? Fuck yeah, this is the same person that put that order that I've been having a heart attack about. I don't need to feel bad about this.
Actually, okay, let me say this. The Marco and the 2 people above him are all interchangeable. Any one of those characters could be
Okay.
in any other order, right? But I'll get to those 3 next, okay? Eggs, you're 29.
My 29. Just 29?
29, 28, 27, but just 29 to start.
My 29 is Dory / Broggy because they are objectively equal.
That is a fair point. Coming in at 28.
No, you gotta put one higher or lower.
Although I do agree with you that if I was to put them in a line, Dory would be on top just out of the technicality that they're blades. A sword is a much better blade for a giant to use. And also, if you're dueling sword and shield versus axe and shield, the axe and shield should actually win in that case because you can blow through the shield easier with the axe. So he should have actually been able to like bash through Dory's shield.
This is
and actually
assuming that they're using
score it.
Walmart shields, though.
Yeah, but I mean, like the big benefit of an axe is that it can penetrate armor and bash away shields, whereas a sword is just more versatile in general. So it's better for a giant to have a sword because they're typically going to be fight smaller opponents. Why would you have an axe against a smaller opponent? You don't need to pierce any armor on something that's so much smaller than you. But then
To be
at the
fair,
same
though,
time,
a lot of giants that train
another
don't
giant-
actually leave the island. It's just a
Yeah, exactly.
specific pirate group. So per se,
yeah,
like,
exactly.
I mean, they're not really thinking of.
So, well, that's my thing is that if you're in that case, right, Broggy and Dory are both fighting to train against other pirates, for example. Broggy is using an axe. An axe should technically be better at getting around a shield and actually scoring a hit on Dory. So in that specific circumstance, in that matchup of Dory versus Broggy, Broggy should be able to beat him, but he doesn't. He hasn't. Which to me means Broggy is slightly worse.
Okay.
But then again, the story says that they're equal, and it's anime, so they're equal.
28 and 27.
28 is Momosagi and Chaton.
Hey,
And 27 is... Sorry, Glitter. Is Law.
Ooh.
That's fine with me.
Little.
I think it's justified with people above, with the people that are above him. I think yeah, it's fair.
All right, no, as long as you had Kid at 49 and Laura at 27, I'm fucking okay with that. That's all I give a shit about. As long as you got lore, although you're a little bit you know, I might need to buy you some reading glasses for the fact that you got lore here and I haven't seen Zoro yet. So either Zoro doesn't make it on the list or someone needs a new prescription. Zoro's up there? You disgust me.
Nobody can hear you from your opinions that are literally underwater. Oh, actually, I can't talk. I can't talk so much shit as I have with the list that I've got. I can't do.
I don't know.
Just keep going. Just forge ahead. That's what you gotta do.
I talk
You've already put yourself in a hole, Glittercorn. You might as well dig deeper.
All right.
I may as well put a couch in it, you know?
Kuma, 29, 28, and 27.
Okay, all three. So after Yamato, I have Lucci. And then... Oh, wait, no, sorry. I have, wait. Yeah, sorry, I have Kuma, Lucci, and then Dory and Brogy.
I like that Dory and Brogy are getting the love they deserve.
Thank you.
Part of me is like, I feel like I may have underrated them a little bit. Because, like, to me, they're probably going to be some of, if not the strongest giants.
To be fair, they have a post-time skip syndrome. Honestly, honestly, they do.
We just saw one of their subordinates one-shot a Vice Admiral. So I'm like, they're going to be fucking strong. The problem is, it's like...
That's the problem.
They have the AP, but, like, I haven't seen them take a hit post-time skip.
Yeah. I know, so we just don't know.
Like,
honestly.
Like, imagine if these guys are out here doing Yonko level attacks, but all it takes is like Gear 2 Luffy with basic armor and Haki to give them the 100 and treatment. It's gonna be like, glass cannon.
Nope, I definitely understand that.
Alright, Young. Above Lucci at 29, 28, and 27, you have...
Alright, so for at 29, I have Lucky Roo. For 28, I have Odin. And for 27, I have Kobe.
Did you say Odin?
Yeah.
Do you think Odin's alive?
No, I didn't have a caveat for him. I just realized that right now.
No, that's all good. Who was it above Odin?
Kobe.
Kobe. This is the highest Kobe we have seen thus far. Kobe cracking top 30. It was bound to happen sooner or later. I just would have preferred it to be much later. Nah, I'm kidding. Glitter.
He is not kidding.
Glitter, 29, 28, and 27. Who you got?
My 29, Kuma. My 28, Crocodile. And 27,
Crocodile?
Sorry, Frog. Yeah, I don't know why. Can't explain it to you. Can't explain it.
Well, we've all got...
You're on his bounty raise hype train. I see.
Wait, I'm a bit like you. I'm on his potential hype train. I think his reintroduction to the story is also why my Dofi has not featured yet. I think his re-emergence into the tale is worthy of paying attention to him.
Young.
What's more shocking is his captain.
Or mayhaps you're liking Crocodile because his hairstyle is similar to New World Supernova's.
The slick back.
Yep, the slick back. With a little bit of a side bang on the side, I see.
Getting the sluts friends going. I'm curious because I haven't seen Dorian Broggy on Young's list yet.
Nope.
But Oimo and Kashi are there, so I expect them here. This is gonna be intriguing.
Keep putting them up there, baby.
Okay. Alright, hang on. 26. Is that where we're up to? Okay, so remember, these next two, all interchangeable with Marco. These three, you can throw them in any order you want. It really depends on the situation. Okay?
Okay.
I have Zoro. Above Zoro, I have Cat. Again, Cat, Zoro, Marco. Throw them in any order you want. They've shown to be better than the other First Division commanders so far. There is a genuine... Like, I can see the argument for the Advanced Conquerors Haki putting Zoro above them. I can see the argument for the healing factor putting Marco above them. I can see the argument for, like, the all-roundedness of Katakuri with the Future Sight putting him above them. It honestly kind of doesn't fucking matter at the moment. In individual matchups, I don't necessarily know if Zoro beats either of them, but I definitely think he's got higher AP than them, if that makes sense. Then sliding in just above Katakuri, cracking in cheekily into the top 25, I have my favorite character, Trafalgar Law.
Okay, is something wrong with my list? Why is everybody so high?
Oh, I think it's probably going to be more because of the named characters that I'm going to be starting to drop later.
Okay.
That being said, eggs for Brekkie, 26, 25, 24.
26 is S Snake.
Keeping her separate. Okay, interesting. Is it because of the petrification?
I kind of did mine separate as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so I have S Snake, S Bear, and S Hawk.
Yeah.
Separate.
That's fair.
But like I was saying before, I put S Shark
Down.
just with the other Seraphim generally, because I thought he'd end up kind of middle of the pack.
Is it weird to say how not let down, but like, okay, the Seraphim are super impressive and super strong. Is it weird to say that we just haven't, like, why have we not seen them actually use their abilities in a reasonable manner?
Probably getting saved for later.
Yeah, because like, I'm gonna be 100% right now. S Shark should be able to do Fishman Karate on solid objects with the swim fruit.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to start throwing up the ground and then Fishman Karate. And the thing is, it'll be even extra damage because there's more math to it.
Yeah. So he should be fucking skyrocketing. Like that alone, you could make an argument would put him like stronger than the others, especially since he's Lunarian and Fishman. Right?
Yeah.
The same.
So basically, my idea with S Snake being over Law is the Devil Fruit is just as hacks as Law's, and S Snake physically is just a Seraphim.
Okay, I say the same sort of thing with S Bear because I know how you treat Kuma's fruit. What about S Hawk?
Yeah. S Hawk, raw skill.
Literally. Skill.
Okay.
Just raw. And
Fresh red meat.
You'll see sort of the cluster that I put him in.
No, okay.
I'll be able to
No. Like, I don't, like, I didn't agree with it on my list, but I understand. Like, let's be for real. These guys are all so, like, we're at the point where these guys are all so close that it's, like, fucking relative regardless. Like, even though we're having, like, we could have, like, a 10-15 gap between these people, and it still means they have an equal fight that lasts 30 chapters. How many Shock Willies do you have the Seraphim taking?
Shock Willies.
What the heck is a Shock
I
Willie?
don't know how to.
Oh, Shock Wiley. Yeah, there we go.
The one that broke.
I don't know how to like.
It broke Big Mum's arms and ribs, and like dropped Blackbeard out of the sky.
I don't know, because the thing is that they have shown the durability of essentially a Yonko. Like, they've come out of battlefields where super top tier people. I mean, you'll notice I haven't said Boa yet, and
Good.
They've come out of battlefields where Boa and Blackbeard, etc., are fighting completely unscratched. They've done some crazy crap. They've clashed with some crazy high tanky people, and they haven't taken any damage. And we've even seen that reference for King saying that his tankiness is like equivalent to Kaido's when he's in his tankiness mode, at least.
Okay.
So like, yeah, I'd see them at like Yonko durability.
No, okay, that's fair. Kuma. 26,
Wait,
25.
I said 25, yeah.
So,
Oh, yeah,
I
you did
actually-
S Snake, S Bear, S Hawk.
No. S-Bear and S-Hawker is still to come. Just S-Snake for 26.
Oh, I thought you said all three of them. Okay.
No, I was saying I have them all ranked separately.
Okay,
but
okay, okay.
Get juked, son.
Yeah.
25?
25 is, I gave this one as like, essentially, I think this is where the strong warriors of the Black Knights are. The God's
The God
Knights.
Knights. Okay.
This is basically like, so not Garling just yet, but like the you know, if he has like 4 or 5 of like the most veteran
I
strong
can
knights, that
hear
he has, like
this-
the representatives of their strength.
I can hear the silence going over the group chat of everyone going, fuck, I forgot Garling.
I
I-
did not forget.
I've got it coming up soon, but like I
almost forgot Garland.
oh.
Oh,
I
you better
actually
believe me
added
that
in,
I
like,
tried
the
to
last
search up as
spot,
many
so thank
people
you.
as possible for filler.
So 25. What do you want me to put down? Breggy.
I wrote God Knight Warriors.
God
Or just
Knights.
say God Knights. Yeah, people get it.
Alright.
Like, obviously, I'm expecting there to be a couple of scrubs that aren't quite on this tier, but I'm thinking like the better ones
Yeah.
will be at this.
And at 24.
Oh, so 20. Okay, good. I'm glad I could say 24 because this is kind of a bit of my reasoning. My 24 is Lucci,
Okay.
and basically the reason why I placed the God Knight people at 25 is because I think that they're going to be about the same level as Lucci. I think they're going to be like a masked zero, like CP zero, but like focused on like actually being hardcore damage. I think that they're going to be about Lucci's level. Each of them.
Do you know what
Which makes them really
actually?
busted, but that's kind of the themes recently is the Gorosei are all busted, and therefore the Knights are all busted.
Do you know what actually, in a hindsight, would actually be a really interesting perspective for it? So Lucci's there. He's an awakened zone, trained in martial arts, right?
Yeah.
What if the God's Knights, none of them have devil fruits? None of them have crazy armament or observation, but all of them have advanced conquerors.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. On their blades?
Yeah. So it's like they have like, because I mean, like we got to think about it from the perspective of, it's like, you know, we have seen three fighting celestial dragons, right? Dofi is unironically the weakest of them. Still has conquerors. Shanks is a fucking Yonko. Ridiculous. And Saturn is out here looking at people ending their whole career.
Yep.
So it's like they have, so far, if you're averaging that out, that's a pretty fucking high batting average.
Absolutely.
All right. Kuma, 26, 25, 24.
26, 25, 24. I have, again, it's, I kind of have all my Seraphim kind of wrapped up into like this 3 category right here. So it goes S Snake, S Shark, S Hawk.
Alright. Is that the order that you put him in?
Yes.
But like, obviously they're the same number, but
Okay.
yeah, awesome.
Oh, were they all the one number?
No. They go
Separate.
by
Okay.
by order. Yeah.
Okay. So you've got S Snake at the bottom of those 3.
Yes.
Okay. Interesting.
No disrespect to Boa. I'm just disrespecting her clone.
Hey, I'm thinking about that little clone and wondering to myself, could she just bypass Lunarian DNA by turning them to stone?
That's fair. That's fair.
I
I didn't really think of them fighting each other. That's all.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Young. Shoot your shot.
So for 26, I have Boa and the Seraphim. For 25, I have Fujitora and Green Bull, and for 24, I have Zoro and Sanji.
I need you to explain that one. I need an explanation for Zoro Sanji over two of the admirals at the moment.
Mainly because like feat wise, what we've gotten from like Fujitora in the Green Bull, I really hasn't been anything even close to Zoro or Sanji's. And like when Green Bull went to Wano, uh, Zoro and Sanji were shown to be like pretty casual, just like chilling the whole time. So like I really don't see them either of them having a problem with Green Bull. Maybe Fujitora, but I really don't see it.
I've got Green Bull like on technically on what he was doing outside of HP, just in terms of his like attack, he was outperforming Kaido. And like, yes, Shanks scared the living daylights out of him, but I mean, like technically speaking, even though it was off screen, Shanks did the same thing to Kaido at Marineford. And I mean, Kaido did have Shanks on some crazy ass pedestal, but like, Green Bull took out
Or an
King.
accurate one.
Green Bull took out. I mean, yeah, okay, fair enough, fair enough. The you know, who's who of dead has-beens? Top 5. No, I'm kidding. I'm looking at Sanji right now, and I'm looking at how he's getting like bullied by Kizaru. I got Fuji swatting Sanji like a fly. I got Green Bull wrapping this man around his little wooden finger and spanking Sanji. Zoro lasts about 30 seconds longer. I still got them getting folded.
Zoro takes
No
at
way,
least
no.
2 punches.
I got Zoro doing like spinning around like a Beyblade, being a whippersnipper, and just like trying to hold his ground against Green Bull. But like Green Bull's tendrils physically overpowered an adult dragon. He was tanking Advanced Conqueror's attacks from Yamato. And like one-shot King. I'll hold judgment for the moment. I'll see the rest of the list, but like that perplexes me. You have some confidence in Zoro and Sanji, because right now I'm seeing Zoro drag his feet against Lucci, and Lucci was out here going, Kizaru-san, now that you're here, we have a chance to beat the Straw Hats. Will you help me, Kizaru-san? Oh. Boa. No, sorry, not Boa. Glitter.
Compliment taken, but yes.
26, 25, 24.
Alright, so don't laugh. When I made this list, this was at my most sleep deprived. I'm reading this stat mine 26, and I'm flicking through like if you can hear all these papers. I'm looking for where my real answer was. That's nowhere. So sleep deprived for Glittercon made the joke that 26 belongs to Buggy.
Yonko Buggy.
I think my brain was having a laugh and going, Yonko goes burr or something. I don't really know what it was doing. But I do know my 25 was Sanji, and my 24, for it land me into a lot of trouble, is Dofi/Bonnie.
Ooh. I tell you what. It's interesting how you split the difference between your two favorite characters, Dofi and Sanji. I think you picked a favorite.
I did not, because unlike you, this isn't a bias game.
I don't know about that. I do not know about that, madam.
Kid is in the bottom again. I am gonna bring this up till the day I die. The kid is at the bottom of the ocean, seemingly, and he beat Ben Beckman. That's I don't need to take this from you.
I don't know. I'm seeing Yamato in the top 30.
Oh, Eggs, where are you? Eggs,
just too foolish.
All right, all right. We're up to 23.
I'm with you, Liv. Okay, I'm with you.
23. Oh, okay, okay. Let's fucking go. This is gonna sound really random. This three, right? 23. I have Croc edging out over Trafalgar de Waterloo. Coming in spicily and potentially in a red hot manner over Crocodile. I have the current strongest woman in One Piece, Boa Hancock, and creeping their weirdly tall, skinny, muscular, lean, weird ass looking body.
There's a lot of negative adjectives that were just said then.
No, it's okay.
One of the biggest scums in human history. Someone that does deserve to be crucified upside down. I'm talking. This is gonna come out of left field. Coming in at 21, I'm putting my first Gorosei member, Saint Jupiter.
Bit of an odd one, but not gonna lie.
Based on the silhouettes, he seems like the shittest of them. Based on the fact.
Silhouettes,
Based on
okay.
the vibes and
Wait. Hear me out on this, right?
Based on the way you look, bro, this is how much you have to offer.
Based
You've chat me off so much. This is where I'm gonna put you on the list.
based on the fact that his silhouette looks like a goddamn blobfish. Based on the fact that he's the youngest of the Gorosei, and based on the fact that the person that he's based on ends up being killed by Emperor Nero. Like, compared to the other people, like, the other people above him either have feet or have a better looking ability. It's as simple as that. Right? Honestly, I almost went to go put them all side by side, and I went, do you know what? No. I'm gonna split them up. If they don't have a feat or don't have potential for me, they're not going any higher than this. Right? It's already bad enough that I put them over Croc and Boa. But, considering next chapter I'm about to either be vindicated or look like a complete fucking fool, this is going to be a short-lived top 50. Right? Eggs. 23, 22, 21.
My number 23 is S-Hawk. My number 22 is Shiryu.
Shiryu!
And my number 21 is Zoro.
I like how we have all come to the consensus that Shiryu is not better than Zoro.
So my idea is that Zoro would win a very, very difficult fight against both S-Hawk or Shiryu, whatever one he fights. But I think that they'd push him even more than Lucci is pushing him right now.
Okay.
So I think those two are above Lucci, and Zoro is just above them.
Can I ask 3 questions of you?
Go for it.
Number 1. Do you feel confident in believing that, knowing that Zoro had to 2v1 S-Hawk?
Yes, because I think, like, it's anime, right? Zoro's gonna pull some bullshit Ashura 9-headed, billion-armed thing out of his ass, and then chop S-Snake in half. I like basically what I see it being, right? Like, if Zoro fought S-Hawk at this point, it's not going to be a moment of, oh no, he got defeated, or he's not ready for Mihawk. It's going to be a moment of fighting him, and he's going, wow, you're really strong. This is like a taste of Mihawk.
It's like versus King.
You're not as strong as my true goal. And he beats him. And it's going to be one of those humble moments of, like, you've downloaded all of his moves into your brain, but you're not really him. You just don't have the source, bro.
Okay. Respectable. Shiryu over S-Hawk.
I just think, like, Shiryu is more likely to be like Zoro's like really, really big fight. And I'd like to think that Shiryu is strong enough. Like, considering he's supposedly the next strongest after Blackbeard, and Blackbeard is seemingly, I think more recently, Blackbeard's been like really getting hyped to be like a final villain. Whereas before, I always kind of thought like, oh, we'll probably take him out on the way to the One Piece, and then like it's going to be a big war against the final thing. It's almost looking now like it's going to be like Gorosei first, then Blackbeard, and maybe him at the end, or maybe even like the whole world government thing happens first, and then Blackbeard at the end. So I think like Blackbeard's, because of the whole like them touching one of the Gorosei and stuff, like it literally seems like Blackbeard is just constantly making moves, and Oda is really trying to show us like he is gonna be really fucking good. He, when you see him, he's gonna be clapping.
Okay.
So I'd like to think that Shiryu is at least like as strong as Zoro is now, but I also like to think that Zoro could beat him.
Okay. I like that. I like that. Okay. I'll allow it. I'll tell you what though, it just made me think of a weird idea. I've talked about this a little bit recently in the Discord. Emperor Nero, who Nerona Imu's based on, when they died, started an era called the War of Four Emperors. Right? Now I've said, okay, it seems like we're playing this in reverse. So we had the four emperors precede the introduction of Nero. What if One Piece ends? You know how there's four blues? What if four factions exist at the end of One Piece, and each one takes a different blue?
That'd be pretty epic.
And they just say segregated, but they have their own, like their own laws, rules, or whatever. It's like joining a different like playing like a game and joining different lobbies with different rules for whatever's convenient for you.
Yeah,
Would be interesting.
I could see it.
Kuma, 23, 22, 21.
Okay, so I have S-Bear. And then I actually S-Bear, then Shiryu, and then for my 21 it was Rayleigh.
Okay. Interesting. I
used Rayleigh because Rayleigh was kind of like my moniker before we break into the top 20.
I like it.
Because I do believe that Rayleigh can take down a Seraphim, but as like he wouldn't take down a Seraphim as easily as anybody else farther up the list. And though we have seen glimpses of what Shiryu can do now, especially with his new Devil Fruit power, he just hasn't shown me like what level of armament and everything that he has yet that puts him over Rayleigh just yet.
Okay. I rock with that a lot. I also am starting to feel like I'm going to be the one person that puts Rayleigh ridiculously high this year.
No, I'm here.
That's
I'm here.
okay.
I'm gonna do it. But then you being there just doesn't make me feel like that's a correct decision.
Okay, fair play.
Ouch.
All right, Young. Who you got for 23, 22, 21?
All right. It's a bit late where I am, so I might just I might hop off after this. But
If you want to fire off the rest of your
Oh.
list, we can do that for you too if you'd prefer.
I mean, whichever.
Whatever's convenient for you.
So
Or if you can also send down your list in the Discord, and then we can just fill it out.
It's a good idea.
oh yeah, I could just I'll just send
Right.
in my list for the.
Wait.
Yeah, as
no,
long as you have it in like a text
Nah.
file, just send it over to one of us. Easy.
Go through, run off the
Alright.
list. I'll fill out the full.
Just think about it this way, man. Who do you want reading off your list? Would you send it to me, Eggs for Brekkie, or New World?
Or do you want to run it off now and just be the flag bearer that we all judge while
Yeah,
you're
just
asleep?
read
Exactly.
Like,
Think
imagine
of
just
it this
reading
way,
it off
man.
and dipping.
No, think of it this way, bro. You can fire off all your characters and not get scrutinized for it.
Yeah, just dip.
Alright. I think I'll go ahead and just. So. I think where we left off was
Zoro Sanji.
21, right?
It was 24 with Zoro Sanji. So you got 23, 22, 21. Oh,
Alright,
and go.
so alright, so 23 I have Evolve Pizarro and San Juan, mainly because I feel like the Blackbeard Pirates need to be like up there in strength if they're ever going to be threatening as like a villain group.
I probably could have
Uh,
slipped a Valor Bizarro
22
in.
I have Law and Kid, mainly because I really didn't know where else to put them.
Okay.
Like they're like a weird level of strength where they're like easily fodderized by like stronger people like Shakes, but they're
Still
also like
respectable in their
beat
own right.
battle or Big Mom. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. No, I see
and
where you're going with this.
21 I have Lafitte, mainly because again the Blackbeard Pirates need to be like a bit stronger to be
End of series
actually
villains.
like relevant.
Wow.
Yeah, and Lafitte's been shown to be able to like break into Marie Joie and like I think impel down, and he was able to hypnotize the guards and impel down to open the gates of justice.
Okay. Interesting. Who do you, if you want to keep rattling off the list, keep going.
All right, I'll just go ahead. Number 20 I got Marco. 19 I got Burgess, and 18 I have Dorian Broggy,
Yes.
which I was kind of half asleep making this list, so I feel like Dorian Broggy
Oh
might be a
no,
bit
it's
too
all
high here,
good,
but
bro. It's all good. Your list is your headcanon. That's the only thing that matters.
I love it.
We can talk as much smack as we want, but what you wrote down is what you wrote down.
You're trailblazing here. So we're the ones that
Yeah,
are going to
I mean,
follow
you're
this.
setting the standard, so whatever comes after this is in judgment of like, this is the standard.
Yep. You're paving the
right.
way for us for our own criticisms, if anything.
17.
All right.
I can't write, but I can
17 I
explain
have
things.
Yamato.
Now
Uh,
this is a
uh,
high Yamato. Let's go.
No, you can't get into it. He's just reading them off.
You could totally get into it. I
16,
approve.
yeah. 16 I have Arouge, mainly because like I'm on that Arouge hype train agenda, bro. Like Oda has to be saving him for something. He was able to beat one of like Big Mom's sweep commanders. Like even though it wasn't the strongest one, it's still pretty impressive. Uh, 15 I have Kizaru and Kuzan. 14 I have Rayleigh, Luffy, and Sabo, mainly because like uh Sabo Odi, we get a line that Rayleigh's 100 times stronger than Luffy. Pet to Egghead, we get Luffy saying he's 100 times stronger than he was on Sabo Odi, and Sabo I feel like is about equal with Luffy at this point, especially since they both technically became emperors at the same time. Sabo being like the Flame Emperor and Luffy being in like a Yonko.
Hmm.
Um, 13 I have Van Augur, mainly because the Blackbeard versus Law episode.
I was waiting for the Van Auger
Uh,
love.
yeah. Uh, 12 I have Kuma. 11 I have Garp and Bogard at the same. Uh, 10 I have Vasco Shot and Katarina Devon. Mainly because I don't know, they've been shown to be like sort of the same power level, or I don't know, they give me the same vibe when it comes to like aura, like on screen.
Okay. Okay.
Number 9 I have the Gorosei. Number 8 I have Shiryu. Just I I feel like he has to be strong. Like I don't think he's just like as strong as Magellan, like it was stated in Impel Down. He's got to be like a bit stronger, like if not top tier. Uh, 7 I have Shanks and Mihawk. 6 I have Akainu. Uh, 5 I have Shiki. 4 I have Garling.
Hang on, sorry.
3 I
Shanks,
have
Mihawk,
Blackbeard.
Akainu. At number 5, it was Garling, was it?
5 is Shiki. I'm sorry, I missed that one.
Shiki.
All right,
4 was
number
Garling.
4 is Garling.
Right.
Yeah. 3 I have Blackbeard. Mainly because, like, even pre-time skip, Shanks said that he wasn't caught off guard and that Blackbeard was still able to scar him. And now and that was pre Yami Yami no Mi and pre Gura Gura no Mi. And so he's got to be like leagues stronger than he was when he was able to actually scar Shanks. And
Is
then
Luffy and
uh
Mihawk next? Sorry, Luffy and Im?
uh number 2 is Dragon and number 1 is him. I had Luffy at number 14 with Rayleigh and Sabo.
Oh, yep. Sorry. Yeah, I forgot about that. Right. Okay, damn. Okay. Interesting.
This is the standard, everyone.
Well, thank you for giving your list. I'm sorry that it got so late. It's one hard thing to do with all the time zones. But thank you for making an
Yeah,
appearance, my
definitely.
dude.
Yeah, thank you for having me, guys.
Anytime.
Great to have you on board.
Speaking of, if anyone ever wants to ask a question of this list, right? All of us are in the Discord, so join the Discord. The link is in the description down below. You can ask any questions you want. Have a good night. Thanks for coming out, Turtle.
All right, you too. Have a good one, guys.
Catch you, my dude. Right. Glitter. 23, 22,
Yeah.
21.
23. Trafalgar the Waterloo.
The waiter.
And then 22 is Weevil. I'm not even going to stay here for you to be.
It's the waiter,
then-
boy.
21 Darling.
I'm never gonna. I've just ruined law for myself then. Anytime I think of law now, all I'm gonna be able to think of is Adam Sandler. Adam Sandler. The waiter, boy.
Adam Sandler. Oh man, I've never known a guy who with more like amazing hits or greatest misses of movies. Anyway.
Nick Cage. No, that's just more misses.
Okay, that's a good candidate. Fair enough.
Good job. That was solid. That even caught me off guard. Okay.
No, he's got a point. He's got a point.
I'm stunned by Young's list. I tell you what. It's a brave list.
Yeah, so is Button Kid. What you did, but that's
I'm surprised you put Vasco Shot and Katarina Devon, not because they don't deserve to be high on the list. It's just I just haven't seen enough from them to actually put them up there.
I can understand that at this point of the story, and that's something that like Egg, Nova, and I from the past streams, Yonder's back. We've always had an issue with balance. You got to balance where they should be versus.
No. Again, that's actually That's actually kind of with like my list, right? Because I don't have Lucky Roo. I don't have like most of the other Gorosei, just because I'm a-okay with people like having like reputations and like reputations and stuff in the stories. Even bounties I take into account as well.
If I don't see it, I've never historically wanted to
context.
put it. This is my
context.
first year I've put Dragon not as
Ooh.
an honorable mention, and I absolutely freaking hate that in my soul. I feel betrayed as a writer, as just a human being, that I would go against that. But I 100% feel you, because if I don't like hype. I need to see what's happening, which I feel like is you run into a bit of a problem. At least like not a problem in One Piece, because it's not a problem, but it definitely is it sometimes drifts into the tell instead of show category, and I just I'm not a fan of it.
It's just inevitable with the One Piece, a story that's so long at this length.
Yeah.
Like you have to just tell at some point sometimes, and just have people make the context. It's unfortunate because trust me, everybody wants more content, but at the same time, you've gotta
balance that out with everything else.
Yeah.
Speaking of balance, my 20, 19, and 18 cracking in the top 20 here. I'm
Smile like he sound like he's got a smart ass smile on his face.
I do, ear to ear. At 20, I have Saint Marcus.
Okay.
Above Saint Marcus, I have Green Bull.
Okay.
Slipping in above Saint Marcus and above Green Bull, I have Rayleigh.
I put Rayleigh way too high.
I am a little bit in shock after all these years of arguing Rayleigh versus Kizaru with eggs. For Rayleigh to be so far down, it's actually scaring me that Kizaru's not on his list. It's scaring me that Kizaru's not going to be on his list. On some petty stuff.
Say nothing at all. Say nothing at all. If Kizaru
they're for content.
Are you ready? You ready?
Say nothing.
Actually, Jay, I've always
hours
argued that Kizaru is way above Rayleigh. What are you talking about?
Ha ha.
Bring it.
Ha ha.
No.
I'm gonna crop last year's stream and this moment right here.
This is gonna be the thumbnail. I gaslight egg for Brecky.
Oh. Alright, eggs 20, 19, and 18.
My 20
Yep.
is S-Bear.
S-Bear. Look, I'm happy because the more names you keep popping out, the higher Kizaru goes.
Exactly. Oh, there's a lot to come. Above S-Bear is Betty B.
Boy. Okay, this is respectable.
Any higher. I feel like I was on track when I made my list. I don't know what's happening to me.
Okay, number 18, okay? And mind you, everybody above here is like cracked strong.
Yeah.
Number 18 is Boa Hancock.
Okay.
You got Boa over Ben Beckman. I'll tell you what, it's you've come a long way. You've come a long way. I'm proud of you.
I'm so proud. I am proud.
I remember years ago, like, not against you guys, but I remember years ago us being in arguments with other people that were trying to say that Dofi clearly massively outscales Boa.
I've never been a fan of that, as you know.
Okay, but to be fair, this was before we got all the context with like Boa Hancock and like Doflamingo.
Nah, there was always context. There was always context.
I think Blackbeard literally grabbing her and saying like, "Wow, you nearly got me." That adds a lot to her.
It doesn't add a lot to her. It just made
the devil fruit.
It just made people.
Again, I'm not trying to downplay Boa, but I thought that was because of her devil fruit, not because of.
Oh, it was.
Yeah, exactly. But like that's what I mean is like her devil fruit is like so dangerous. That's like if a Yonko slips up,
It is.
Look.
Yeah.
But the fact that Blackbeard was actually able to get his hand around her throat, I think that's also a feat that needs to be recognized.
How many days was she at what she was doing too? Like it wasn't.
Yeah.
No. Boa definitely deserves a lot more respect. Like, I don't think she would be able to match up against one of the Yonko, but other than that, she's definitely giving anybody else a good run for their money. Other than the Admirals, of course.
Okay. I have things to say about that, but I'll wait.
I find this really interesting because at this point in time, we didn't even see Benny B on Young's list, did we?
No,
I
we did
was quite
not.
surprised with Luffy around 14.
Yeah, quite a bit actually.
Yeah.
I'm actually kind of proud because I actually have
Depends.
Shiki on my list too.
Ooh.
It depends if you lump everybody together. Like, I personally, just because I was like, stuff that, I lump the Gorosei and stuff together. It depends, I guess, if you branch them out where people end up on your list. But yeah, I was quite surprised.
Alright. No pressure. Kuma. 2019-18.
So 20. Gosh, okay. These guys can be swapped around. Everybody knows that, but for my breaking it into to start off the 20 moniker, I put down Sanji.
Sanji, okay.
Ooh.
I'm a beautiful idiot. I just lifted up my coffee cup and I went, oh, it's empty. I went to look inside it and I just spilled coffee all over my desk.
Oh.
I'm a genius. Nah.
Hey, bro.
Nah,
Some of the greatest geniuses have the most scattered brains, I swear to God.
I must be a bloody genius then.
100%, bro. You should see me. Remember when I spilled my ink all over my finished papers?
Oh, that was such a painful thing to hear about. Alright, who you got above Sanji? Almost?
I put down Sanji, Eustace Kid, and then Law.
So, I'm surprised, but I'm not mad that we haven't seen a Sanji over Zoro this year.
I mean,
Oda knew this was gonna happen.
No. Okay. In my honest opinion, I'm gonna be completely just flat out here. The reason why I think Zoro takes it over Sanji from what is perceived as the majority bias of fans is because of the character archetype. Zoro has always had fighting as his highest priority, as in Sanji is more so the reason why he fights is because he wants to protect, not because it was his initial drive. Now, if Sanji had the same drive for combat that Zoro did, I believe that Sanji would definitely be able to surpass or keep up with Zoro in that regard. That's why I often split Zoro and Sanji as a 55-45 because it's the motivation that separates the two.
Alright, we're never going to see this, but do you know what I would freaking pay so much money to see? What? During Egghead's final battle, them be so desperate to try and win, Kuma rejects Sanji's intention of only using his legs for fighting, so that he's willing to use his hands to fight. It's just so for one arc, you could get to see Sanji punching or even picking up a sword and fighting.
Hands, basically.
Yo, low key though, could you imagine Sanji's sword techniques would be like cooking skills, filet o fish.
I mean, I want
to hear the named attacks. That would be funny to me.
There's an argument to be had that if he was a swordsman, he would be a better swordsman than Zoro. And not a super strong argument, but an argument to be had because
he was trained over the long period of time. Sure, I don't think he'd be.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Sanji definitely has the potential to be where Zoro is. It's just he hasn't had the push for it.
There's the Sanji cooking manga where he takes Zoro's Wado Ichimonji and uses it to perfectly dice fish.
Oh yeah. No, I remember that. Yeah.
Throw a little haki in there, have some freaking some Lunarian Germa strength to back it up. Tell me that wouldn't be cool, even if it was only a temporary power-up thing that he did. Imagine him right now, gets that removed from him, and he decides to try and cook one of the Gorosei.
Oh, it's a cannibal.
Well, because they're a zone.
And him, Sanji.
It'd be interesting.
It would be. I'd watch that.
That being said, speaking of interesting, Glitter 2019 and 18.
20. yet. And then
True.
2019, the Catman himself, Lucci. And then 18, I have a really weird combo here apparently. I put an Aokiji / Fuji split. Don't know why. I couldn't tell you. Don't know why both of them are there. This was a different glitter that made this than the one that's sitting here now, but
Me and
stand with her.
me and eggs, I can already tell. Actually, I'll hold off on it. Okay, it's interesting. Interesting.
What have I done? Wait.
My 17 coming in above Mayo Rayleigh. My trifecta. I have above him St. J. Garcia Satin. Sliding on in on a filthy top over Satin, I have Garling.
Okay.
Okay.
And beating out both Satin and Garling for some raw potential, I have Monkey D. Garb.
I have put the old guard too damn high. Is all I'm feeling when I'm literally.
No. Don't worry, Glitter. Don't worry. You're
Okay.
You're not alone. You're not alone.
No.
They're under 50. Like they're in the under 15. I'm
No.
sweating.
No. That's fair, right? Because hear me out, right?
And
Former top 5 being pushed down to old age top 15. That's kind of fucking respectable, isn't it?
yeah.
Not overhyping, not underhyping. Look, Chad's a Chad.
Fair, that's fair.
Okay. Spotlight's on you. Eggs for brekkie. Tell us where we're all wrong.
What are we doing? What numbers are we doing?
17, 16, and 15.
15.
Yeah.
17. I am putting. Here's where you're all wrong, guys.
Oh.
Number 17 is all of the Gorosei.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, see, I'm glad someone else had a lump sum the way that I did. Cool.
Number 16 is Sabo.
Sabo over the Gorosei. Okay.
Yep. Over like an individual Gorosei member.
Yeah.
And number 15 is the Black Horse. Do we ever get his name? His actual name?
Tensei.
Tensei.
Tensei means black horse, but yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't add Tensei in the list. I probably could have slipped him in there somewhere. I do respect that.
I'm really glad. Oh, did I?
So, for the Gorosei placement, my general theory, and this is an absolute theory because we know, even though we've seen them do their attacks, we know basically nothing about them.
Yep.
My idea about the Gorosei is they have some kind of weird, like, demonic magic powers that is not quite Devil Fruits and it's not quite Haki. And it's whatever the fuck Imu is going on about. It's like his stuff. And basically, I think that, and basically I think that like Saturn so far has fought pretty much exclusively with his like weird demon form and his like weird mind attack ability. I think all of the Gorosei are basically the same in strength because I think all of them basically rely on their like demon abilities. Even if potentially like that dude that has the sword is a swordsman and he likes to be a swordsman, if he ever gets serious in a fight and he needs to transform, I don't know how well his form will help with a sword. And even then, I don't know if that necessarily will make him that much stronger. I don't really think we have anything to like. I mean, obviously you can always speculate and just say, I think he's stronger anyway. But like, I think roughly they're all going to be the same because I think they're all roughly going to have the same like power. They're the same like reason why they're strong.
Interesting. I respect that. I kind of think they're gonna have some very different powers.
Well, okay, yeah, I'll say like I think they'll have like different powers, but like variations on the same type of power that end up being roughly equal.
Like for example, that summoning stuff at the moment, I think that's solely Saturn.
Okay.
But to be completely honest, I'm in the same boat as you. 99% of it's hypothetical. We've seen more of him, so you could equate that to all, or you could equate that to the individual. It's literally like do or don't. You know what I mean? What I will say, this is just a friendly little Easter egg for everyone. Next chapter drops Tuesday week, officially, right? The official release date for the chapter actually drops on a really rare multi-planetary alignment in real life. So the chapter saying the stars align and the chapter that we get the Gorosei actually releasing on is a chapter where those planets are actually in alignment.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just for an interesting little bit of information.
I know this is the most random sidebar, but the words, like when you were saying stop, that's just what triggered it. How's everyone in the mindset with the passing of the Dragon Ball author this week?
Heartbroken. I was actually gonna make a little announcement about that at the end of the stream. It's hard not to talk about the funs of power scaling and fighting in series without giving Akira Toriyama credit. So may as well do it here and now. Akira Toriyama unfortunately passed away at 68 this week. Literally,
Godfather.
Yeah, he not even a pillar of anime. He's honestly like he is one of the
He spearheaded the introduction of most anime in the West.
Without
honestly,
without him, the Western world wouldn't really have without Dragon Ball or Akira, there would be no anime in the West. There would be no big three. There would be no new gen anime. It all comes back to that, and I know even outside of stereotypical anime communities, just for example, in the fitness industry, Dragon Ball and Akira Toriyama has touched so many people's lives. So it is a really sad thing to see someone pass, especially someone who was old but not too old, and still had a lot to give to the world. But at the same point in time, he left the world better than he found it. And thoughts and prayers are always with him and his family, and to all the people
we hope
that
to
he
see him at the pearly gates.
We'll see him on Snake Way. See him at King Kai's.
No, like honestly, it's like it is kind of sad, like when you think about it that way, because like this is kind of another thing though that I have, especially since like I have Eastern roots as well, right? Like there is so much stress involved, especially in the East, when it comes to like production and standards, that health more often than not actually gets put on the back burner, because humans are incredibly resilient, right? That's why we don't know that we're broken until we're actually snapped.
But we can't necessarily keep it up forever.
That's what I mean. And the East has such a high, like, they have such high standards that it gets to the point where if you're not working this hard, you're not considered a person. Like I'm not even kidding with you in that.
It's
That's
why I feel like
it just goes, and then all of a sudden you're like, something's wrong. Like just this week passing, personally, my grandmother, she's in her 70s. She works like 5 days a week plus, even the weekend. She drives over an hour to get to work. She had a heart attack, and they were like, she has the healthiest heart of anyone we've ever seen, and all the rest of it. But she had no idea that anything wasn't going well until it's just you end up in hospital.
And that's what I mean. That's why, like, again, like, like half year, like, like monthly checkups are really important, because a lot of the time, like, I hate to say it, but even when I went over to the East as well, like going over to the doctors, like they went in to see you, of course, but they were also really quick to get rid of you as well.
Yeah.
Especially when it came to like emotional matters and whatnot.
It's also
the biggest recommendation was to legit like try to be happier.
It
No,
On the bright side,
you know, like,
it
we
really
laugh
is
at
the
it, but
advice.
that's
It really is the
legit some of the
advice.
answers that they give you.
I think it's
Look on
also
the bright side is a heavily actually given piece of advice. It's just just look at the bright side. You know, you're so healthy. Look at the things that you should be grateful for. Blah blah blah. And I'm like, that does not change that something is clearly wrong.
I think it also is a bit of a painful thing in the sense that came out of nowhere, right?
Yeah.
I know last year we lost the author of Berserk, devastating to
To an awful
anime and manga.
manner as well.
Like I know Oda's had health issues in the past, and I mean I know there's many fans of One Piece that are
Also,
scared
Hunter.
for his health. Author of Hunter x Hunter. Unfortunately, it's some horrible conditions they're in to get some of these amazing contents and series out to us, and because it's a passion project, they bear through it. But at the same point in time, they are putting their health at risk. So
I mean, look at the way that some of the fandom, I would say not the real fandom, because I don't think any real fans treated Oda that way, but just examine how the fandom or the fan base, some of it reacted when he took like the 2 weeks plus off.
Yeah.
Like he was done well, like the threats and whatever that he was getting, and it was like the first time he'd had more than a week off in like
Yeah,
years.
discounting Golden Week too.
Yeah, and the reaction from the fan base based on that.
It
and you
was-
just think, and the manner of which they get sick, as you were saying, Kuma, is so, I'd say dramatic, not because it's like, but it's theatrics,
no.
but like actually dramatic. Like, you know, the author of Berserk passing from aortic dissection. Like, that's horrific. And then Akira Toriyama, obviously the acute, what was it?
Hematoma.
Who was it? Yeah, and like they're big things as well. It's not just
Yeah, it's not like he
there's a
just
lot of
fell and
threat.
snapped his neck. He literally had his like
brain
a
bleed,
blood vessel
basically.
pop in his brain.
Yeah, so there's especially among the mangakas, especially of really popular series, we're seeing health becoming, especially as they're getting older, it's
Like-
becoming more pronounced.
Like mental stress does not get addressed enough. Even here in the West, like mental stress is like once your mind breaks, the body tends to follow.
Follow very quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So once you burn out mentally, your body is just going to crumble along with you. And that's
see
what I
that a
feel like
lot.
a lot of people experience in the East.
That being said, right? You know, massive shout out to Akira Toriyama, the Dragon Ball community. You know, our love goes out to yous. And you know,
We pray for his
Forever
success.
thankful.
I'm just like I said, I'm just glad that
I'm glad I got to exist in a day and age while he was alive, and I got to see all of that stuff. That's a privilege.
may never have got to meet him personally, which I would have loved to at a convention at some point. But I'm so glad that someone that was so passionate about creating knew that their creations touched so many people.
Absolutely.
That being said, Kuma, 17, 16, 15.
Yeah, 17, 16, 15. Back into it. I have ironically enough, mine's actually pretty close. It's just a mixture of what you guys have. So I have Garling, then Saint Saturn, and then Sabo.
Getting some potentially overestimations of Sabo here this year.
Sabo's pretty high, actually.
Glitter, you're 17, 16, and 15.
My 17, coming in with some love, is Benny B.
Ben Bekuman.
Was that some approval, I hear, Eggs?
Oh yeah.
like the that what's it? The like Kool-Aid Man. There.
Oh
That was
yeah.
perfect. Can we clip that? Can we put that in a short?
Yeah, no, every time that Nova gets a subscriber, that's the sound that I want.
Oh
That's
yeah.
like, it's a clip of Eggs going, oh yeah.
Need to record Eggs just going, oh yeah. Subscribe.
Right on.
Give us a follow.
Subscriber.
Sound like an old car dealer.
Yes.
It's like the announcer in Halo for multiplayer.
Yes.
Kill
my
Chastity.
God, that should be-
Kilimanjaro.
You should just stop everything that you're doing, Eggs, and just be like one of those Boy Scouts. Just do those bites.
I would
That's your
absolutely
fault.
love to do that.
Drive on
Um,
down to the One Piece community. Check out
yeah.
New World Supernova.
Today, yeah.
Alrighty, Glitter, who do we have over Benny B?
Benny B. I have Marco the Phoenix.
Respectable Marco love.
My boys, yeah.
And coming in at number 15.
I have a bit of a tie between Katakuri and Boa Hancock.
Both sharing the same slot, or do you want to put one over the other?
No, they can share one.
Okay.
I don't know how I feel about it, but
Man, I'm starting to feel like, I mean, I guess if everyone else just put Gorosei as one instead of individual people, that kind of spread, like, that sort of shows the difference between my list and other people's. Brings it a lot closer. 14, above Garp. Okay, I have, sliding in above Garp, Sengoku the Buddha. The reason I have Senny over Garp is just because he's Garp, but with a devil fruit. Helps him retain his vigor in old age. Sliding in, though, above Sengoku, I have two more. I repeat, two more Gorosei members. I have Baron V. Nusjuro. Otherwise known as Samurai Gandhi. And then coming in above Baron V. Nusjuro as the strongest Gorosei member in my eyes at the moment, War Curie. Any dude that's got war in his name surely has to be the strongest, does he not? If not, that's just false advertising.
That is
Pure
how it works.
speculation, but
we
alright.
can't argue with that logic. That's
Surely Oda wouldn't bait and switch me with a Gorosei member like there's some petty one-armed redhead ginger.
Oh, you're asking if Oda would pull a bait and switch my guy. Are you truly a One Piece fan?
You want me to tell you? Would you like me to tell you, boy?
The Gorosei are safe.
Gorosei are safe. No one is safe in the One Piece world, especially when it comes to power scaling.
My reasoning here as well for splitting up, because if you notice, I've got a few people mixed in between the different Gorosei members. We've seen the most of Saturn, so I can't put him at the weakest. I think there are other people that's like Animal looks like it'll be weaker than Saturn's, but apart from that, there are some that just kind of stand out. For example, Samurai Gandhi looks like the main fighter of the group, and there's also the whole connections that he has thematically on his design with Imu. And again, War Curie, you if you have a war in your name, and a name like his name's based on a pun of the Valkyries and war, you gotta give it, like, nothing screams I fight more than that. You know what I mean? Even if he does look like a boiled egg. The reason why I have them over Sengoku is because, like, the Gorosei have all got to be strong. They don't necessarily have to be the strongest, especially because they've got Imu there. But the Gorosei have all got to be pretty strong. And it makes sense that they sort of filter around roughly some of the top tiers in the Marines, especially from the older generations. They've been around for a minute. They seem like ageless bastards. But at the same point in time, the people above them are people that are just going to have better feats at this point. You know what I mean? Eggs, 14, 13, and 12.
14, 13, and 12. We have Green Ball, Darling, and Fuji.
Respectable. I feel like we've also come to the conclusion that Fuji's over Green Ball, haven't we?
Absolutely, because everyone hates Green Ball because he sucks.
Look, no.
Okay.
he sucks
We
because
can hate
he's
him as much as we want, but the feats don't lie.
he sucks because he's a human piece of shit that believes in inequality. When it comes to feats, he's a bit
He's
of a
pretty good.
he's I like that's one of those
alright.
that's one of those characters that's like the feats far outweigh the likability of the character.
No. It's like having a good what was it? A good banker. You know you don't like them, but they do their job very well.
Well, as living scum, he does his job tremendously.
Yes.
Kuma, 14, 13, and 12. We're getting close to the top 10 here.
Oh, 14, 13, and 12. So I had again actually did I? Yeah, Green Bull, Fujitora. Oh, so wait, hold on. Sorry, I slipped up.
Ooh.
Sorry, we're at what? 14?
14.
Okay. Oh gosh, what? Oh my god, was I actually? Okay, well I'm just gonna say it because I don't know what I was thinking when I made this list, but I put down Katakuri.
Katakuri at 14?
Yeah, Katakuri at 14, and then
Listen to
Fuji.
the dirty excitement in his voice then.
Yeah, I put down Katakuri at 14, and then Fujitora, and then Green Bull, and then Fujitora. Sorry, Cat, Green Bull, then Fuji.
Houston, we have a real one. I love it. Katakuri love, you know, you're never gonna get disrespected by me.
Oh wait, no, 14 is my Katakuri, bro.
Yeah, no.
Community's a hellscape.
Making it into the top 14. It's higher than I put him. It is higher than I put him, and I'm not mad.
Oh my god.
Alright, Glitter, 14, 13, and 12.
14.
Please don't kill me.
14 is Green Bull / Sabo. Don't
Green
ask
Bull
me.
/ Sabo? Okay.
Don't know what. Because I wanted to put Sabo needs to be around. In my opinion, needs to be around here. But I didn't have him in good faith above the rest of the people that I've got. So I
Yeah,
was like,
that's fair.
I guess you're gonna have to tier share, my guy.
Well, I mean, I would say like maybe Sabo has the edge over Green Bull just because his
Yeah,
Devil
I
Fruit
think
is
that
fire.
too. But my 13 is Zoro.
Ooh.
Okay.
So I was like, that's not gonna happen. So that's sort of why I was like, I guess you're gonna have to belong at the same one. That I fully think that there's an edge for Sabo, but I just when I was like, okay, my 13 Zoro, that's not gonna happen. So he's gonna have to.
Did I ever mention Jinbei on my list?
I
Can we
think
have a
you
quick
did.
look-see?
You have S Shark.
I was gonna be an honorable mention at some point.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot about my favorite fish. Boy.
My favorite fish.
Nah, at this point in time, he's sushi.
It's an adorable way of saying that. I can't believe I forgot my favorite
Oh, wonderful. Glitter, you're number 12.
fish. My number 12. This is where I'm gonna start to get roasted. I put Rayleigh / Kong.
Oh, okay.
How
okay.
did I forget Kong?
Kong, eh?
Kong.
So,
I didn't forget about Kong. It's just I didn't put him on because we haven't seen anything from him.
yeah, see, this is my 1 year I've deviated from that, and I hate my very soul.
It's
but
okay, Glitter Kong. No. It's okay to branch out.
Look, if you couple in with someone else who's already going to be there, it's fine, alright? Because it doesn't really take
Yeah.
up the list. It's
but
almost
that
like
was
an
what
addendum.
So
anyway.
yeah,
It's
I
filler
put
slot.
my-
Filler slot.
I'm throwing Kong in as an addendum down next to my Garp at 15.
So yeah, I put my Rayleigh / Kong.
You know
as
what,
the
like-
beginning of my old guard.
Alright.
It's actually pretty insane, to be honest. Like the fact that we can actually like, could you imagine once One Piece actually ends? Knock on wood. But like, Oda has so much material left over. I would
So
kill
many
to
people
see,
to go through.
I would kill to see an actual like following Garp's life. Genuinely.
Yes.
Like,
One
his
Piece.
rise to the rank of the Marines and
I would
stuff.
pay, even
I
if
would
you
pay for that.
outsourced it, like Boruto. I would love to see the generation before
It's
Luffy.
gonna.
Yeah, the old
Like, to
generation.
see Roger's era in its prime with Rock and all the rest of it.
Yep.
Also, a gag I was going to make ages ago, but I thought I said it. I kept it internal. Rayleigh's a real winner because he has
Shacky.
complete arm candy. He has Shacky.
I'm surprised
is-
Shacky hasn't made
real
it into
winner.
anyone's list.
I mean, we know she's strong, but you know, like there's nothing
We
to
still
scale on.
haven't
She
done
literally
our
beat up.
top 20 girls and boys.
Like no, but
Right.
like Shaki's only feat is that she beat up a guy who didn't want to pay.
I
And the guy looked
mean,
like pretty much a scrub. So again, I'm not doubting Shaki's strength. It's just
We haven't seen it.
how
Yeah,
far
no,
that
I
strength goes.
understand.
alrighty. We're gonna go back to giving individuals now
Okay.
because we're about to round it into the top 10.
Okay.
Which is coming in at number 11. I have the Flame Emperor himself, Sabo, not making it into the top 10. And the caveat mention is if she's still alive, Big Mum.
Okay.
I didn't think to
Um,
yeah, I just went if they're dead, they're dead. You know, if it's their burden of proof to show me they're still alive.
look,
I mean, this is One Piece. Pound came back.
Yeah, no body.
Pell
no
came
anything.
back.
the will of P continues. It's actually Pig Mum.
100%.
It's actually Pig
I
Mum.
don't see if you don't see a body in One Piece, it's up for debate.
No,
That's
even
fine.
if you see the body, man, they
Don't
might not
say that
be dead.
because some part of me's like, you know, Ace isn't really dead. It's fine.
Look, I gave up caring when Kaido impaled Kinemon and the Lord's fucking room became a plot point from like 400 chapters ago.
Yep.
Right? They're not dead until the funeral's been held.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
That being said, Eggs, you're number 11.
One Piece actually has quite a lot of deaths too. I think what pisses people off is just that like there's not enough like current deaths. You
Well,
know?
the thing is, if you go back to Wano, there's like 15 deaths. Assuming that the people that died actually are dead.
Yep. And over 100 in terms of like actual just common casualties.
In common casualties, there were thousands. It was like 20,000 people died.
100%.
Eggs, are you still there? I see you mute. Alright, we will gloss over Eggs until he comes
Bacon
back.
and eggs, where are you?
Kuma, you're
Sorry, I'm being bugged. What's going on?
you're number
Being
11.
Mugged.
I'm being bugged, yes. My number 11 is Sengoku / Kong.
I love
10 is
the
Ka.
Oh, no. We're just doing ones now. We've gone back to ones.
Oh. Shoot.
Alright.
I don't have a 10,
Alright. Kuma, you're number 11.
My number 11 is the god of Buddhas himself, Sengoku.
Sengoku love coming in high this year.
Yeah, good, nice to see it.
And Glitter, you're numero 11.
Is the man whose genetic gene pool started this whole shenanigans. It's Garp.
Garp. Oof, Garp. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are cracking into our top 10 list. Before we shoot through doing that, I'm just going to go take this time. We're going to judge the living shit out of Young's list. Right?
Oh, poor Young. He's not here to defend himself.
Can't be here to defend himself. So his 10 was a toss-up between Vasco Shot and Katarina Devon. Number 9 was a placeholder just being the entire Gorosei. Coming in at number 8, Shiryu, which I gotta say, I'm surprised that Shiryu is this high in someone's mind. I'm genuinely shocked by it. Outpacing Shiryu, though, Shanks and Mihawk. So, Shanks, Mihawk, and Shiryu all being swordsmen must be pretty fucking relative in his mind. Very interesting to me. Akainu sliding in above that. Shiki. How Shiki makes it here, I am pleasantly surprised. The man can throw an ocean at you. Fair play. Garling comes in at his number 4. Then we have the trio at the top. The undisputed top 3. Blackbeard, Dragon, and Imu. Or are they? Dun dun dun. Alright, jumping over to me. My number 10 coming in at the bottom of the barrel for the top 10 list. I have the one, the only, the Mr. Smooth. The Mr. has a bit of a big nose. The Mr. honestly, he's a bit of a creep. I have Aokiji, aka Kuzan. He doesn't need an explanation for why he makes it into the top 10. The dude's a fucking weapon. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I've seen him solo the Big Mum Pirates. I've seen him solo the Blackbeard Pirates. I've seen him solo Doflamingo with a freaking glint of his belt. Right? He went toe-to-toe with Akainu for 10 days, and although he lost a leg, he held on for 10 days. Punk Hazard is the aftermath of what you do when you get into a scrap with that man. Aokiji, he's a fucking beast. Especially with the fact that he's gone relative in armament haki and bare brute strength with Garp. That genuinely blew me away. But yeah, I have Kuzan at number 10. Eggs, who is your number 10?
My number 10 is Garp.
Garp. Is this the highest Garp? I think it is. Ooh, la, la. Ooh, actually, maybe not. Kuma.
I will double that and add another one to the Garp stock at 10.
Oh, okay. I'll tell you what, the Galaxy Impacts are looking impressive this year, ladies and gentlemen. Glitter, who is your number 10?
It's the man with the crackers and the cuter goat. It's Senpopu.
When you said with the crackers, I was about to say, did fucking Charlotte Cracker crack the top 10?
Cracker in there, bro.
I was about to go, the one-man army himself? Ooh.
No.
Oh.
Cracker gets put... Honest to God, Cracker gets put down way too often. He deserves some love. He does better than Smoothie.
Now.
He does, but the whole conversation of Cracker is a dangerous precursor in this like whole... I say household, which is like the Discord, because the amount of arguments over Cracker, Shank versus Mihawk, and then Marco versus Katakuri that is consistent in this is just dangerous.
It's okay. I'm not in that household, so we can talk about it as much as you want. I'm over here in Canada where it's safe.
That's a false save. That's a false save. Kuma,
you're part of the house now by just being in the Discord.
Kuma's real identity is Wade. Yeah, is Wade Wilson. He's just here to stir the pot. Number 9. That is my cat.
You're a cat.
Number 9 coming in above Aokiji. This may be a red hot take. So before I give it, I'm gonna say my placeholder. If he's alive, it's Kaido. Slipping back over though, the person that's actually holding this spot, honestly, we have not seen enough feats from them, and yet even with practically no feats, they are somehow just a living legend and a near-world god. I'm talking about the blind swordsman himself, Fujitora. This man could see into space and pull a meteor down. I got no reason to say he can't do that on a horizontal standpoint. And honestly speaking, gravity affects everything. So there is nothing to say that he isn't just as dangerous as Aokiji's Ice Age, if not more. The only difference being, gravity's a hell of a lot more scary than cold. That's it. Eggs, you're number 9.
So much more pushback than that.
It's just... My number 9 is Kizaru.
Ooh, criminally low.
I'm waiting for the pushback. Is it?
Yeah.
Is it low?
It is criminally low.
Have you just overhyped him for years on end?
I don't know. He's performing better against Luffy than Kaido. Kuma, number 9.
My number 9. Let's see here. Who do I have of Garp? Aokiji.
Aokiji. the Iceman himself. I like that the consistency though. Aokiji is such a cool character, even if he is a bit of a I love Aokiji, but I also at times I'm just like, you're such a.
He might be a turned cloak now, but we don't know what he's plotting.
Is it weird to say I feel like he's just like a lost son, in a sense?
He's legit lost the reason why he's fighting, honestly, and now he's feeling like he's. It's kind of like he feels like he has nowhere else to go, but he's also put himself in that position, you know?
Glitter, number 9. She's gone quiet.
Red hair Shanks.
Shanks! The lowest Shanks. Okay, sweet. The ice has been broken.
Crack it open with an ice pick.
The ice has been broken. I love it. Coming in at number 8. Honestly, one of the worst villains in the story. An absolute menace. Terrorized millions around the world. They are just reprehensible, right? Honestly, some could even say the scourge of the earth. They are probably going to ruin the world. I'm talking, of course, about a main character, Monkey D. Luffy.
What have I put into my two? I don't really know what's happening.
Yeah, Luffy's amazing. I feel like everyone is already just putting him in the top 10. I mean, fucking Gear 5 is just... Gear 5 is amazing.
Fight last year. I had to fight you last year. I'm fairly certain that Luffy wasn't top 5. I don't know how we've gotten...
I have Luffy the exact same place I had him last year.
Who was I fighting with then? Was it you? That seems unlikely. Oh no, that's right. Yeah, you had Luffy 1, didn't you? That set us off for like an hour.
I don't think I ever had Luffy 1, did I? Or maybe because I didn't include like Im and stuff.
You didn't include Im, so you had Luffy at 1.
Yeah, that's fair. It was fair back then, okay? He beat Kaido at the time. Kaido was the best. There were so many YouTubers doing their top somethings.
Was he
and
though?
They all put Kaido at number 1 because of World's Strongest Creature. There
Was he though?
So many people putting Kaido number 1, and Luffy just beat him. How do you not put him number 1?
Was Kaido ever number 1 though? Was he?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is everyone was saying that he was. So how is my opinion so drastically different to anyone else's?
If everyone jumped off a cliff, would you?
Dude, no. To be fair, the Kaido hype train was absolutely insane.
Yeah, no. Like, look, it's reasonable. It was reasonable at the time, especially because I mean, you could even make the argument to date that Kaido has the best all-around display because he was just like the way he was handled as a character as well. You know what I mean? Like, he may not be the strongest in any one individual category, but he's like in the conversation for almost every category. That's the thing. So who was it that you had?
Me? For what? For number 9?
For number 8.
8 is Aokiji.
Aokiji. Ooh la la. And Kuma, your number 8.
That would be Kizaru.
Loving the Borsalino love.
At this point in time, I just have to put him above Aokiji because from what I've been seeing from Kizaru, he's been pulling off a lot more impressive stuff in the new world.
Okay, I like it and it's respectable.
I mean, to be fair, he took a star bomb directly to the cranium, and he got up a few seconds after.
Yeah, he got up.
He's taken multiple at this point.
Yeah. Everybody thought that Kizaru would have been done after that star bomb attack because it looked like a finisher, genuinely.
I would still argue as well that the White Star Gun is the strongest attack we've seen from Gear 5, other than Bajrangan.
Yeah, honestly.
And
again, I think it's because it's just Borsalino's it's just that
chill
his
demeanor.
attitude always throws people off, you know. That's why they don't think he's all that crazy.
Look, you'll see when I get to Kizaru, but he's the man. He
yeah,
is the
100%.
man.
He's the man. I really like him actually. Like, despite his character development, like I actually really like that he hasn't suddenly like turned traitor yet, quote unquote. Hunch, hunch, wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Every now and then you need to have a character that makes their bed and lies in it. I mean, Hawkins did it too.
Yep.
Glitter, you're number 8.
Let there be light, Kizaru.
Ooh. Which is really interesting because at this point, all of you have dropped Kizaru. So, do you know what? Let's make it a party because my number 7 is Kizaru as well. The only reason I have him over Luffy at the moment, when Luffy's had such a good showcasing against him in Gear 5, is solely because Kizaru has handled Gear 5 and timed out Gear 5 3 separate times now, and hasn't used Haki. And we know that Kizaru not only knows advanced armament Haki, but even actively teaches it to other people, to the point where other people's entire arsenal is their Haki. The fact that Kizaru is hanging with Luffy without using... Kizaru has shown 0 Haki so far in this fight, shows how much Kizaru's holding back, and honestly, it's kind of parallel to how much Luffy's holding back, because Luffy is fucking around in Gear 5, but he hasn't been using a lot of Haki, even though he has used Haki a handful of times against Kizaru in Gear 5. On top of that, the fact that this man was able to hurt Gear 5 with his lightsaber and can make an uncountable amount of clones that all have the lightsaber and fight. Honestly, he's the fastest character we've seen so far in the story. His AP's equal to or greater than a Gear 5 Luffy in terms of like being able to damage, and that's without Haki. And he can turn the numbers game to his advantage at any moment. Ultimately, I think Luffy will beat him. But it's going to require more than what we've seen of Luffy at the moment, because so far Luffy's pulling out some pretty heavy stops to stall him. And Kizaru's just not taking it serious. And as for the people that Kizaru's over at this point in time, they either haven't shown the relativity, or haven't shown the speed, or haven't shown the numbers advantage to compete. Speaking though, lucky number 7, Eggs, who you got?
That was tough to get through.
You gonna say
Number
Luffy?
7.
Oh, sorry,
Luffy.
that's number 1. Oh, okay. Like to see it. The fact that we've got Luffy within 1 spot of each other is perfectly fine to me.
Significantly above Kizaru.
Significantly above Kizaru. They're within 2 spots of each other, bud. I know two's a big number for you. I know. It's okay. I know 2's a big number for you.
No, you know it's starting to get messed up when an Aussie calls you bud. But you know the
Bud.
rising when bud starts to come out.
Bud, mate, friend,
mate,
champ. Don't make me pull out champ.
Don't ever call someone a champ.
Do not bring out champ.
What's bad about champ?
You don't do champ. Even
Champ is
Australian
just
does
the most
call you mate.
passive-aggressive.
Okay,
Actually,
so in Australia, we can say
It'd be okay. Champ is not good.
in Australia.
It's just not okay.
Okay, Kuma. In Australia, we see the C word, no problem, right? You know how Americans react to the C word? That's how we react to champ.
It's four letters and it ends with a T.
Oh.
Yeah, if we call you that,
It's fine.
we
But-
like you generally.
But how Americans react to that word is how we react to champ.
Supernova has like that the hard way. Yeah, and you never call him.
It is
champ.
the
You don't
most.
go, hey champ, you will start a fight in the pub.
It is the most
Especially if it's at a
condescending.
pub.
You're about to throw hands, sort of like that language will get you beaten up.
Like, if you accidentally knock someone at a pub, particularly if this is the exact scenario, and I think Eggs and Nova as men will also, particularly from men. If a woman says it to you, a little less so. But I'm going to set the scenario, Eggs, Nova. You're at a pub, and the guy jumps, like, accidentally, like, shoulder barges into you, and you spill your drinks a little bit, and he says, "Sorry, champ."
He
And the inhale that I just heard through my mic is that
if it is not immediately followed, like if it isn't said with like a heavy accent or immediately followed by him buying me a schooner, he's out of that. He's out. Night.
Okay, good to know.
learning some cultural stuff here.
Yeah, champ ain't it. Champ ain't it.
Okay, because
Can I call you guys like? Can I say bro?
Bro's fine. Bro's great.
Keep it the personal level. Yeah, I don't care. I like bro. Bro's cute.
The reason why champ is bad is because it's really passive aggressive, and you normally say it like not actually meaning it. There are contexts where like,
or to children.
Actually,
say it to children. You're like, "Oh, hey champ, how you doing?"
Yeah, because there's definitely a few guys at my boxing gym who say like, "Hey champ, how's it going?"
Yeah. See, to us, it's because you do. I say champion to a lot of older men, but I say champ to like young boys. I'm like, "How you going, champ?" Like, especially with the kids at work. But I would never call a grown man champ.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
It's because when you say champ, like most people when they say champ, it comes with like a sarcastic like, you
At
think
least
you're
here.
good, like you're a champion, like, oh, you champ, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, like you think you're so good, you're a champ. I just realised that. Yeah, I didn't realise why it's because I think we started using it that way. I think it only has that connotation because Australians started to use it as a derogatory. Oh, hey champion, hey champ. Like I feel like we started to do that, and that's why. The chicken or the egg. I don't know if it sounds that way or we just started doing it that way.
Like when I was in high school and I was working at Macca's, all these old dudes would come in and they would call me champ.
Oof.
Like as they're like ordering their meals, like thanks champ, and it just killed me every time. I just wanted to blow up. But like to them, like they didn't think they were being that bad. Like they were probably saying it genuinely, but you just don't get how that comes off. Especially when you're talking like a service worker, it's like
yes.
Yeah.
It's already a condescending. Like it's already really easy to get like condescended to, but that it's not exactly the same. But it's like if someone called you boy. Just not.
Yeah.
Hey boy.
I think buddy sometimes can have that to it as well. They're like condescending.
Yeah.
Like, hey buddy, how's it going? Like I'm not talking to you, buddy. Like that is horrible. That is a horrible thing to say.
Sometimes mate, which is ironic because that's what we're known for.
I say might.
Yeah, like if someone goes, "Oh, hey mate," and you're not actually on that level basis with them, you're sort of like. But if someone's called you, "Oh, how you going?" that word, you're like, "Hey, that's fair enough."
Yeah.
Especially if you add good as an adjective in front of it. If you go, "He's a good," like even in reference, if I was talking about someone and go, "Oh, he's a good," and then that word, I wouldn't be saying that like, "Oh, that's not me being derogatory," even if I'm calling him that. I'm like, I actually think that person's good. He's a good, you know, cave.
Human being.
I'm gonna say the word cave instead of the actual word. But yeah, no, if they go, "Oh, yeah, no, so and so's a good cave. He's a good one," you'd be like, "Yeah, no, that person really likes that person."
Alrighty. So.
Well, I've learned a lot about the Australian culture.
The linguistics.
Kuma, you're number 7.
Never use the champ word. Got it.
Noted.
Well, not if you want to keep your teeth.
Alright.
Number 7, Kuma. What you got?
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna lose my teeth now.
It's a champ himself.
That's actually how I'm introducing my next person.
Wait. Okay, let me see here. Who do I have? I had Mihawk up next.
Oh.
I decided to give him the number 7 because it looks most like a sword.
That checks out.
You should have given him a number 3 because it looks the most like a Z, and he's doing the Zoro. You've got Mihawk in the same slot as Young. Let that sink in.
But Shanks is not on that bracket.
Glitter, you're number 7. Lucky number 7.
May as well put him there again because I've got Dracul Mihawk.
Nice.
It's alright.
Nice.
It's alright. Me and Eggs. Me and Eggs are coming back into agreeing with each other, probably having Mihawk a fair bit higher than that.
Nice.
Well, damn. This time around, I got Kizaru here. Coming in over Kizaru is, you know, the hottest up-and-coming stud in the new world. You know him. You love him. He likes honey. He likes honeys. And he likes henny. I'm talking about Blackbeard.
Oh, Blackbeard's your number 6. Interesting.
Yeah,
Next, because it looks like it's got a beer belly, and that's what Blackbeard has.
I like that. If you got 7 because it's a sword, then the 6 is
it's actually
his body type.
It's actually because 6 looks like a cherry, and this man's favorite food is cherry pie.
Nah, well, you didn't make it about his weight. I'm proud of you, Supernova. I'm proud of you.
I'm better than petty fat humor. Although, if you've ever seen the Viva card cover, Boa doing the extreme stare down her nose, that poor girl is looking straight into his belly button fluff.
Oh.
Into the lint pocket.
What the hell?
Look, Caribou isn't the only person with a pocket dimension. That's all I'm saying. Eggs, your number 6 is, sir.
My number 6, sir, is Mihawk.
Mihawk!
Hi-ho.
Hi-he, hi-ho, it's off to swordplay we go! Kirby, your number 6 is...
Pointy stab, stab, and pointy stab.
Stabby stab.
Um,
Point and stab and reprobate.
Sometimes pommel.
Repose.
Kuma, your number 6 is...
Yes. My number 6 was... Oh my god. Okay, I actually genuinely don't know what I was thinking when I made this, but I actually put down Shiki.
Oh.
Don't kill me.
It's okay. That's right.
That's fine. No, it's good.
Spare me. Spare me.
It's alright, champ. It's alright, champ.
He's technically alive.
Kinda.
I'll have you know that Shiki has swords for legs, therefore Mihawk must automatically be above him, Mum said.
That would be don't even joke about that. That's like an actual argument you'd have pulled out of your butt crack at some point. That sounds like something that you would have pulled out of your arsenal.
No, I haven't pulled it out yet. That comes later. Glitter, you're number 6.
It's the boy. It's the boing boing boy.
Goofy.
Goofy.
Boing
boy.
Wow! Number 6, not a single double up.
It's the boing boing boy.
Very interesting.
Boing, boing.
It's the boing boing boy. Boing.
Very interesting. I'm gonna keep a trend going though. Above Blackbeard, I have Blackbeard's greatest rival. The man, the myth, the legend, the guy that the whole story started based off of. Red Hair Shanks.
God, my cat's now going psycho. Are you gonna keep climbing up the wall, buddy? Fall over eventually.
Blackbeard is always reaching up for that man's loincloth, and that man is swatting him away as he stands towering above him. All hail the red hair man.
That's an image I didn't need before bed.
I did not need that at all. That's gonna come up on bits.
I did, thank you.
Eggs is like, give me more.
Thanks for
No. Kuma's gonna be asleep. And it's gonna be like the stupid sexy Flanders meme. But it's just gonna be Shanks swatting away Blackbeard.
Nothing at all.
All that coarse black chest hair.
Is that for Blackbeard? Because Shanks' chest says surely red.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It could be black if you put it in a different light.
Shanks becomes such a great swordsman just to give his boyfriend Blackbeard a shaved chest. How romantic.
That'd be pretty funny, actually. Could you imagine? He just cuts him so fast that he cuts off all his hair.
How do they determine who the world's greatest swordsman is? They have to they have to win a shaving contest. That's why Mihawk's got the sideburns and the mustache.
Hey, maybe that's why we get some crazy ass One Piece hairstyles.
Yeah, it's just the trauma from the hair.
They all get together once a year and do a great shave off.
I'd believe
Eggs, you're number 5.
And number 5 is Shanks.
We're keeping consistency here. I like it. We both agree that Shanks is number 5.
You must have done something wrong, Eggs, for that to...
It's about all we agree on, to be honest.
That's hey, that's got to be a bit out there for that to...
Kuma, you're number 5.
Well, Drake 3, Lucky 3. I'm Shanks 2.
So, I feel like we all agree that Shanks is number 5. Glitter?
No, not Glitter. Solo down immediately.
My bad. I'll remember this. I got a long memory.
What do you mean? There's 2 other people here who agree.
I mean, it makes it worse.
You're the one that said it, so I'm gonna remember you.
It makes it worse.
For all of my years of loyalty, I read your poems for you, Glitter.
Fine. You get
actually pretty good.
You get a buyback.
Alright.
I swear to God, Cat, if you nibble my foot again, I swear. Please.
I'm not a foot person, so don't you worry.
Quentin Tarantino's sneezing somewhere in the world. Glitter, you're number 5.
It's the man that will accost young women to join his crew. It is the man who I am fairly certain smells of garlic and BO. It's Blackbeard.
Oh, okay, that's who you're going for. I don't think we've ever seen Blackbeard eat garlic.
It looks like he smells of garlic and BO.
Oh.
And it's got nothing to do with the fact that I'm certain that he doesn't bathe.
Basically, he's a Buccaneer version of Wario.
We were...
Yes, given that Boa and poor Bonnie, imagine being tied up and that size of a man's looking at you going, be my woman. Imagine...
He's got a gold tooth, though, so his dental's pretty good.
His dental plan's alright, maybe. His healthcare plans are clearly not too bad. I mean, maybe.
At least he doesn't have smelly breath, probably, because he goes to the dentist often.
I don't know, he looks like he
I don't know, man, with how many times that his teeth get knocked out.
He looks like he smells a bit halitosis.
Do you know what the funniest thing is? I was in a live the other day and I had to educate a few people on this. We were doing a live. It was one of Hoodrant's lives, and what they were going about were worst villains stuff, right? And it got to a row it was like a grid 3x3x3. Blackbeard was in a one segment and everyone was going back and forth with the arguments about who's worse than that. And I felt really bad, but I had to educate everyone on this. Blackbeard is such a villain that in the Ace novel, we find out that he actively seeks out Ace to crop dust him.
Yeah. He's feral. I know that man smells.
Think about that. You're on the Whitebeard Pirates ship, and this man, Blackbeard, actively decides to pick a target to just follow around to fart next to.
That's feral. You can't tell me this man doesn't smell.
That is some true end of series villain shit right there.
That would start a fight. If I was on that...
Respect that. That's excellent foreshadowing. Give him the gas.
Fart shadowing.
He was gaslighting Ace even before they were enemies.
Yeah, he was slowly driving Ace insane before that point. Can I just tell you, if that man had crop dusted me, we wouldn't have even had that. We had this whole man who that
Yo.
part belongs to.
Okay, Ace
My mission.
Ace versus Blackbeard, they're in an even clash. Ace smells something funky and Blackbeard just starts laughing. Catches him off guard. Catches him off guard and says, "Poo particles from my ass are in your lungs." Ace just loses focus. Observation haki down. That's how Blackbeard gets a win. That's how he scarred Shanks. He crop dusted Shanks.
Oh, he 100% crop dusted Shanks. And it's to the point where he'd never tell Ace, and then in the fight, that's when it comes off. And it's like one of those PTSD moments from like any movie or TV, and Ace goes, "Now it all makes sense." And it's that hesitation, that mindfuck that
He's gonna try it against Luffy, but it's gonna get countered by Luffy rubbing a booger on him.
I believe Luffy would just crop dust him back.
Oh.
100%.
My number 4 is the sexiest man alive, Mihawk.
I put my list away. Where the hell?
Eggs, you're number 4, sir.
Oh, yes.
My number 4, sir, is Dragon.
Dragon. I
Why do you say that in the same way?
I wanna ask you, right? Would you have wanted to put Dragon higher if he had more feats?
No, I actually have a reasoning of why I put Dragon there.
Okay. I respect it. But I can already tell who's coming up on your list, so either way, I respect it. Kuma, you're number 4.
My number 4 is Wait. Oh my god. Oh, hold on.
Oi, you get out from behind the television, you four-legged fiend. Oi!
What?
My cat
I'm
is going
four-legged?
nuts. My cat's
what?
going nuts.
Okay, you're not talking to me.
No, you four-legged.
No, ironically enough, because my monitor actually broke a couple days ago. I'm using a TV screen.
Oh, so you thought that was really? You're like, where is Witter?
Legit, I thought that I was the four-legged fiend behind the television.
Kuma's on 4 legs, hunched up.
there for a second.
You were like, I'm fully gonna back out of this Discord and block your.
She's seeing me through the TV.
I'm the one that means that people stick that sticky note over the camera on screen.
Jesus Christ. Okay, no, sorry. I've got, Luffy number 4.
Ooh. Wait, has Eggs put Luffy? Eggs has put Luffy. Interesting. And Glitter, you're numero 4.
My numero 4 is the man that I want to see dead more than anything else. I want to see this man gutted, bleeding. I want to see this man pummeled. I want to see this man's face scraped across gravel, biting a curb. I want him gone. I want to bury him. I want to cut him open, fill him with rock, sew him off, and throw him off a beach wall so he doesn't float back to the surface. This is
Never pissed
Akainu.
off Twitter. I got it.
Akainu. Cannot.
I tell you what.
Wait, can you just... What do you want to do to him again?
I want to kill him, cut him open, fill him with rocks, sew him up, and throw him into the ocean so the body never floats back ashore. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure what you have to do is actually push him into the water. I'm pretty sure he's already filled with rocks.
Yeah, but I want to kill him. I don't want the water to do it. I want to play an active role in this. I just want to be there when the lights go out.
Want to give him the old
Sounding a lot like a mafia boss.
You want to give him the old reach around donut treatment.
Look him in the eyes. I want to look him in the eyes, and I want to see the exact moment it goes out.
You wanna walk up to him, pull your cap off, push it out with your fist, call his daddy a bitch, and then put a hole in him.
And just whisper, "This is for Ace."
I like it. We are here to the top 3. We're gonna give rattling off all the top 3, just because I feel like number 1 is gonna be the same across the board. So I feel like it'll be a bit more interesting going back to the 3, 2, 1
Oh, you
situation.
got Foxy as well, huh?
How did you know? Right. Coming in at number 3, I have
White.
the.
That was a very good. I remember that troll actually from the past stream, putting Foxy at my 50th. That was amazing.
Coming in at number 3, I have the Magma Boy himself. We all know why he's here. We all want him gone. Can't wait until we get to celebrate his death.
No. We don't technically want him gone. He's just the perfect kind of villain to
Oh,
hate on.
sorry. I want
want him
him.
gone.
I want him suffering.
Yeah.
Yes.
I appreciate Akainu as a character, because everybody needs a character like that in a shonen. Like
Sliding in above Akainu, I have the father of the main character of the series, Monkey D. Dragon, the revolutionary. Again, he gets paired up with Akainu. It is what it is. His goal is to take out M. Amazing. Whether or not he does anything, I don't know. I feel like a kid poking a dead body with a stick. Right? Do something. And coming in at number 1, as you all already know, it is Foxy. No, I'm kidding. It's clearly Buggy the Clown.
You know what?
God, do
At
you
this
stop?
point in time, this man may just.
No,
This man may just.
it is the Umibozu known as Imu, the guy that ate Sabo's fire attack and said, "Patuh, you little bitch," and then proceeded to one-shot Sabo. Who apparently Sabo is less durable than Cobra. Lol. Cobra got those hidden gains. Does that mean since Crocodile beat Cobra back in the day that Crocodile stock's going up again?
Maybe.
Reverse power scaling, I love it.
Crocodile stocks are up pretty high, actually.
Honestly, they're turning to sand as I look at them. Eggs for Brecky.
Oh my god, that pun.
Your top 3. Please.
My
blow us
number
away.
3 is Akainu. My number 2 is Blackbeard, and my number 1 is Emu.
Akainu, Blackbeard number 2.
Blackbeard is number 2.
I agree that he's being set up for the final villain. I personally, the reason I have him down at number 6 is because I think he's actually going to get a little bit more than what we see of him in some capacity.
Yep.
So
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I've been putting him lower forever because of that exact reason. And you know what I've realized?
he just doesn't need
It's gonna keep being like that until we see him next.
Yep. Look, all I'm going to say is he's coming back with 2 of the ancient weapons. This is known. This is known, Khaleesi. Kuma. Drum roll.
I don't have the drum.
Your number 3, 2, and 1 is...
Oh, wait, no, the thing was for me.
Oh.
Yeah, no, so, I have, Blackbeard, Akainu, and then Emu on top.
Love to see the Akainu, Blackbeard, and Im trio making their rounds. Glitter. Ending out the stream. Top 50. Took
Do it.
5 hours.
I have at number 3 the father of it all, Dragon.
Dragon.
I did something really weird, and I put number 2, the Gorosei.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
I went,
I respect that.
and I went 1 Imu.
Ooh. I tell you what. If we are all shit out of luck, and next week when the Gorosei show up, they are actually, like, outright just fucking leagues above everyone, Glitter may get this.
Even though I've said to
I mean,
my
hey,
lady
to be
over
fair,
the
it
stream,
takes
I've always
Luffy to
been
go
okay.
into Gear 5 to fight off Saturn.
Yeah.
True.
My thing is
Oh.
that I think you know, year after year I say some ridiculous crap, but I've never been so outlandish.
Hey, I still find it funny that Saturn impaled Vegapunk, and Saturn's legs are meant to have, like, super high poison that can melt trees, but it didn't take out Vegapunk then and there.
No, that's true.
I thought Saturn started getting venom when he started going crazy-eyed.
He did. He started going bug-eyed. Look, the man is stressed. He's overworked. He's looking in 3 different directions at once with 2 eyes. Okay?
Youch.
You know, it's hard being a world leader. Especially one that, you know, keeps us all together and proud and happy. For hiding behind them. You know what I mean? Like, he's out here fighting on the front lines. Not sacrificing his men like scumbags like that creep revolutionary Monkey D. Dragon.
You know what's actually pretty funny? We actually hit the 5-hour mark to reach our
Top 50?
Top 50 list this time around. And the only reason is because we didn't spend 2 hours on a certain debate that I won't mention.
There's always next year! Alright, does anyone want to go back over any of the slots on their list or anything that they want to say?
Yes, I might need to make a quick adjustment on mine. I don't think I put down Boa.
And Jinbei.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Boa and Jinbei.
Excuse me? What do you mean?
Don't come at me, Glitter.
You had S Snake.
What do you mean?
I think you felt like you got it with S Snake.
You just thought snake and you were like Boa.
Do you want to throw them in anyway? Boa was number 18 for eggs.
Yeah, I'm very proud of him.
Actually, Glitter,
Here,
where'd you put Boa?
I put her like.
Oh, you put her at 14.
Yeah.
15, sorry. So you did 15. You did 15. Eggs did 18. I had her at 22.
I'm honestly surprised I didn't catch any heat for the Bonnie Goofy combo.
To be
Very surprised.
At
least I thought Bonnie would have popped me some flack. But I even came prepared to like say some comments on it, but I didn't get anything.
Honestly, what surprises me is that Bonnie didn't make it into Eggs' list at all.
Not mine either.
No, Bonnie does not deserve to be on the list.
The woman can mimic Gear 5. The potential where this is going to go is insane.
I get the
For her to
potential,
not
but it's not there yet.
So she can mimic Gear 5 and then she hits like a wet rag.
Oh.
So,
Oh.
me and Eggs agree that Ivankov is 44.
That's funny as shit.
Me and Eggs agree that Ivankov is 44. Burgess is 37.
Yeah.
We almost had the Seraphim. We had one at 31 and one at 32.
I will remake my list next time and try to add in Boa and Jinbei. I can't believe I forgot those guys.
And I
What was
think...
thinking? Oh, no, wait. Where did I put Shiki?
We had Shanks at 5. We only had 3 characters that matched on our list. Oh, and Akainu.
Right.
And Akainu and Im. So 5. We had 5. So we had a 10% chance of agreeing.
That's pretty fine because, like, at the end of the day, like, we didn't.
I think it's gone
necessarily
well.
get the same words.
Yeah,
I
no.
mean, 10% is more than I thought you guys would get, honestly.
Yeah, I thought you guys got along.
This is a very tame one compared to last time, which I'm all
this
for.
year.
Look, it's because we haven't had a chapter discussion in a minute. Speaking of, Eggs, get your ass in for some chapter discussions going forward.
I feel like that's also because Eggs just does not have the stamina to take you on the stupid Kid Benny B that you pulled earlier on. I think if this was a more recently trained Eggs, that would have been a whole other scenario. But this man is coming off a hiatus. He's.
I'm being honest. Like I said, I don't give a shit about Kid. I want him to come back and be useful. At the moment, it's kind of like he had his time to shine. Didn't blow me away, right? The only reason I have him there is because I've just got more feats for him. You know what I mean? So it's kind of...
The thing is, like, you know, we can do the whole Kizaru versus Luffy or just Kizaru in general, but it's been done.
Yeah, Kizaru's over. Kizaru's over him.
Every year.
Look, it's alright. I understand Kizaru is too bright for Eggs to look at his greatness directly. It kind of blinds him.
Like, Kizaru's last showing is getting turned into a disc and thrown across the world.
Hey, it's better than being turned into a jump rope. It's better than being turned into a jump rope.
I'm so glad that I started this.
Game is a patty.
You know what the funniest thing is?
Patty, bro.
Eggs. I want you to look at the the photo for this stream.
Okay, wait, I have it up, so how do I look at the photo?
Yeah, the JPEG for this stream. I actually played into the pun a bit. Hang on, I may be able to do this. I'll pull it up.
Kizaru getting punched by Luffy? Is that what's happening?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Well, not getting punched. It's Kizaru.
Eggs is like in his rightful place.
It's actually Kizaru clearly spawning light out of his chin and casually blocking Luffy, no problem. He's doing the stereotypical leaning forward, going, come on, hit me, and when Luffy tries, he's just like blocked, bam.
So it's just it's an analogy for your bias on Kizaru's part. It's just Luffy getting punched in the shin.
No, the bias on this is the fact that I got Mihawk being like 3 times the size of Shanks. But Dorian Brody made it into it, so we'll go with that, shall we? It's alright. You'll become educated one day and learn how to read that Kizaru is clearly over all top one in the verse. You will see the light.
Now the community is expanding. You're actually lucky enough that you are not the most cap list on our top 50 stream.
Never was. That's the thing. Never was.
The first time you're not the most.
First time, you say. First things first. Don't you dare undersell Kuma like that from last year.
Hey, I'm just saying. We've learned. No, that's what I mean. Is that Kuma's had a better list than you every year.
No.
Yay!
Kuma, don't celebrate that. If Eggs is on your side, that's like having Stalin support you.
Oh.
I'm just saying. I like 1v3 last year about Marco versus Cat, and you've just admitted to me today that I was right the whole time.
It's alright. If there is a god, that god would know Kizaru is where he belongs on my list.
I'm telling you, I will die on any hill because the hills will move around them.
Anyway,
that's weaponized ignorance.
That's how easy it is to start a fight in this lobby.
That being said, thank you guys and girls for coming through and sharing your lists. Unfortunately, we had a few people that didn't end up being able to make it. A few people that had to cut out short. That is what it is. We may even do a video later on where I update the list for people that didn't get to make it that wanted to show their list. That being said as well, if you haven't done so already, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell icon for more notifications for content like this, give the video a thumbs up and all that good stuff. Check out the link tree in the description down below. It'll take you to things like Twitter, where I post when I'm going live, my Twitch where I do gameplay content, my Discord where you can join and talk anything anime and manga related, including your own top 50 list so you can be judged harshly. Or you can follow me on TikTok, again in the link tree. That being said, thank you guys and girls for coming through. You have anything you want to say?
No.
Help New World Supernova get to 300 before the end of the year.
Yeah, 333. That's the goal at the moment. And then
333.
I don't know what the next goal should be after 333. I don't exactly want to jump to 666. Probably yeah, I can I could do that. Surely that would be the easiest one to achieve. Surely.
Yeah.
Surely anime fans.
You have to give a 420 related incentive.
I'll give them a Usopp Pop Green figure. Surely 420 blaze it with Usopp. He's got the dreads going for it too. Right. Everyone's lists were lists. I'm not going to judge if they were good or weren't. You guys do the rest. Let me know in the comments down below what you think of the list. And like I said, if you want to talk more about them, check it out in the Discord. Eggs, thank you for coming through. Any last word?
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Glitter, thank you for coming through. Any last words?
Tootles.
Kuma, thank you for coming through. Any last words?
I've learned a lot.
Until the next top 50 list, or until the next video of mine you watch, whatever it is you're here for, thank you guys and girls for coming through. Couldn't do this stuff without you. Nothing but love, nothing but respect. Have a damn good day, and Kizaru top 7. Fuck you all. Goodbye.
No. 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 No.